Carolinas as we keep moving forward. Could see an isolated storm here on your Saturday, though not going to be as widespread as what we're expecting as we go throughout your Friday. Let's go to your pinpoint 7-day forecast here, tracking slightly cooler temperatures, lower humidity as well as we go into early next week, along with temperatures that are going to be hovering right around the 90-degree mark. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Here is a live look over New York City, a dry way to start their day. Much different than what we saw earlier this week. Wall Street futures a little bit mixed this morning. The Dow and the S&P 500 both in the red. The Nasdaq the only one in the green this morning. This is following some higher closing numbers yesterday. Everything on the upswing, the Dow, the Nasdaq, the S&P 500 up a couple, just very, very slightly there. We're going to have a closer look at how markets are shaping up today during the opening bell coming up at 9:30. Well, retailers that secretly personalize their prices may soon face some serious consequences. The possible policy change from the Federal Trade Commission would target companies who change their prices based on customers' personal data. It's the agency's latest move in a years-long look at surveillance pricing. Last year, the FTC found some businesses were using third-party companies to help vary online prices based on a shopper's location, browsing history, and other factors. The new rule would now force companies to disclose those practices. Online influencers are pushing teens to take better care of their skin. New research finds teens are using about 14 personal care products a day. For perspective, that's the same as adult women and twice as many as teen males. Teens who followed influencers or product lines or watched beauty tutorials used 30 to 40% more products. Researchers say the downside to all of that is teens tend to not check ingredient labels for questionable chemicals. Heading to a break, you're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
We're tracking another hot day across the Carolinas, but changes are on the horizon for the region. I've got delays that we can expect. My pinpoint forecast at 6:30.
National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
Senator Darlene Graham's now viral response during a runoff debate could carry a lot of weight come Election Day. How she's trying to shift attention to her opponent's role in SilFab in the national budget.
Plus, from traffic stops to liquor purchases, a new way to identify yourself in North Carolina is on the way. While leaders at Charlotte Douglas International Airport say it's already proven to be effective. 6:30 here. Happy Thursday. Good morning. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Ted Payton still off with a new baby in their family. We got Andrew Brightman here saying, hey, yes, again, we know it's summer, it's hot, but changes are coming. That's what we're excited about.
Yeah, that's right. We've got some, no, I wouldn't say big changes, but at least notable changes on the way for the Carolinas as we go throughout the weekend into next week. We'll see some slightly cooler temperatures, a little bit lower humidity as well. So definitely at least
those are big changes. With as hot as it is, we'll take it. I don't care if it's 2 degrees. When the humidity goes down a little bit, come on.
Yeah, at least a little bit lower humidity. That'll be something that'll be noticeable starting on Sunday, Jason. Right now, though, as we get things started here, we've got partly cloudy skies this morning. We look towards uptown. Going to be another hot day out there, and the storm chances do return on your Friday here. This is going to be part of a cold front moving in across the Carolinas. Going to give us some more needed wet weather here across the region, and then less heat and some slightly lower humidity as well as we go into early next week. 74 degrees right now. Northerly winds about 5 to 8 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 70s. Boone camera right now outside on King Street. We've got the quiet conditions currently and some alerts. We do have heat advisories in effect down as we get towards Richmond County here this morning, as we'll see those feels like temperatures again surging up to around 105 to 107. Pinpoint radar across the Central Carolinas, not that much going on. Frontal boundary off to our north and west with some of these scattered showers and storms that are going to be moving on in across portions of the Carolinas a little bit later on today, but really as we go throughout the day tomorrow. Speaking of temperatures here, we've got mid-80s across portions of the deep south. It is really hot and it's really brutal across portions of Texas, Louisiana, as well as Arkansas. But farther off to the east, still warm and still going to be hot, just not as crazy. And across the upper Midwest, we do see some of those temperatures in the middle 60s. Temperatures right now back here across the Central Carolinas, upper 60s to middle 70s out there. It is a warm start once again. That has not changed whatsoever. Middle 60s as we head on up into the mountains. Hour by hour forecast, watching those temperatures get hotter and hotter out there as we go throughout your Thursday, eventually making their way up into the mid and upper 90s here for some of us. I'll be talking more about what's on the way with my full forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Jason?
All right, Boone, I see you on there in the 70s. Man, that sounds fantastic right about now. You know what? Traffic right now is also fantastic. Rush hour officially kicks off in about 30 minutes, so we're enjoying a little bit of lighter volume. And just know there's only a couple days left before all the school districts, 100%, are back operating by Tuesday of next week. Woo! We have already seen this week traffic increase all around the Queen City. Right now, 77 north and south. Just north of Uptown, going under LaSalle Street, that overpass there, looking good. Overall, a couple of small issues. Really nothing happening right now, which will take. 77's looking good. 45, the loop around the city, also clear, as is Independence Boulevard. Really, 6:30 every single morning when we go out west between Gastonia and Belmont, 85 north. It's always kind of a crawl on 85 at Cox Road, looking down below. Beautiful shot there with the sunrise coming up. You can see those brake lights tapping on the right-hand side. That's 85 northbound. A little over 20 minutes to get from Gastonia to Belmont. It certainly gets better. The further you get, the closer you get into Charlotte. On the other side of 85, let's bookend it. Let's go up to Cabarrus County. This is up near Concord and Poplar Tent Road. All 8 lanes, zooming on and off the ramps there. Everything looking good. Just north of Uptown here, 77. North and south at Lakeview, just inside the 45 loop. That stretch is also looking good. Let's take you out near the airport around the curve. This is 85 at Biller Graham Parkway. Come on. Come on. I know you can move. The traffic's moving faster than that. I promise you. Just having a little glitches on some of these cameras this morning. Independence Boulevard also looking good. We'll give you another snapshot of your pinpoint traffic coming up at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Julian?
Well, early voting is underway for South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff. The race for the late Senator Lindsey Graham's spot on the ballot down to 2. His sister, interim Senator Darlene Graham, and Congressman Ralph Norman. You can scan that QR code right there on our screen. That's going to give you a list of polling places and take you to a story on our website, qcnews.com. Polling locations open from 8:30 to 5 p.m. today, and tomorrow the runoff is set for next Tuesday.
National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
That answer from interim Senator Graham to a question about Taiwan is making some national headlines. It happened during a debate put on by Newsmax and SCE-TV between both South Carolina Republican candidates for Senate. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber shows us the fallout that Graham's answer has now caused.
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, but I do support the military.
It's that answer from Senator Darlene Graham during a Tuesday night debate put on by South Carolina ETV and Newsmax that made national headlines.
National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
The rest of the debate between Graham and her opponent, U.S. Rep. Ralph Norman, contained topics we've heard a lot about over the past few weeks, including data centers.
You changed your position because you originally said you were for just data centers in general. That's what you said.
I also said that there needs to be community involvement, community guidelines, community guardrails. Maybe you didn't hear that part.
And Silfab Solar's plant in Fort Mill.
What about Silfab, that you negotiated a deal in your backyard where a company that mixes chemicals was built near several schools?
I'm not on the county council, I'm not on the city council. I didn't approve any funding that they got.
The two also sparring over their loyalty to the president. Graham arguing Norman's concerns with parts of the Big Beautiful Bill, call into question his true allegiances.
That you were the holdout on the Big Beautiful Bill, and Trump had to call you in and convince you to sign it.
It wasn't anything like what you're talking about. It was, he said, what are you holding it up for? I said, well, the subsidies for electric cars is dumb. The subsidies for passive solar and wind are stupid. I was cutting it out, and we made it better. He agreed.
Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Asheville's mayor is calling for the city to end its contract with Flock safety camera systems. Mayor Esther Manheimer says resident concerns about privacy, data use, and civil liberties prompted the move. The city currently operates 11 flock cameras, and terminating the contract would remove the system and end access to its data network. The debate comes as Flock's license plate reader technology faces growing scrutiny nationwide over surveillance and privacy concerns. The vote is expected to take place next Tuesday.
Well, carrying your driver's license in your wallet will soon be a thing of the past in the Tar Heel State. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us about the new program allowing your ID to be stored right in your phone.
As the North Carolina DMV continues to work to improve its performance, it's planning to roll out a new program that would not require drivers to have a physical license.
It's another option for people. You won't have to get one if you don't want one. It'll just be kind of a supplemental form of your identification.
It's called the North Carolina Digital ID, or Mobile Driver's License. Officials say it'll be available in December, and it's free.
A lot of people don't carry cash or even cards anymore because you can tap to pay from your phone. Same idea with having a digital ID. You could have the credential on your phone.
Digital IDs are already accepted here at Charlotte Douglas for out-of-state passengers that have them. So that's why this will be the first place where you no longer have to insert your ID, and instead you'll be able to tap to get through.
This just opens the aperture up to more passengers and gives them a faster way through the checkpoint, being able to download the physical card onto something that people carry with them everywhere they go.
If you've used touchless ID at CLT, this will feel familiar. TSA is first in line in North Carolina's new mobile ID program, with plans to eventually expand it to traffic stops and places like ABC stores and restaurants.
It's not the same as, literally taking a picture of it and being able to share that with law enforcement or someone at TSA, or that it's not that. It's much more secure and digitally verified.
You'll still want your physical license until it's more widely accepted. It'll be limited to the North Carolina Wallet app before expanding to other digital wallets. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
NTSB officials are investigating what led to a deadly crash between a civilian plane and police helicopter in Pennsylvania. It happened Wednesday at a small airport in Carlisle, just west of Harrisburg. Police say the plane was coming down on the runway and veered into the helicopter, which was closer to the ground. The helicopter then lost its blades and crashed onto its side. The airplane pilot was killed and the 2 police officers aboard the chopper were hurt. We'll take a closer look at this crash with Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot May-Kay Beeler coming up in our 7 o'clock hour.
An experimental skin cancer vaccine is offering hope for patients with a deadly form of skin cancer. Major drug developers Moderna and Merck say in late-stage trials, the mRNA skin cancer vaccine called Intismeran significantly reduced the recurrence and spread of melanoma. They described it as the first breakthrough of its kind. Results showed the vaccine-drug combo appeared to extend the time before cancer returned in high-risk patients. The treatment also reduced the risk of the cancer spreading to distant parts of the body. Well, the Crown got off to a hot start last night, but couldn't see it all the way to the finish line in Toronto, what caused the Queen's team to leave Canada with a concerning draw. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Time is 6:43. Charlotte FC might have gotten a draw yesterday, but it feels more like a loss.
Meanwhile, the Panthers are down south, getting practice in with the Jaguars before those two teams face off.
Carolina Sports Live's Gia Lancey has more in your morning sports.
The Panthers are back to the training field, but not in the Queen City. Prior to their preseason matchup with the Jaguars, they were down in Duval County, Florida for a joint practice with Jacksonville. The Black and Blue were down in the Sunshine State for a joint practice Wednesday with this week's preseason opponent, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Head coach Dave Canales emphasized how the practice, it didn't start great, but it was an upward slope throughout the end of the day. It was a nice challenge, the Panthers, especially against a tough Jags pass rush group. Monroe Freeling was really tested, and Canales said he took a step forward and got a lot more comfortable as the practice went on. All in all, Canales was very satisfied by the end, specifically with the run game and offense overall.
I saw today was like the further the practice went on, the better our run game got, and guys settled in. Our guys are in great shape. We've had a heck of a camp, and as everything kind of settled down and we were just playing football, we started gaining yards, and Jonathan looked fantastic going downhill. AJ had a couple of really nice runs. Trevor was bouncing in and out of there, and this defense, you know, they were hitting them pretty good, you know, but I just saw the war of attrition really start to play out in a positive way for us in our run game.
All right, heading over to the pitch, Charlotte FC up north Wednesday night, taking on Toronto FC, and the Crown getting things going early in the 8th minute. Toronto's keeper would basically give it away. Oloko is there, get the pass in the box, and he scores. Charlotte with the early lead, 1-0. In the 13th minute, Toronto driving. Charlotte's defense, they're there, but Toronto is able to get it off. Two defenders and Kalina to get the equalizer. This one was tight. Second half, and the Crown are up 2-1 at this point. Toronto's Zimmerman receives a red card to Charlotte with the free kick. Ashley Westwood sends it in, and it's Henry Kessler with the header. Charlotte with a comfy 3-1 lead. That's Henry Kessler's first goal for the Crown. Charlotte would give up a goal in the 76th minute, and as things are winding down in the 90th, Franklin would score one across the box, and it finds its way in, tying things up at 3 apiece. Toronto with only 10 men on the field. Another night where the Crown got sloppy at the end and couldn't leave the game with 3 points instead. It's a 3-3 draw and a disappointing end.
Quite simple. We didn't take the chances that we created when we should have scored more than 3 goals. We had big moments that we didn't take. The goalkeeper made some good saves, and then we didn't defend the second goal well enough at all, and then they score from a cross. So it's annoying, it's frustrating, it's disappointing, but I've just said to the players in there, because everybody can get really emotional after the game, and you know, I've been guilty of that at times, but the be all and end all, it was a decent away performance that is a bad result. And it's a bad result because we've lost a 2-goal lead for two poor moments.
Well, they will have to forget about it really quick, because they'll be right back to work as they prep to host DC United on Saturday.
Well, good news for Ford fans. We might be seeing more Mustangs on the track next season. Ford is reportedly looking to expand its NASCAR footprint in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and that expansion could come as soon as next season. Multiple sources tell us that talks between a few teams have happened, and the manufacturer is trying to be more competitive at NASCAR's second highest level. As of now, there are no full-time Ford cars in the secondary series. Now, as for the Cup Series, we've reached the penultimate week of the regular season, and that's got some of the bubble drivers on the Chase Cut line feeling the heat. One of those guys, Daniel Suarez, is bringing the heat himself to our Carolina Sports Live team and Garage Confidential. Our crew also being joined by the Athletics' Jordan Bianchi. You can watch Around the Track this Sunday at 11 a.m. on Queen City News.
All this talking about bringing the heat, Julian, makes it hot, makes me feel hot outside.
Yeah.
It's going to be hot outside. Andrew, beautiful sunrise up in Gaston County this morning. What are we expecting today, tomorrow, with some of these changes coming?
Well, we'll see maybe an isolated storm today, but really tomorrow we'll see a lot more scattered showers and storms across the Carolinas. Still going to be toasty both today and tomorrow, but that'll lead into a cooler weekend and cooler start to next week out there. And 74 degrees right now. Boom camera as we get up into the mountains. We got quieter conditions. Pinpoint radar, not much going on across the central Carolinas. We zoom out, we got a frontal boundary off to our north and west. Some of these scattered showers and storms that are going to be pushing on in here across the Carolinas as we make our way into this afternoon, but especially on your Friday. Temperatures across the southeast, a lot of mid to upper 70s. We'll start to heat up here as we go through the next 2 to 3 hours. Pollen forecast a little bit elevated here. Some medium to high pollen counts. Usually it's grass pollen, sort of the big allergens out there during the summer months. The humidity still stays very elevated until we get to Sunday. Then it does come down a little bit, but at least over the next few days here, still going to be staying very much on the muggy side. Severe weather risks through tomorrow. We are watching a marginal risk for across the Central Carolinas. Could see some isolated strong storms. Big concerns are going to be strong and gusty winds out there. Let's get into it with Futurecast. We go throughout the morning, cloud cover here across the Carolinas, and then we start to see those pop-up showers and storms developing as we go throughout the afternoon. Evening hours here, seeing those isolated showers and storms. We keep pushing forward. This is 12 o'clock here on your Friday afternoon. Those scattered showers and storms, 4 o'clock, more of the same. 8 o'clock Friday evening, scattered showers and storms continuing here across the Carolinas, and that continues to a smaller degree here on your Saturday. Might see that isolated shower storm out there, and then we start to dry out and get a little bit cooler and more comfortable as we go to Sunday and into next week. Pinpoint 7-day forecast, temperatures hovering right around the 90-degree mark or so as we go into early next week, along with that lower humidity. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The back-to-school season is here, and we're looking beyond this school year.
Declining birth rates, changing classrooms, and a generation making different choices about having children. What does it all mean for the future of education?
Watch Taking Attendance, a Queen City News back-to-school special airing Monday, August 24th at 7 p.m.
Welcome back. A dramatic mountain rescue had Raleigh firefighters racing against the clock over the weekend. They helped save a 21-year-old hiker who was left suspended on a rope on Grandfather Mountain. Reporter Shanila Kabir spoke with crew members who carried out that rescue.
2 Raleigh firefighters were called in to help rescue a 21-year-old hiker left dangling on a rope on Grandfather Mountain Saturday afternoon. Within 30 minutes, Captain Daniel Richardson says a 5-member crew was in a helicopter headed to help.
On the way there, we were dodging storms and tough winds, and once we got there, we located the patient. We contacted the people on the ground up, get an update on the patient's condition then, and once we located everybody, we took a couple laps around and got a plan together.
Richardson and senior firefighter Jason Seisner are members of the Helicopter Aquatic Rescue Team, or HART. The statewide partnership brings together firefighters, the State National Guard, and State Highway Patrol for high-risk rescues.
The Highway Patrol was actually the only ones that had an air crew on duty that day. And they were actually stationed, they just happened to be stationed in Raleigh that day. Because of the proximity to the technicians, which were me and Jason, and the proximity to where the helicopter was located, which was just outside of Raleigh, inside of Garner, that we could be off the ground and running faster than having to call air crews.
Richardson says the hiker may have been waiting for help for hours. He says the man held on until rescuers arrived.
Firefighter Seisner, he went up into the helicopter first with the patient while I held the tagline to keep the basket from spinning too much. Once the survivor was inside the helicopter, they sent down the cable and they picked me up.
Captain Jason Seisner says this was only the second air rescue mission he's done since being with the rescue team for almost 20 years. He says HART members train every month for a wide range of emergencies.
A flooded building, we can go into windows, we can go down trees to simulate people who have been washed away and now clinging on trees.
Firefighters say the 21-year-old hiker was conscious when he was airlifted to a nearby hospital. They're still waiting to learn more about his condition.
China's 2026 World Robot Conference is kicking off in Beijing. The high-tech event is meant to showcase the country's expanding robot industry with humanoid robots and artificial intelligence. One of China's leading robotics companies, Yubatech, brought several of their new robotic models to the conference. Look at this one. They're playing table tennis, a little ping pong with a human. Others that are out there performing boxing moves. Some of the models, there we go, look at them. Yeah. Squaring off there. Some demonstrated different moves, moving components around, like working in a factory. Another robot managed to pull off a household task of folding clothes. Look at that. That's kind of cool there. Organizers say over 3,000 products are on display during the 5-day conference. I would like to be out there. That would be kind of cool. All right, you're watching Queen City News on this Thursday. We thank you for that. Stay with us. We'll be back after this.
Well, there could be a new option to help people who suffer from frequent migraines. Arizona State University researchers evaluated the effect of light on patients with migraines and found that green-enriched white light may actually reduce symptoms. According to the team, 10 minutes of exposure significantly decreased visual discomfort and headache intensity. The findings have led to a startup developed technology to apply green-enriched white light to everyday environments.
Just want for people to know that there is a better solution. There is a better option for their lighting environments. And I want them to know that light is so powerful and can impact how they live, how they feel, and how they do their work.
Some doctors are already putting green-enriched lighting in patient care spaces and say they're seeing positive results. All right, time is almost 6:59. Stay with us. Our 7 a.m. hour starts right now.
We're tracking another hot day across the Carolinas, but changes are on the horizon. I've got the latest for my pinpoint forecast at 7.
Charlotte leaders say they are not budging in their opposition to the I-77 expansion project. Why their vote holds more weight than others.
I couldn't imagine doing that to my dog. Like, I don't know how anybody with a heart could do that.
A heartless act of abandoning 5 puppies in the summer heat. Why Gastonia leaders are hoping the owner comes forward so they can give the animals the care they need.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Thursday morning. It is 7 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sidor.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Thank you so much for waking up with us, not bright and early here on your Thursday morning. Yeah, that time of the morning here. But it's going to be another hot one across the Carolinas, but reckon some changes on the way this weekend.
Okay. Can't come soon enough.
Yeah, I know. It's been a very, very hot week. Really been incredible out there with some of the feels like temperatures we've been experiencing. But we do get some relief here as we get to the weekend and beyond. Right now around the Crown, got a little bit of blue sky here this morning. Looking good as we get things started, looking towards uptown from West Charlotte here on your Thursday morning. It's going to be another hot day out there across the region. The storm chances return on your Friday here, and we're going to be seeing less heat, lower humidity as we go into early next week here across the region. Charlotte live cam right now, 75 degrees, winds out of the north-northwest about 3 to 5 miles an hour, 2 points in the lower 70s here across the region. Boone camera, as we get up into the higher elevations, we see a little bit of cloud cover, but otherwise quiet conditions. Current alerts, we've got some heat advisories in effect down across portions of the Sandhills. Otherwise, though, not going to be quite as intense here in and around Charlotte. Pinpoint radar this morning, nothing to talk about here. No issues to be had. Now off to our west, you do see some storms moving through portions of eastern Tennessee and Kentucky. We'll see how much that's going to move in as we make our way into the afternoon hours. Temperatures right now low to mid 70s. I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Jason?
All right, Andrew, thank you so much. When it comes to the controversial I-77 toll lane expansion, Charlotte regional leaders are holding their ground in opposition, at least for now. What's working in their favor is because of the way the voting is weighted. As long as Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and one other municipality vote against it, there won't be enough support for the plans to move forward. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer has more from their latest meeting.
The position of Charlotte remains unchanged, that we are not in support of reinstating the P3 project.
That's the update Charlotte City Councilman Ed Driggs gave to his fellow Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization members Wednesday night.
I can tell you that there is activity underway to explore whether there could be a path forward.
Much of the board is looking to Charlotte to get an idea of how the upcoming vote will go. Next month, CARPO members will decide whether to support the I-77 South toll lanes or remain in opposition and be forced to pay at least $60 million in state funding already spent on the project's design.
Asking us to pay it back, and we have not seen any line item list at all.
So I'd like to know where that number came from.
A stipulation in the state budget says any community that votes against the project must pay back the funds. It's why several municipalities like Statesville, Cornelius, Monroe, and others have reaffirmed or reinstated support.
That's when you change your votes for those that changed. And that's a sad state of affairs because that, in my opinion, that takes the hard work that this board has done historically and diminishes the importance of this and puts us in the position of being the policy board only that makes its decisions based on a head nod from the legislature.
CARPO members must make their decision before the October 5th deadline set by state lawmakers. The problem is it doesn't give them much time to explore other options to address congestion along the corridor.
There's no way we're going to have a complete analysis, alternative analysis done by October. It's just impossible, and I think they know that.
That was Caroline Boyer reporting. CRTPO's next meeting is coming up September 23rd, and that's when the vote will happen on whether to reinstate support for those toll lanes.
Well, Saturday marks 1 year since the stabbing death of Marina Zarutska on the light rail in South End, and local transportation leaders say they've been busy making sure the public is safe since then. Metropolitan Public Transit Authority trustee Julie Eiselt says with every upgrade to security on the transit system, Arena is on their minds. However, she knows that oftentimes the perception about safety for riders is still difficult to overcome.
They feel is real, right? So getting on the light rail and seeing that there is more fair enforcement, seeing our ambassadors on the platform, knowing that there's more cameras, knowing that there's more systems to be able to report. I see a difference in presence of security, and I hope that others do too, and I hope that others will feel good about riding the system with those improvements.
And you can watch the full interview with MPTA trustee Julie Eiselt and CATS interim CEO Brent Cagle this Sunday on The Record. That airs at 8:30 in the morning on Queen City News.
This morning at Gaston County, officials are asking for the person who abandoned 5 puppies in the heat to come forward. They're hoping finding that person will make it easier for the litter to find their forever homes. Queen City News reporter David Schumann spoke with Animal Care about how the dogs are doing and what comes next.
These puppies are getting reacclimated to a safe environment. Gaston County Animal Care and Enforcement officers picked them up Tuesday at the end of a rural cul-de-sac southwest of Gastonia. Officer Cindy Zimmerman says they were found without water and with 2 small bags of food.
It's pretty obvious what happened.
Whoever appears to have abandoned the dogs, Zimmerman hopes they'll come forward for the dogs' sake.
I'm not saying there won't be charges, but our goal is to get a surrender for these dogs so that they don't have to sit in the shelter. No, our goal is to get these pups out of here.
I spoke to the neighbor who found the dogs here and reported them to county officials. She said they were nervous and definitely scared to go near the box they were dropped off in.
Made me so sad. Like, I couldn't imagine doing that to my dog. Like, I don't know how anybody with a heart could do that.
Zimmerman says the puppies were wormy and had bloated bellies.
When somebody puts a dog out, that dog will stay in that area because they're waiting for their person to come back and get them. And that's the heartbreaking part. And they're all friendly, they're sweet, but it's a hard thing to watch.
With no cameras in the area, Zimmerman says if no one can identify the owner, a lot depends on that person identifying themselves.
If you come forward, it's going to look better for you.
In Gaston County, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Well, Gaston County animal enforcement officers tell us, unfortunately, they do deal with abandoned animals far too often. They say this type of thing happens multiple times every month.
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? And if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, but I do support the military. I'm not a polished politician up here. National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
South Carolina Republican Senate candidate Darlene Graham is now getting national attention for her answer to that debate question. It came as she faced off with Congressman Ralph Norman Tuesday night in Newberry. Her response is being called a major misstep by some in the media. Yesterday, Graham tried to assure voters she is ready for the job.
I want to know what's important to South Carolina. Right now, I think the gas prices, affordability, the price of health care is really important to people in South Carolina. But any issue that I'm not informed on, I'm smart, I can always become informed on.
We sat down with Congressman Ralph Norman to talk about his Senate campaign and whether Senator Graham's answer on national security disqualifies her from the job.
It's not disqualifying. Look, everybody prepares differently. She signed up for this job. She's been under a lot of, her brother died, as I said last night, but it's not disqualifying. Yes, she's disqualifying herself by not getting more prepared. And to not know that is pretty shocking, really.
You can watch that entire sit-down interview with Representative Norman on our website. Just go to qcnews.com.
The United Arab Emirates are condemning Iran for 2 missiles launched towards their territory. The UAE believes Iran was targeting maritime ships. However, Tehran is denying those claims. Because of those claims, the Emiratis say that they're cutting off trade with Iran effective immediately. This is far from the only tension in the region. There were 3 confirmed attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz from Saturday to Tuesday. President Trump says there are no further plans to negotiate with Iran. Iran says they won't ease off until their demands are met. All right, 7:09 the time. Let's get over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman taking a look. Still decent outside, but Andrew, even 75 degrees, you're going to feel that humidity.
You're going to feel the humidity. It's all about the dew point right here this morning. It's still that air that you can wear here across the region. And we'll see the temperatures quickly start to move up here once we get probably past the 8 o'clock hour this morning. Current alerts, we do have just a lone heat advisory down in Richmond County, and that's also going to show us some of those feels like temperatures probably up over 105 degrees this afternoon. Pinpoint radar right now across the Central Carolina is fairly quiet. Not much to worry about here this morning. Things might start to change though as we go into the afternoon hours. Zooming out here, you see some of those scattered showers and storms off to our west. That's what's going to be moving into eastern Tennessee and eventually pushing into the Carolinas. Airport delays here this morning. Not much going on across the lower 48. No major issues out there. Always best to check ahead with your local carrier, but at least right now we're looking fairly good. Back here to temperatures across Central Carolina's temperatures upper 60s to low to mid 70s here this morning. Of course, up in the mountains, the cooler spot where it is currently in the middle 60s. Now, bus stop forecast this morning. Nothing to worry about for the kids heading off to school. But Jason, I'll be talking more about what's on the way this weekend heading into next week with my pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Andrew. 10 minutes ago, we officially rolled into rush hour starting around 7. And we are seeing volume pick up all around the Crown, not just out west where we typically start at 6 a.m. Look at this gorgeous shot. Sun bouncing off the Queen City skyline there, courtesy of NCDOT Camera Network. That's I-77 down below, going under LaSalle Street. And it's moving north and south really well at speed limit pace, 55, 60 miles an hour. Overall, we don't have any increased incidents around the Crown. That is good news, so we will take that anytime we get a gift like that. Let's go out west on 85 North, because typically this is where the slowdowns start. You can see down below 85 at Cox Road in Gaston County. It is stop-and-go traffic. Even the left lane, all 3 lanes at about 5 miles an hour or less. It does eventually get better once you get through Lowell, McAdenville, and through Belmont, but it's going to take you 22 minutes to get there. Let's bookend 85 and go up in Cabarrus County near Concord. Here's 85 at Poplar Tent Road. That stretch looking good. 77 just north of Uptown. This is at Lakeview Road, all 10 lanes across. Sun is shining. It's looking good. Hearing of a vehicle fire not too far from the airport. Billy Graham Parkway, one of the lanes is blocked. This is Billy Graham Parkway southbound, not too far from Wilkinson on the east side of the airport. Just be aware of that if you're working your way around Billy Graham Parkway. We don't see it from this camera angle, but man, a lot of sun is shining this morning. Things are looking good. On the east side, inbound Independence, also looking good. So just don't be distracted. We know a lot more teen drivers will be out and about with school starting back this week and next week. So we'll give you another snapshot of your pinpoint traffic coming up around 7:30. Annie?
Investigations are just beginning into a deadly crash between a small plane and a helicopter. Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot Mickey Beeler joins us next to discuss what we are learning this morning. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. NTSB officials are investigating what led up to a deadly runway collision between a civilian plane and police helicopter last night in Pennsylvania. The pilot of the airplane was killed and 2 police officers aboard the chopper were hurt.
Our chief transportation correspondent and pilot Maykay Beeler joining us this morning. Maykay, what do we know so far today?
Oh boy, now the information may change. This is just what we know so far, so limited information. As Annie said, the pilot of the Cessna 150 is dead. Don't know if there was somebody else on board, more than likely not. This is just a little 2-seater airplane, high-wing trainer. The 2 state troopers, I hear as of just about an hour ago that they did suffer injuries, but minor, and are expected to be released. So hopefully they're going to be okay. So it was a 2-man helicopter, a Bell 407. It was conducting routine exercises on a grassy area next to a runway, hovering several feet off the ground when reports say the Cessna 150 struck the helicopter from the rear as it was coming down, going down the runway. The reports are sketchy, and veered off to the right, according to officials in a press conference. Happened at 6:50 last night at a central Pennsylvania airport, Carlisle Regional Airport. The 2 troopers are part of the State Police Elite Aviation Group based out of Harrisburg doing a training mission. Carlisle Airport's in Cumberland County, about 120 miles west of Philly. It's a non-towered airport, which means there's not a control tower there. 1 runway, 4,000 feet runway. Pilots communicate with each other. They self-report on a common traffic advisory frequency. So there should have been communication going on. According to reports, the helicopter pilots were initially trapped. 1 trooper was able to push a window out and help the other trooper get out. The top of the helicopter was sheared off, as well as the rear rotors. Now, the NTSB is going to work with Pennsylvania State Police and the FAA working on this. Was it pilot error? Was it a medical emergency, a mechanical issue? What caused the Cessna to veer off? And what about the radio calls? They'll be looking into the radio calls also. So this is described as a very violent collision, waiting for more information. Hopefully those troopers are going to be all right, and just, you know, prayers to the family of the Cessna pilot. We hopefully get more details.
All right, Maykay, thank you.
Thanks for that update. It is 7:17 right now, and more stories this morning. The case of Carmelo Anthony, a teenager found guilty of murdering someone at a high school track meet, could be headed for a retrial 2 months after his sentencing. This all comes after the judge in Anthony's murder conviction was recused from further proceedings in the case. Anthony, a 19-year-old former high school track and field athlete, was found guilty of fatally stabbing fellow athlete Austin Metcalf last year. Judge John Roach was recused from the case following a TV interview that he gave following the conviction, which the defense believed showed bias against Anthony.
We are not insensitive to the fact that a life was lost, but we also don't believe that 2 lives should be lost through injustice.
A hearing is scheduled for later today to determine if a retrial is a possibility.
The family of Nolan Wells is still searching for answers as they held a vigil to honor what would have been the teen's birthday. Wells went missing on July 4th while partying with friends on Horn Island off the coast of Mississippi. 2 days later, police found his body in the water. Now, nearly 50 days later, the family still does not know the cause of death. Friends told police they left the island without him because he chose to stay back after meeting a girl, but his family has serious doubts about that story. His mother spoke to reporters on Wednesday, a day that would have been Nolan's 19th birthday.
Nolan was an incredible person, and his loss has definitely affected our family in ways we could have never imagined.
Few details have been made public in this case. All evidence is expected to be sealed until a grand jury can look at the case. All right, let's get back over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, warming up the day today, we're going to get into the 90s again, right?
Yeah, that's right. We're going to be heating up here with temperatures pushing up into the middle 90s this afternoon. Going to be feeling even hotter than that. 75 degrees right now. Winds out of the north-northwest about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 70s. It is humid this morning. Boone camera. We get outside in King Street here. A little bit of cloud cover up across portions of the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar, not much going on across the central Carolinas right now, but as we zoom out, we go wide. We do have a frontal boundary off to our north and west. That's going to be pushing in a little bit of the shower and storm activity as we go throughout the afternoon hours, but especially here on your Friday, we'll see a little bit more wet weather. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s right now. It's going to be a warm one out there across the Carolinas, and pollen forecast also a little bit more sniffly and sneezing as we go through the next few days. Temperatures finally, once we get to your Saturday and beyond, getting back to maybe around average here across the Carolinas. But as for today, it's going to be another hot one. Still major heat risk here. That does include Charlotte, and as we head on down into portions of the Sandhills. The severe weather risks for tomorrow here, we could see some isolated strong and severe storms moving on through across the Carolinas. Futurecast in motion as we go into the afternoon. There's some of those scattered showers and storms trying to pop up here across the region, but more of a nuisance. Not going to see too much in the way of widespread storms. Heading into your Friday, 7 o'clock in the morning, we start off with some of the hit and miss showers and storms. That continues as we go into the afternoon hours. A little bit more widespread across the Carolinas as we head on into your Friday evening and your Saturday as well. Heading into your Saturday afternoon, isolated shower storm once again here throughout the region, and then we dry out. We see the humidity start to drop. Things begin to improve across the Carolinas for your Sunday because it's going to be a little bit less humid as well. It'll start to feel a little bit more tolerable out there. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Temperatures hovering right around the 90-degree mark as we go into early next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
All right, here's a question, and be honest. Do you keep up with neighboring traffic, even if everyone around you is speeding? Turns out nearly half of all drivers actually do. 49% of drivers say that it's safer to keep up with the flow of traffic than to obey the speed limit. That's according to a new study by AAA. AAA also found that many drivers consider going 10 miles an hour over the posted speed limit acceptable. The top reason for speeding is to get around slower drivers, get to a destination faster, or just avoid traffic. Despite the normalization of speeding, 87% of drivers support increased law enforcement presence in areas with a history of speed-related crashes.
AAA wants to remind drivers that even going 5 to 10 miles per hour over the speed limit can carry a range of consequences, from traffic tickets to higher insurance premiums to serious injuries or even death.
AAA says the strongest incentive for people to slow down is to avoid getting a speeding ticket, followed by, of course, avoiding a crash and responding to bad weather.
All right, if you don't like snakes, look away from your screen. The owner of a Myrtle Beach reptile removal.
Myrtle Birch.
You know what? These danger noodles got me all mixed up, man.
Man, stop drinking, Julian.
I mean, come on, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. So this Myrtle Beach reptile removal service has a new addition to its collection, at least temporarily, because it got a call Monday night after a driver spotted that thing, Slytherin, that you just saw over there. It was unusual, and get this, the snake actually turned out to be a 10-foot python. Officials say it's not illegal to own a pet python like this one in South Carolina, but that it must be properly contained. Obviously, this didn't happen here. The snake chase that helped save the reptile believes it either escaped or was released by its owner. 10 feet long.
No, look at that guy just yanking it through the yard. Like
it kept going.
You can tell he's pulling really hard right there. Like trying to, put it back in the bucket.
It's trying to get away. It's like, no. It looks like, are they trying to put it in the bucket, or is it coming out from the bucket?
I think to get it into the bucket to try, because
you're going to need a bigger bucket.
Well, there's two. I think they gotta
get
close it in, capture. That's how you trap it, I guess.
You gotta trap it first.
It looks, in the other picture up against the sidewalk, it kind of looks like a fire hose.
It kind of does.
Like a little bit like flatter. Either way, I'm not going anywhere.
Right there,
right? Like, I know it's their job,
people love this. Some people absolutely, they thrive on it.
You know how quickly that thing could unalive you if it wanted to?
So fast.
It's a python.
That's not on my bingo card. How many people in your friend circle have a 10-foot python?
Zero.
Nothing. Listen, I'm not judging. There are some great people out there that love 10-foot pythons.
Yep.
I think Taylor Young, if she could own a 10-foot python,
she probably
she
really.
Would.
Yeah,
I think she's got like a little baby snake.
She's got a baby snake.
Yeah.
I think she could. Take
Babies turn into adults.
That they do.
Might be 80 years from now, but still. Oh man, nope, rope right there. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back after this.
Charlotte police say a dispute between two parents left one man dead in the parking lot of his job. What witnesses say happened leading up to the deadly stabbing and how nearby businesses are reacting.
A college cycling team run down on the road, leaving 2 riders dead and several injured. What investigators say happened and how the school plans to honor those victims.
We just need to make sure these kids are acclimated and are able to go out and perform successfully and not put themselves in danger.
Plus, dangerous heat and high humidity keeping high school sports teams off the field, how local athletic trainers and schools are adjusting to keep players safe outside while ready to play.
7:30, happy Thursday. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you here on this Thursday. We're hearing from meteorologist Andrew Brightman that some changes are coming over the next 24 to 48 hours. We welcome, Andrew, we welcome any change at this point.
Yeah, and we'll get some needed changes here ahead for the Carolinas. We'll get some lower humidity, some lower temperatures as well, a little bit more needed rainfall here. We actually got a new drought monitor in across the Carolinas in about the next hour or so, so I'll keep you updated on that. Right now, though, this morning, we've got beautiful clear skies. We look towards uptown from our Arlington sky cam. No major issues out there. It's going to be a beautiful day here. Of course, you don't mind all the heat and humidity we got to contend with here across the Carolinas. What do you need to know as you're stepping out the door? Well, it's going to be another hot one out there. Scorcher. Temperatures pushing back up into the middle 90s. Those storm chances do return on your Friday. And then as we go into early next week, we're going to see a little bit less heat, a little bit less humidity shaping up across the Carolinas. So that will be a welcome change for sure. Charlotte live cam right now, 75 degrees. Winds out of the north-northwest at 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 70s. Current alerts right now do have heat advisories in effect down across portions of Richmond County, where we can see this feels like temperatures up around 105 to 106. Pinpoint radar currently quiet conditions across the central Carolinas right now, no major issues. As we zoom out, we go wide. Frontal boundary off to our west, going to be pushing towards the central Carolinas as we go through the next couple of days. Not be the catalyst for a little bit of scattered shower and storm activity we can see across the region. Temperatures currently low to mid 80s out there. It's a toasty one across portions of the deep south. Across the upper Midwest, temperatures in the middle 60s. 48 in Bozeman is the cool spot right now. Back here across the Carolinas, temperatures low to mid 70s, middle 60s up across the mountains. And compared to 24 hours ago, temperatures a couple of degrees warmer in some spots. Bus stop forecast look good this morning. I've got more in your forecast and what's on the way coming up in just a few minutes. Jason?
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. Appreciate that. We are watching volume build all around the Queen City. You can see it right here, courtesy of NCDOT. We're 30 minutes into rush hour. This is 77 South traffic trying to creep along under LaSalle Street overpass just north of Uptown. Beautiful shot of the city. Let's right, positive, negative traffic. That is typical for this time of day. We still have a couple of major school districts that are not back in session. So you can double the traffic this time next week. So let's take what we can right now and treat it as a gift. As we look around the crowd, no new added accidents. That is good news. Volume picking up out west. That is typical for this time of day between Gastonia and Belmont. Still around 22 minutes to get there, but down below you can see the video there of 85 near Cox Road. It gets a little bit better, a little faster. Once you get around the curve through Lowell, McAdenville on the way to Belmont, things start to spread out a little bit. That's good news. On the other end of 85, coming down from Concord to Cabarrus County, looking good up near Concord Mills Mall, Poplar Tent Road. That stretch, you're moving at about 55, 60 miles an hour. North of Uptown on 77, north and south near Lakeview. I mean, that is just clear as can be. That's looking good at about 60, 65 miles an hour. An earlier vehicle fire on Billy Graham Parkway. We're starting to see a little bit of backup. This is right near the airport, near Wilkinson Boulevard and Billy Graham. Super busy intersection there this time of day, folks trying to get to the airport. So just be aware of that if you're trying to be out near the airport. We don't see it from this camera angle here on Billy Graham Parkway, but if you're headed to the airport, just make sure that you're aware of that on the east side of town. And then, of course, if you're working your way up Independence Boulevard, not too bad. Don't be distracted this morning with your cell phone. We'll give you another update coming up at the top of the hour.
Well, has President Trump's approval shifted amid tensions in Iran and high prices at home.
And how do top contenders for the 2028 presidential election stack up against each other?
New polling released earlier this morning by Emerson College has those answers and more.
Yeah, President Trump's job approval has been relatively steady in the past several months, with about 2 in 5 likely voters approving of the president. Data shows it's being driven by consistent ratings among Republicans. 86% of Republicans say they approve of the president, but a majority of voters disapprove of the president's job in office, including 62% of women.
Voters were also asked about hypothetical presidential matchups for the 2028 election. Polling shows a former United States Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, and U.S. Senator Jon Ossoff with sizable leads over both Vice President J.D. Vance and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. It also shows a large lead for California Governor Gavin Newsom over Vance. Former VP Kamala Harris has a lead over Vance, but voters feel she would fall to Rubio. If U.S. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez earned the Democratic bid, voters seem to favor both Vance and Rubio.
We also have a good idea this morning of the issues those candidates could focus on if they make a run for the White House. Voters say right now the biggest priority is the economy. It comes as rising fuel costs and trade policies are dropping consumer confidence. Nearly an equal number of voters say threats to democracy and health care are the most important issue nationwide. And around 1 in 8 voters say that immigration should be the focus right now. If you would like to take a look at the full Emerson College poll and more election news, including the latest on South Carolina's GOP Senate runoff, you can always go to our website, qcnews.com.
Well, we are one step closer to learning the fate of the controversial I-77 South Toll Lane project. Last night, members of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization met for the last time before a vote on whether to reinstate support for the plans. Because of the way the voting is weighted, as long as Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and one other municipality vote against, there won't be enough support for the plans to move forward. As of now, it looks like that's what will happen.
The position of Charlotte remains unchanged, that we are not in support of reinstating the P3 project.
September 23rd, CRTPO members will formally vote on whether to support the I-77 South toll lanes. If they remain in opposition, the recently passed state budget would require municipalities to pay back at least $60 million in state funding already spent on the project's design. That's why several cities like Statesville, Cornelius, Monroe, and others have reaffirmed or reinstated their support. CRTPO members must make their decision before the October 5th deadline set by state lawmakers. The problem is it doesn't give them much time to explore other options to address congestion along the corridor.
One man is dead and the mother of his child is behind bars after a stabbing in front of a Southeast Charlotte business. This happened at a window tint installation shop off Monroe Road Tuesday night. That shop was closed for the day on Wednesday. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell tells us about the murder amid an ongoing child support dispute.
Charlotte Mecklenburg police say 32-year-old Kiara McKnight is now charged with murder for allegedly stabbing her child's father in front of his job in Southeast Charlotte. Witnesses say the man, now identified as John Christian, was closing up shop Tuesday around 6 when McKnight showed up to the business and blocked in Christian's car with hers. Witnesses told police that the pair got into a heated argument, which at some point turned physical. Moments later, police say McKnight sped off in her car, leaving behind Christian on the sidewalk with a stab wound to the torso. A manager from a nearby business tells us he heard the victim and suspect arguing outside but didn't see the actual stabbing. He tells us he did witness a homeless man that he typically would consider a bother calling for help and performing chest compressions on Christian until paramedics arrived. But tragically, it was too late. Timothy Eager owns a different business nearby and says he was shocked to learn what happened.
We don't like this type of stuff happening in the community. It's terrible, especially in front of another local business.
Authorities later tracked down McKnight in Indian Trail, where she admitted to deputies, quote, "I'm the one you're looking for." McKnight told detectives that she and Christian shared a child together and that the two of them frequently had arguments over child support. CMPD says this investigation remains active. As for McKnight, she's being held in the Mecklenburg County Jail on no bond. In Charlotte, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A North Carolina man faces charges this morning in connection to a deadly crash involving a university cycling team. John Benfield from Newland, North Carolina, is facing 2 counts of vehicular homicide and 5 counts of aggravated assault. Investigators say that crash happened around 9 yesterday morning in Hampton, Tennessee. Troopers say members of Milligan University cycling team were training when Benfield hit several of them. Two team members died and 7 others were taken to the hospital. 4 are reportedly still in critical condition. The university is now planning a campus-wide vigil later on this week.
Many Carolina high schools are moving their first football games of the season from Friday to tonight because of severe storms in the forecast. But storms aren't the only extreme conditions they're watching out for. They also closely look at measurements to determine when it's too hot for practice. South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks shows us the precautions that they're taking.
Football teams normally have practice and workouts after classes, but the scorching heat is forcing South Carolina athletic trainers to work around the heat to keep athletes conditioned and cool.
We had the luxury with our school and how things are set up that we actually have what's called first block football. So we start at 7 a.m. because the heat it's so much cooler in the morning. We're able to go full go with pads, everything.
North and South Carolina high school associations use a wet bulb measurement, a scientific metric using the sun, radiant, humidity, and wind, along with the air temperature to determine the intensity of summer practices and games.
South Carolina's stipulation is whatever playing field that you're on, whether it's turf, grass, court, track, you take a specific reading. 15 minutes is what it takes for it to kind of adjust to that surface, and then you have to check it every 30 minutes.
York School District 1 uses an automated weather monitor to determine the wet bulb reading.
Right now, this says 83.2.
An athletic trainer, Brittany Sullivan, says she uses a different device to measure conditions.
Anything over 92.1, we're not doing anything outside. And this comes into play when we go North Carolina, South Carolina, because North Carolina has slightly different rules for their wet bulb. So they max out at 90 for their wet bulb.
The Environmental Protection Agency says 9,000 high school athletes are treated for heat-related injuries every year. Johns Hopkins Medicine reports the risk of developing a heat-related illness is 11.4 times higher in football than all other sports combined.
You know, we just need to make sure these kids are acclimated and are able to go out and perform successfully and not put themselves in danger.
Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
7:41 right now. Coming up, it's one of the most storied franchises in sports history. But the family that brought it to the prominence now wants to sell it. We break down the latest on the Buss family drama surrounding the sale of the Lakers with our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, coming up.
Welcome back. It's family drama playing out over one of the most recognizable sports franchises in the world. Los Angeles Lakers governor and minority owner Jeannie Buss is contesting her siblings' vote to sell the remaining 17.8% share of the Lakers. The 17-time NBA champion team was purchased by their father Jerry Buss back in 1979. A decision to sell the shares would end Buss's tenure as the Lakers governor because the job requires at least 15% ownership. She did have a deal to remain a controlling owner through 2030 and a deal with now former owner Mark Walter. However, the sale of the team to Josh Kushner and Bob Iger brings that deal into question.
All right, joining us now, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, good morning. So is this about ownership of the Lakers? Is it about the control? Like, what's the end game here? We know that there's obviously a family rift going on here.
Yeah, there's definitely a family rift. It starts with the proposed sale. Most of everyone except for Jeannie was all on board with this sale. And then you see her attorney throw out a letter saying that no, there's no approval to do this. So it's going down to a couple things. First of all, it's the trust. That's the document that I would look at to make sure and find guidance for, and I think the court would do the same thing. That's why Jeannie and her attorney are speaking with confidence, saying that any attempted sale that you guys are doing is going to be void. Yeah, you have the votes. You may outweigh me and outnumber me, but you don't have the authority. So it's less about anything else but authority. And where does that authority come from? It comes from the trust document. If the trust document is explicitly clear on how a sale has to occur, the court's going to look at the document. If the document is unclear, if it's ambiguous, if it's any type of even off of track any slight way, they'll look at any past court rulings. The past court rulings rule in her favor as well. So she has a trust document and she has the past court rulings that both are in her favor. And so I won't say it's a slam dunk, pun intended, but it's definitely going to be hard for the siblings to force her to sell. And so I'd say the last thing is the cherry on top is the most recent sale. The most recent sale in 2025, the language from the sale and from the NBA's own announcement says that she must have remaining control as a part of the previous sale. So you're asking three things to be struck down for this to occur. I doubt that any of that will happen.
So if you're the lawyers for the folks trying to buy the team, right, what are you doing to kind of make sure the deal continues to go through?
I'm talking to Jeannie first before I do anything. Like if I'm advising them, and my goal to advise you in situations like this is to look for any type of potential landmines. And a landmine, a crater-sized Grand Canyon-sized landmine is, well, who has authority to sell, who has control, and clearly it's Jeannie Buss. And so while having those other folks is a great idea, I would have started there before any announcement would be made. And the fact that her team came out and said, well, this is like within the same line of vein of them, leaking out false information makes this deal look even less likely to occur without her getting some type of controlling governance as a part of that deal. And I don't know how you draft that without her having remaining shares in the company. And so it's going to be problematic, but you start there. I would have said, hey, red flag. We just saw this deal in 2025 where she must remain. We got to have something crafted to do that, and it still didn't mention anything like that.
Khalif, how did it get to this point if it was crystal clear? You just mentioned the sale the Lakers went through last year. We know that Jeannie Buss has to sign off on this. So how did it even reach this point where the deal was allowed to, I guess, potentially start to go through without getting Jeannie Buss to sign off on this?
Rifts make clear water look murky and muddy. I mean, and so when you're in situations where you already have been relieved, two of the brothers were terminated from the company during restructuring.
Right.
You have these other situations where she did a power grab and was successful. When you do those types of things, there's a lot of animosity, and so not to mention they're all family. So if this were non-related folks, it would be contentious. But now you have family, so you have a long history of other issues that are in the background. But I think that's how it gets murky. That's how you believe, okay, we can outnumber her and still get this to pass.
Yeah.
But they're all wealthy enough to have legal counsel advising them on the same thing that I'm telling them is that, let's read the documents. The court's going to look at the four corners of the trust. If the trust says you can't sell it without her authority, you can't sell it.
It's like Succession in real life.
Yeah, it is.
Great
yeah,
show.
Tension around the Thanksgiving table. I have a feeling a little
Needless to say.
in a couple months for
It'll
sure.
be a big table though.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right. Yeah, good. It probably will be. All right, Khalif, thanks. More topics with him coming up in the next hour. Let's get over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman this morning. We know it's super hot. That's kind of part of the gig, being in the South in August. Any changes coming?
Changes coming this weekend, Jason. We'll see some cooler temperatures, a little bit lower humidity shaping up across the Carolinas as well. 75 degrees right now, winds out of the north-northwest about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 70s here outside on King Street in Boone. We see a little bit of cloud cover as we get things rolling here. Pinpoint radar, not much going on. As we get towards central portions of the Carolinas, quiet right now. We zoom out, we go wide. We got some scattered showers and storms pushing in off to our west here as we're moving through eastern Tennessee. That's going to try to move into the Carolinas as we head into the afternoon hours. Temperatures here this morning, mid to upper 70s, even with some slightly cooler weather over the weekend into next week. Still trending probably at or even a little bit above average here as we get towards the end of August. The muggy meter, well, it's going to be staying humid out there for the foreseeable future, but a little bit of relief here once we get to your Sunday. But for today, still going to see some potentially dangerous heat conditions out there. Anyone highlighted in red, that is major heat risk and something that you shouldn't take lightly. Weekend forecast, temperatures upper 80s, around the 90-degree mark, lower humidity once we get to Sunday and beyond. Futurecast in motion as we get things rolling heading into the afternoon. A couple of pop-up showers and storms developing here. This is 5 o'clock on your Thursday afternoon. We keep moving forward overnight Thursday, heading into your Friday. Some hit and miss showers and storms as we get things started here in the morning, and then we see more of that developing as we go into the afternoon hours, with some of these showers and storms continuing here across the region as we head into your Friday evening. More hit and miss showers and storms that continues overnight, and then continuing into your Saturday, though not going to be quite as widespread across the Carolinas. Then it starts to clear out. The northwesterly flow begins to take over, and we start to get a little bit cooler weather shaping up here across the Carolinas. Let's go to your Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Temperatures get back down to around average starting this weekend and continuing into early next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The back-to-school season is here, and we're looking beyond this school year.
Declining birth rates, changing classrooms, and a generation making different choices about having children. What does it all mean for the future of education?
Watch Taking Attendance, a Queen City News back-to-school special airing Monday, August 24th at 7 p.m.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning. We still have 2 hours left to go, so here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. It's been almost 1 year since the deadly stabbing of Irina Zarutska on Charlotte's light rail, and now there are reports her family plans to file a lawsuit. Our chief legal analyst, Kali Frodes, will be back to take a look at how that could play out in court. And it's back to school season, which means a refresher course on school bus safety. With more teen drivers out, kids walking or biking to class, there's a lot of potential distractions on the road. Chief Transportation Correspondent May Kay Beeler is making sure we're all prepared and remember the rules, especially about stopping. Well, President Trump is once again ramping up pressure on Iran. We'll have a live report from Washington with the latest on the ongoing war and what the president means by economic D-Day for the country. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored in local news in Charlotte.
While many people worry AI could be taking away jobs, a new study found that it could actually be helping younger workers land their first gig. Gen Z workers now account for over 2/3 of new hires in frontline tech positions. Those positions are typically used to help grow and expand artificial intelligence. AI salaries vary significantly, but a LinkedIn analysis of job posting pay data shows the median salary for a typical AI role is $177,000. That's more than double the $80,000 median salary for non-AI roles.
I think with any change in technology, there's going to be opportunities and challenges. And I definitely know people in my personal life and from doing social media on both sides of that coin. And I think that especially because with AI, the technology is changing so rapidly.
The LinkedIn study found many Gen Zers say they have anxiety about AI taking job opportunities away from them. And that's why they said they're willing to work with the tech in order to protect their paycheck. All right, stay with us. Our 8 a.m. hour starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Hey, happy Thursday, everyone. Welcome into Queen City News, our 8 o'clock hour. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Thank you so much for waking up with us bright and early here as we hit the 8 o'clock hour. Temperatures are going to start to heat up fairly quickly across the region, but a little bit of relief on the way this weekend. See some cooler temperatures, lower humidity.
Andrew, I do have a question about the games tomorrow. I know some teams already moved it. Severe weather, or should we be worried about that, or is it more just a chance for it?
It's a chance. I mean, there will be scattered showers and thunderstorms around the Central Carolinas tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. It's something to be aware of if you are going to be going to any of those games. Maybe you have a child that's playing in one of those games. Just something to be thinking about here with some of these storms that are going to be moving on through. We've got another hot day on the way here across the Carolinas. Temperatures going to be moving on up across the Carolinas here into the middle 90s this afternoon. Going to be a scorcher. The rain and storm chances do return on your Friday here. We could even see a little bit today, but especially on Friday, that's where we're going to see those storm chances moving through. And then behind it, got less heat, lower humidity actually, also starting on Sunday, continuing into next week. 78 degrees right now, northerly winds about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 70s, dealing with that humidity out there. Current alerts down across portions of the Sandhills. We get towards Richmond County. We've got heat advisories currently in effect with those temperatures about 105 to 107 is what's going to feel like on the skin during the afternoon hours. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions here throughout the Central Carolinas. As we zoom out, we got a little bit of storm activity across portions of eastern Tennessee. That's what's going to be moving into the Carolinas here as we go through the next couple of days. And that's going to be the catalyst for some of this storm activity we're going to be dealing with. Temperatures right now, low to mid 70s. I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Jason?
Thank you very much, Andrew. Appreciate that. Hopefully your AC works wherever you are, because if you're sitting in traffic like what we're looking at here, 77 southbound, just north of Uptown with that sun coming out right now, whoo, it is going to be toasty. So that at least will help sitting in traffic, maybe listening to a podcast. 77 South is struggling once it gets under LaSalle Street. Everyone hitting their brakes, trying to work their way closer into Uptown. As we pull out and look around the Crown, you can see volume from all the different areas, down from Lake Norman, in from Mint Hill and Matthews, up from South Carolina, Gaston County, everyone trying to work their way closer into Charlotte. No major accidents right now, which is good. Still seeing a lot of volume slow down on 85 North. Over 20 minutes to get from Gastonia to Belmont on 85. You can see down below near Cox Road. This is 85 at Cox Road. I mean, 2-3 miles an hour. It seems like it would take a lifetime to get from Gaston County into Mecklenburg County, but you'll get there eventually, I promise you. The other side of 85 up in Concord area, this is coming down from Cabarrus County. That stretch is looking good up there. We are seeing slowdowns on 77 southbound near Sam Fur. If you're coming down from Lake Norman, working your way through Huntersville, always slow trying to get into town. An earlier vehicle fire near the airport. This is Billy Graham and Wilkinson Boulevard. That has cleared. Just still seeing some backups there on Billy Graham Parkway. We don't see it from this camera angle here around the bend. All 8-9 lanes looking good there. Just know that things might still be slow if you're out near the airport in Billy Graham. Here's a good looking stretch here on inbound Independence. Once you come up Independence and cross under Sharon Amity Bridge, you can see everyone hitting the brakes up around the bend. No accidents being reported on Independence Boulevard. That's just a lot of folks at the same time going to the same place. We'll give you another update of your traffic. Don't speed and get a ticket on this Thursday. Another update coming your way around 8:30.
Early voting is underway for South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff. The race for the late Senator Lindsey Graham spot on the ballot is down to 2. His sister, interim Senator Darlene Graham, and Congressman Ralph Norman. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen. That'll take you to our website, qcnews.com, with all you need to know about polling locations. Polling locations open at 8:30, and they'll close at 5 today and tomorrow. The runoff is set for next Tuesday.
National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
That answer from interim Senator Graham to a question about Taiwan is making national headlines. This all happened during a debate put on by Newsmax and SCE-TV between South Carolina Republican candidates for Senate. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber shows us the fallout that Graham's answer has now caused.
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security. So but I do support the military.
It's that answer from Senator Darlene Graham during a Tuesday night debate put on by South Carolina ETV and Newsmax that made national headlines.
National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
The rest of the debate between Graham and her opponent, U.S. Rep. Ralph Norman, contained topics we've heard a lot about over the past few weeks, including data centers.
You changed your position because you originally said you were for just data centers in general. That's what you said.
I also said that there needs to be community involvement, community guidelines, community guardrails. Maybe you didn't hear that part.
And Silfab Solar's plant in Fort Mill.
What about Silfab, that you negotiated a deal in your backyard where a company that mixes chemicals was built near several schools?
I'm not on the county council, I'm not on city council. I didn't approve any funding that they got.
The two also sparring over their loyalty to the president. Graham arguing Norman's concerns with parts of the Big Beautiful Bill call into question his true allegiances.
You were the holdout on the Big Beautiful Bill, and Trump had to call you in and convince you to sign it.
It wasn't anything like what you're talking about. It was, he said, what are you holding it up for? I said, well, the subsidies for electric cars is dumb. The subsidies for passive solar and wind are stupid. I was cutting it out, and we made it better. He agreed.
Andy Weber, Queen City News.
There's a new front in the war with Iran as President Trump is targeting the country's economy.
He's also threatening other countries that may want to help them.
News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson joins us live with the very latest. Rashad, good morning.
Good morning to you. President Trump is calling it Economic D-Day. It's an attempt to cut Iran off from the rest of the world and pressure them to come back to the negotiating table. It also comes as the president says there are currently no talks scheduled with Iran. After months of military strikes, President Trump is now trying to squeeze Iran financially.
We have things that we could sanction. We have very draconian sanctions, and we'll see what happens.
The president announced what he calls, quote, the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country, and warns other nations they could pay a price for helping Iran. The president said countries allowing their banks, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide Iran an economic lifeline could face tremendous economic consequences. Iran's foreign minister called the president's Economic D-Day a distraction and warns this could threaten the global economy. But the White House says countries are getting oil elsewhere.
People have found other alternatives, which they never thought about. Texas, Alaska, Louisiana. I think the Hormuz Strait's not going to be quite as important as it was in the past.
So now the question becomes, will this new economic pressure accomplish what months of military action was unable to do? And that's getting Iran to come back to the negotiating table. Back to you.
All right, Rashad Hudson live at our nation's capital. Thanks, Rashad. Asheville's mayor is calling for the city to end its contract with Flock safety camera systems. Mayor Esther Banheimer says that resident concerns about privacy, data use, and civil liberties prompted the move. The city currently operates 11 Flock cameras, and terminating the contract would remove the system and end access to its data network. The debate comes as Flock's license plate reader technology faces growing scrutiny nationwide over surveillance and privacy concerns. The vote is expected to take place next Tuesday.
Well, carrying your driver's license in your wallet will soon be a thing of the past here in the Tar Heel State. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us about the new program allowing your ID to be stored right in your phone.
As the North Carolina DMV continues to work to improve its performance, it's planning to roll out a new program that would not require drivers to have a physical license.
It's another option for people. You won't have to get one if you don't want one. It'll just be kind of a supplemental form of your identification.
It's called the North Carolina Digital ID or Mobile Driver's License. Officials say it'll be available in December and it's free.
A lot of people don't carry cash or even cards anymore because you can tap to pay from your phone. Same idea with having a digital ID. You could have the credential on your phone.
Digital IDs are already accepted here at Charlotte Douglas for out-of-state passengers that have them. So that's why this will be the first place where you no longer have to insert your ID, and instead you'll be able to tap to get through.
This just opens the aperture up to more passengers and gives them a faster way through the checkpoint, being able to download the physical card onto something that people carry with them everywhere they go.
If you've used touchless ID at CLT, this will feel familiar. TSA is first in line in North Carolina's new mobile ID program, with plans to eventually expand it to traffic stops and places like ABC stores and restaurants.
It's not the same as, literally taking a picture of it and being able to share that with law enforcement or someone at TSA, or that it's not that. It's much more secure and digitally verified.
You'll still want your physical license until it's more widely accepted. It'll be limited to the North Carolina Wallet app before expanding to other digital wallets. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
An experimental skin cancer vaccine is offering hope for patients with a deadly form of the disease. Drug developers Moderna and Merck say in late-stage trials, the mRNA skin cancer vaccine called intismeran significantly reduced the recurrence and spread of melanoma. They describe it as the first breakthrough of its kind. Results showed the vaccine-drug combo appeared to extend the time before cancer returned in high-risk patients. The treatment also reduced the risk of cancer spreading to distant parts of the body.
Coming up after the break, I've got the latest on the warm and humid weather we're going to be contending with across the Carolinas with my pinpoint forecast next. And you're watching Queen City News, the most on air and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Jurors in the murder trial of Lindsay Clancy were sent home early for the day yesterday. That happened after the defense looked to determine if they could call Emily Thorndike as a witness. Thorndike is a TikTok user and licensed clinical social worker who happened to work at the facility Clancy checked herself into before allegedly killing her children. Now, she's posted about the hospital online, saying that it isn't properly staffed during the holidays and was skeptical about Clancy's care.
Joining us now, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, when a judge is determining if a witness can be listened to, I mean, relevance, expertise, like how do you determine that this is going to be a credible witness?
You're all over it. And so first, let's paint the picture. This is all happening outside the presence of the jury. And so they will have a basically mini question and hearing right there in front of the judge. Defense goes first, kind of attempts to lay the foundation for why this person should be an expert, why they should be allowed to testify. So there were a couple things that the judge asked after that process. But I'll say this, and this isn't to make light at the TikTok individual, but when you start with your credentials by listing the high school you graduated from, it's probably going to be problematic. Most of these folks that are testifying are going to be a PhD. They're going to be some type of doctor level, even at the master's at the very minimum. But when she started there, I knew that this was crumbling apart, and the prosecutors kind of hit on that when they started asking questions as well, trying to undermine her credibility. But relevance is where we would probably land on this. Federal Rules of Evidence 403 is where we'd say, is it going to be more prejudicial than probative? And so that's what the judge basically said, that while he appreciated her time, while he understood that she was not someone that was going to get up there and give testimony that was uncredible, he didn't understand and or appreciate the prejudicial portion versus the probative portion. Specifically, she wouldn't be adding anything, and whatever she could add, agreeing with what prosecution said, was something that could be found in the record itself. Prosecutor said, well, why do we need to bring her in to explain how they run as a business when we can just look at the subpoenaed records and show you exactly? And so that would be the better way to do that if we're trying to introduce evidence. They also talked about a number of times about it not being listed as a 5-star location. That was defense attempt to say that because this was some lower tiered residence or location is to why she received lower tier services. And the judge smacked that argument down, saying at no point in the record was there any type of argument that this was a 5-star location. And so for using her and her TikTok bashing of this location would again be more hurtful than helpful.
There's been so much online speculation in this case, right? And when this happened yesterday, the jury was sent home early. Some of the rumblings were this might be going for a mistrial, and it was because of something that the prosecution did on cross-examination of a defense witness. And I want to play that soundbite for you.
You active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Counsel, could I see you over here?
All right, so that's prosecution asking Lindsay Clancy's former mother-in-law about who again was called for the defense as a character witness, and they brought her religion into this, saying, "Do you know that murder is a moral sin?" The judge, right on top of that. Why is that question a problem?
Absolutely a no-no, and I'll go back. It wasn't the judge. Defense attorney is the one who said, "Judge, object."
Oh, okay.
And then the judge then jumps in and is like, "Yes, instantly a both approach." And so, yeah, you don't want to bring any. I said we don't want to. You're not allowed to bring those types of questions into it, where it's calling in the question of the individual's religion, and so and then you're trying to set the barometer or the standard for some type of accountability or culpability, and that's what that type of question is doing. The standard in this courtroom will be delivered to you by the judge. The judge will give you what the rule of law is, and so if you need to be beyond a reasonable doubt, we are fully satisfied and entirely convinced if that's what the standard is. If this case was in North Carolina, that's what it would be. And so if you're saying that you're now trying to shift or move the goalpost to some other standard of what morality should be or what culpability should be, the judge won't entertain that. And so, yes, rightfully so, struck that down. Now, folks are asking, is this something that should lead to a mistrial? I think it's something that would lead to an opportunity to appeal. I think the judge handled this the right way. And so you can see this isn't the judge's first time conducting a jury trial. The second this is an objection occurs, they approach, the judge addresses it, and then he gives a jury instruction. Listen, disregard what you just heard, strike that from the record, don't consider that for your process when you're evaluating this. That's what you want to have happen. So even if you appeal, the appeal's going to not look at the statement, but look at how the judge handled it, and the judge handled it by the book. So while I don't think it's an opportunity for a mistrial, you can ask for it, I think the judge would deny it. You go and appeal it later, I don't think it's grounds for an appeal. If the judge would have allowed it in, 100% appealable and granted. If the judge would have given an improper statement in terms of how they're supposed to handle it, the jury, appealable. I just don't think that everything that happened is how it was supposed to happen after that bad question.
Khalif, you mentioned what you think of the judge handling that instance there. Again, a lot of people watching this, and everybody likes to try to make an attachment to why did this happen, or this might mean this. When the jury is dismissed early, can you speak to the way that the judge handles, okay, the jury maybe have had too much today, I'm going to dismiss them early. How does a judge handle the flow of a trial and decide whether or not to dismiss a jury early?
And I like the way you stated that. That last portion of your question is the judge has to handle the flow. And so a good judge is going to not micromanage, but manage the game. They're calling balls and strikes. They're not letting things like that question get in when it's not supposed to. So if someone objects, you'll sustain it, and you won't overrule it. But in the situation in terms of time management, some things are allowed they're discussed in the beginning. They're like, hey, we're going to break at noon regardless of where we're at today. I don't want to allow them to start another witness that may be a long 2 days or 1 day. A judge is going to ask those questions to both sides to kind of gauge where they're at with their day. And so this could have been something that was already outside of the presence of the jury. But I suspect after all the things that happened, it was just a good time to stop right there and let's pick it up the next day. They unpacked a lot for sure.
So much coverage and so many people watching this case and where all it goes. I know this is not anywhere near the end of it. Khalif, thanks. Appreciate that. This case, not the only thing heating up as we bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Carolina's in the crosshairs for major heat today.
Yeah, that's right, Jason. Going to be an absolute scorcher out there. Now temperatures starting to move up, 78 degrees currently, winds out of the north at about 3 to 4 miles an hour. 2 points currently in the lower 70s as we get things started here. Boone camera outside on King Street. Not too much going on currently here. A little bit more cloud cover as we get up into the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar quiet across the central Carolinas right now, but as we zoom out and we go wide, we see some cloud cover starting to move in, a little bit of shower activity across portions of Tennessee. We'll see how much of that works its way into the central Carolinas. Temperatures right now mid to upper 70s out there. Places like Wilmington in the lower 80s, 82 in Memphis. And the temperature outlook here through the end of the month. So even with some slightly cooler temperatures, still trending really kind of at or even slightly above average. And high temperatures over the next 7 days, well, going to be hovering right around the 90-degree mark or so right through the middle part of next week. So we at least get a little bit closer to average out there across the Carolinas, but still got to deal with the significant heat risk today, a major heat risk. As we see those feels like temperatures going to be pushing up towards 105 in some spots. Futurecast as we go through today, isolated shower storm possible this afternoon. Not going to be a huge deal out there. We see as we enter the evening and overnight hours, some hit and miss showers and storms across the region. As we get into the afternoon hours on your Friday, we see some more scattered showers and storms. I think it'll be a little bit more widespread than what Futurecast is indicating here as we go throughout your Friday. Just keep that in mind as the front is pushing on through. Heading into your Saturday morning, we start off dry and then we see more pop-up showers and storms developing as we head off into the afternoon and early evening hours. Sunday morning, skies start to clear, and then we're going to be treated to pleasant weather and also some slightly cooler temperatures as well. Your Pinpoint 7-day forecast, temperatures hovering right around the 90-degree mark as we go through the weekend and into early next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
It is 8:24. Welcome back. Beautiful shot over the New York City skyline as they are kicking off another day of trading. We're still over an hour before those markets open. As we're looking at futures, though, not looking so good as that shot. The Dow's down almost 400 points. S&P, NASDAQ down. The futures little changed. Snapping a 3-day slide with those indexes here. Now the highs this morning, closing numbers as we look yesterday, couldn't be more opposite. Everything ended in the green yesterday. 119 up the Dow yesterday. NASDAQ, S&P also in the green. Again, the opening bell starts around 9:30 this morning. We'll give you those numbers coming up at a little over an hour. Flight attendants and pilots reportedly have the highest rates of cancer deaths. According to a new Harvard Medical School study, those deaths are even higher than workers who routinely handle radioactive materials. Researchers say 7% of flight attendant deaths and 6.7% of pilot deaths were linked to radiation-associated cancers. The suspected culprit, repeated exposure to cosmic radiation at high altitudes. Retailers that secretly personalize their prices might soon face serious consequences. The possible policy change from the Federal Trade Commission would target companies that change prices based on customers' personal data. It's the agency's latest move in a years-long look at surveillance pricing. Last year, the FTC found some businesses were using third-party companies to help vary online prices based on a shopper's location, browsing history, and other factors like income. This new rule would now force companies to disclose those practices. And online influencers are pushing teens to take better care of their skin. New research finds teens are using about 14 personal care products every day, which is the same as adult women and twice as many as teen males. Teens who followed influencers with product lines or watched beauty tutorials used 30 to 40% more products. Researchers say the downside, though, to that is that teens tend to not check ingredient labels for questionable chemicals. You were watching Queen City News on this Thursday morning. Independence Boulevard looks kind of like a parking lot. We'll take a look at traffic and your weather coming up after this break.
8:30. Welcome into Queen City News Now. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us this half hour. It is hot outside. If you haven't been out there, I mean, it's like it has been really every day this week. Andrew Brightman taking a look at our forecast. Some changes coming. Our lawn, like weed person came the other day to spray for weeds and bugs and left a note on my door. Said your grass is crunchy.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I clearly am saving money by not watering like I should, but I mean, so I need a little relief
Grass
for that
is
too.
always greener at the Harper household.
Apparently not.
Apparently not. Apparently it's crunchy and brown.
It's crunchy.
But yeah, we're gonna get a little bit needed water potential.
Okay, good.
For your lawn here. We are tracking a few scattered showers and storms, especially tomorrow, but also a little bit of heat relief on the way out there as you look towards uptown from West Charlotte. We got quiet conditions currently. It's already seen a little bit of morning color here shaping up across the Carolinas. It's gonna be a beautiful morning, but this afternoon might see a couple of those isolated showers and storms. What do you need to know as you're going to be stepping on out the door? It's going to be another hot day out there across the region. The storm chances return, though, on your Friday, and then as we go into early next week, less heat, lower humidity on the way early next week across the region. Charlotte live cam, 78 degrees, winds out of the north at about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 70s as we get things started. Current alerts, we do have heat advisories in effect across portions of the Sandhills. We get down towards Richmond County. Pinpoint satellite, a little bit of cloud cover here as we get up towards the foothills and mountains, and we'll see maybe a little bit of that more moving in as we continue to make our way throughout the morning hours and into the early afternoon. Still not seeing anything, though, really to talk about here on Pinpoint Radar. It's a quiet start out there. No issues for the morning commute. Zooming out, though, a little bit more, we are seeing a little bit of storm activity. The line of storms is weakening, though, as it makes its way farther into eastern Tennessee. Going to be keeping an eye on that for sure. Now, as we zoom out all the way here, airport delays, we do have no major issues out there right now. Always special check ahead with your local carrier, but at least not seeing any major problems. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s right now across the central Carolinas, middle 60s here as we head on up into the higher elevations. Hour by hour forecast as we make our way through your Thursday. Boy, is it going to be heating up quickly out there. Temperatures heading up into the middle 90s as we make our way into the middle part of the afternoon. Feels like temperatures continue to get hotter and hotter. Talking more about your forecast and what's on the way this weekend, Jason, coming up with my Pinpoint 7-Day.
Andrew, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. We are seeing volume continue to just increase as we go throughout the day. Man, listen, it's either the cameras, our computers, or traffic is really sputtering and buffering. It's really hard to tell. Traffic is moving slow. This is I-77 north and south going onto LaSalle, just north of Uptown. Some of the NC DOT cameras on the network here are they're going through something today. I think they need a little coffee break or something like that. As we look around the crown, we've got about a dozen, a little less than a dozen incidents. Not all these represent accidents. Just a lot of merging issues, slowdowns on ramps, trying to get from one interstate to another. So we're taking a look at these, some that might affect you the most. Of course, it's always, every day, the usual suspect is 85 northbound coming from Gastonia to Belmont. That camera is slow. It is more than 0 minutes. I can promise you that. It's about 25 minutes to get from Gastonia to Belmont right now, and we're looking at some slow speeds in West Charlotte. Hearing there's an accident 85 south at Sam Wilson and the west side of 45 outer at 35 miles an hour. 85 coming down from Cabarrus County, also slow as well. So we'll continue to take a look at traffic. These slowdowns up near Huntersville and others. We'll wrap it all up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Julian?
All right, thank you, Jason. When it comes to the controversial I-77 toll lane expansion, Charlotte regional leaders are holding their ground in opposition, at least for now. What's working in their favor is because of the way the voting is weighted. As long as Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and one other municipality vote against the plan, there won't be enough support for it to move forward. Queen City News anchor Caroline Boyer has more from their latest meeting.
The position of Charlotte remains unchanged, that we are not in support of reinstating the P3 project.
That's the update Charlotte City Councilman Ed Driggs gave to his fellow Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization members Wednesday night.
I can tell you that there is activity underway to explore whether there could be a path forward.
Much of the board is looking to Charlotte to get an idea of how the upcoming vote will go. Next month, CARPO members will decide whether to support the I-77 South toll lanes or remain in opposition and be forced to pay at least $60 million in state funding already spent on the project's design.
Asking us to pay it back, and we have not seen any line item list at all. So I'd like to know where that number came from.
A stipulation in the state budget says any community that votes against the project must pay back the funds. It's why several municipalities like Statesville, Cornelius, Monroe, and others have reaffirmed or reinstated support.
That's when you change your votes for those that changed. And that's a sad state of affairs because that, in my opinion, that takes the hard work that this board has done historically and diminishes the importance of this and puts us in the position of being the policy board only that makes its decisions based on a head nod from the legislature.
CARPO members must make their decision before the October 5th deadline set by state lawmakers. The problem is it doesn't give them much time to explore other options to address congestion along the corridor.
There's no way we're going to have a complete analysis, alternative analysis done by October. It's just impossible, and I think they know that.
Again, that was Caroline Boyer reporting. CRTPO's next meeting is September 23rd. That's when the vote will happen on whether to reinstate support for those toll lanes.
Saturday marks 1 year since the stabbing death of Irina Zarutska on the light rail in South End. And local transportation leaders say they have been very busy making sure the public is safe. Metropolitan Public Transit Authority trustee Julia Eiselt says that with every upgrade to security on the transit system, Irina is on their minds. However, she knows that oftentimes the perception about safety for riders is still difficult to overcome.
They feel is real, right? So getting on the light rail and seeing that there is more fair enforcement, seeing our ambassadors on the platform, knowing that there's more cameras, knowing that there's more systems to be able to report. I see a difference in presence of security, and I hope that others do too, and I hope that others will feel good about riding the system with those improvements.
Now you can watch that full interview with MPTA trustee Julie Eiselt and CAT's interim CEO Brent Cagle this Sunday. That's for On the Record. It airs at 8:30 a.m. on Queen City News.
This morning, Gaston County officials are asking for the person who abandoned 5 puppies in the heat to come forward. They're hoping to find that person, that it'll make it easier for the litter to find their forever homes. Queen City News reporter David Schumann spoke with Animal Care about how the dogs are doing and what comes next.
These puppies are getting reacclimated to a safe environment. Gaston County Animal Care and Enforcement officers picked them up Tuesday at the end of a rural cul-de-sac southwest of Gastonia. Officer Cindy Zimmerman says they were found without water and with 2 small bags of food.
It's pretty obvious what happened.
Whoever appears to have abandoned the dogs, Zimmerman hopes they'll come forward for the dogs' sake.
I'm not saying there won't be charges, but our goal is to get a surrender for these dogs so that they don't have to sit in the shelter. No, our goal is to get these pups out of here.
I spoke to the neighbor who found the dogs here and reported them to county officials. She said they were nervous and definitely scared to go near the box they were dropped off in.
Made me so sad. Like, I couldn't imagine doing that to my dog. Like, I don't know how anybody with a heart could do that.
Zimmerman says the puppies were wormy and had bloated bellies.
When somebody puts a dog out, that dog will stay in that area because they're waiting for their person to come back and get them. And that's the heartbreaking part. And they're all friendly, they're sweet, but it's a hard thing to watch.
With no cameras in the area, Zimmerman says if no one can identify the owner, a lot depends on that person identifying themselves.
If you come forward, it's going to look better for you.
In Gaston County, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Gaston County Animal Enforcement officers tell us, unfortunately, they deal with abandoned animals far too often. They say this type of thing happens multiple times every single month.
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? And if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, so but I do support the military. I'm not a polished politician up here. National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
South Carolina Republican Senate candidate Darlene Graham is now getting national attention for her answer to that debate question. It came as she faced off with Congressman Ralph Norman Tuesday night in Newberry. Her response is being called a major misstep by some in the media. Yesterday, Graham tried to reassure voters that she's ready for the job.
I want to know what's important to South Carolina. Right now, I think the gas prices, affordability, the price of health care is really important to people in South Carolina. But any issue that I'm not informed on, I'm smart, I can always become informed on.
Now, we sat down with Congressman Ralph Norman to talk about his Senate campaign and whether Senator Graham's answer on national security would disqualify her from taking the job.
It's not disqualifying. Look, everybody prepares differently. She signed up for this job. She's been under a lot of, her brother died, as I said last night, but it's not disqualifying. She's disqualifying herself by not getting more prepared. And to not know that is pretty shocking, really.
And you can watch the full sit-down with Representative Norman on our website. That's qcnews.com. We do have some breaking news coming out of Chester County. Deputies say they found 2 people dead and another injured after an early morning shooting. It happened around 12:30 in the area of Mays Drive in the Edgemore community. All 3 victims had been shot. Investigators say they have identified one of the deceased as the shooter. A 3rd person was transported to the hospital for treatment. Their condition is unknown. Detectives believe this all stemmed from some sort of altercation between the suspected shooter and the 2 victims. The Chester County Sheriff's Office says this is an ongoing investigation, and of course we'll update you as soon as we learn more.
The United Arab Emirates are condemning Iran for 2 missiles launched towards their territory. The UAE believes Iran was targeting maritime ships. However, Tehran is denying those claims. Because of those claims, the Emiratis say that they are cutting off trade with Iran effective immediately. This is far from the only tension going on in the region, though. There were 3 confirmed attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz from Saturday to Tuesday. President Trump says there are no plans for further negotiations with Iran. Iran says they won't ease off until their demands are met. Well, a new Novant Medical Center is coming to Lincoln County following an approval by NCDHHS. The Novant Health Lincoln Medical Center will be in the Denver area at the intersection of Highway 73 and North Ingleside Farm Road. The 24-bed community hospital will feature a range of inpatient and outpatient services and a dedicated cesarean section operating room. The hospital is designed to meet the healthcare needs of residents while providing some flexibility to support the community's future growth. It's expected to open in 2031. Maykay?
All right, switching gears now. Has it been a while since you were in driver's ed? Well, it's time to get back to school savvy when it comes to school bus safety rules. Yeah, I'm Maykay Buehler coming up a refresher. What we all need to know about sharing the road with the yellow buses. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Stay with us.
All right, drivers, listen up. You got to use caution. It is back to school time, which means added commotion and distractions out on the roadways, crosswalks and school zones.
Yeah, school buses, new teen drivers, parent carpools, students walking, bicycling, maybe scootering to school. There's a lot going on.
That's right. Chief Transportation Correspondent May-Kay Beeler joins us with a look at what we need to know about sharing the road with school buses. A lot of us need refreshers, but as we just mentioned, there's a lot going on.
Oh, just too much going on. So if it's been a while since you've been in driver's ed, raise your hand.
That might be all of us.
Okay. All right. So you might have forgotten the rules, or at least we need to brush up on them. Getting kids to school safely, it's everyone's responsibility. So get ready for heavier traffic than normal, especially at first. A lot of parents like to drive their kids to school during the first few days back. That, according to AAA's Tiffany Wright with the Auto Club of the Carolinas. She says it's good to budget an extra half hour for your morning commute. But even if you're late, please follow the rules. A AAA survey reveals about 60% of North Carolinians, they're going to drive through a school zone or pass a school bus on their normal driving route. So you need to slow down and pay attention. When to stop for school buses can cause confusion for some drivers. According to AAA survey, 15% of respondents admit to driving around a school bus while its lights were flashing and stop arms extended. No, it's against the law. All right, be aware, if you're driving behind a bus, allow a greater following distance than if you were like behind a car. It's going to give you more time to stop. It is illegal in all 50 states to pass a school bus that is stopped to load or unload children. Never pass a bus from behind or from either direction if you're on an undivided road, if it is stopped to load or unload children. Now, the area 10 feet around a bus, that's the most dangerous for children. Stop far enough back to allow them space to safely enter and exit the bus. And please be alert, children we know can be unpredictable and they tend to ignore hazards.
No.
Yep.
Well, they're
and
like
take risks.
They're like bouncing footballs. just when you go after them, they juke this way and trying to catch them. All right, you mentioned undivided roads.
All right.
Those are certain rules. Well, we got a lot of divided roads, even neighborhood roads around the area.
This is where it gets confusing. All right, vehicles traveling in the same direction. All lanes behind the bus must stop completely. Now, on a divided road with a physical median or barrier, only vehicles traveling in the same direction as the school bus must stop. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
All right, vehicles traveling in the opposite direction, oncoming traffic, separated by a physical median, a grass strip, or a concrete barrier, do not have to stop. All right, so if there's a physical barrier there, they can keep going, but you have to stop. Now, this is important. The type of the median matters. The separation must be a physical barrier or an unpaved median. A simple painted double line or a shared center turn line, It means all traffic in both directions must stop. This does not count as a divided highway.
Okay.
And if you're confused, just stop.
Yeah, would you rather err on the side of caution?
Yeah, exactly.
And I've been in that situation where I was following somebody. It was a divided highway. There was a median, a grass strip, but they stopped, and I did too.
Yeah.
If you're confused,
You just
let's
never
just
know.
stop. Let's not.
Don't lay on your horn either. You know,
I
it's going to
know.
take everyone maybe a couple weeks to go, oh, yeah, do I stop? I don't know.
No.
I mean, even
we don't
give it
always
a pause
remember.
too once the arm goes back in, because the kids, when they're crossing in front of it,
yeah.
you're behind the school bus, you can't see them until they
That's
pop
right.
on the other side.
That's right.
Okay, is it safe to ride a school bus for parents who may have fears? I don't want to put Johnny and Jill on there. Is it safe to ride a school bus?
Right. And I have a friend who says, well, I'm going to drive my kids to school always. It's not safe. Not true. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, school buses are one of the safest transportation options for children, accounting for less than 1% of all traffic fatalities nationwide.
That's good news.
Even if they don't have seatbelts.
You know what, though? I feel like
I
this
know,
is...
and I don't get that. Do you get that?
No,
Well, they
not
don't have-
really.
no, I don't, but I feel like it's almost like whenever you hear about an airline crash, like an airplane crash, everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's dangerous to fly. It's not. They're safer than even driving. This is the same
Right.
thing with school buses. You hear of a
Yeah.
school bus crash, like,
Yes.
it's dangerous. In actuality,
Yeah.
it's not that dangerous for kids to ride it. It's safer than
Right.
probably driving to school.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, real fast reminder, we were talking about this right before we came on with this topic. Be aware there are so many kids that are either walking, cycling, or on these electric scooters.
E-bikes? Yeah.
Yeah, or e-bikes. They're zooming all over the place, so it may not be you that we're worried about not remembering the rules of the road, although you may need the refresher. It's looking out for these kids that are wearing headphones, not waiting for the crosswalk. They just buzz across.
Everything's noise canceling too. They're not going to hear you.
That's it. And so you have to look out for them. So be a defensive driver as well this time of year.
Yes, it's dangerous. They're not paying attention. All right, we all need to slow down.
Good
be aware.
reminders. All right, May Kay, thank you.
All right, 8:50 time. Let's get back over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Look, Andrew, when we were going to school, we had to walk uphill both ways 9 miles.
In the snow.
In the snow. Kids today, they only have to deal with like severe heat, right?
That's right. You know, where would we be without these tips from May Kay? You know, some of the stuff I was like, whoa, I never even thought about that. So thank you, May Kay. 78 degrees right now as you're stepping on out the door. Winds out of the north here at about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points in the lower 70s. Boone camera, we got a little bit of cloud cover, but otherwise looking good as you get ready to step on out the door this morning. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions across the central Carolina. As we zoom out, we go wide, watching a little bit of shower and storm activity making its way across eastern portions of Tennessee. Going to be pushing into the Carolinas as we go throughout the day. Temperatures right now, upper 70s and lower 80s out there, generally 67 in Boone right now. Pollen forecast going to be a little bit on the elevated side, not crazy, but a little bit higher grass pollen out there for sure. The muggy meter, until we get to Sunday, it still stays very elevated here across the Carolinas. Then we get some improvement for Sunday and heading into next week. The heat risk for today is pretty significant, major out there, in fact. And tomorrow, the focus is really going to start to turn to the potential for isolated strong storms that we could see across the Carolinas. Futurecast in motion. We get things rolling here heading into the afternoon. Some hit and miss showers and storms starting to pop up. And then really as we go into your Friday, that's going to be the time period here that I think we'll see the scattered showers and storms overnight and then through into the afternoon hours. We'll see some of that hit and miss wet weather continuing across the Carolinas Friday night, slowly drying out. And then as we go into your Saturday morning, a lot of cloud cover to start. And then we start to see some hit and miss showers and storms flaring up across the region. To 7 o'clock on your Saturday evening, more scattered shower and storm activity across the region until we get to Sunday, and then things start to dry out and get a little bit lower humidity across the Carolinas. Pinpoint 7-day forecast, well, hovering around the 90-degree mark going into next week, but that's a big improvement compared to what we're going to have to deal with today. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The back-to-school season is here, and we're looking beyond this school year.
Declining birth rates, changing classrooms, and a generation making different choices about having children. What does it all mean for the future of education?
Watch Taking Attendance, a Queen City News back-to-school special airing Monday, August 24th at 7 p.m.
Welcome back. Some older Americans may be facing a bizarre phenomenon, being old enough to get Social Security, but not being able to get all of it because they still have to pay back student loans. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders is looking to change that. He wants seniors with student loans in default to continue to get Social Security instead of having portions of it withheld. There are more than 3 million Americans over the age of 62 who carry student loan debt, whether it's their own or for their children. 450,000 of them are reportedly in default and could be targeted in the federal Treasury offset program. It allows the government to withhold 15% of Social Security checks if they have federal loans in default, as long as those beneficiaries would be left with $750 a month. China's 2026 World Robot Conference is kicking off in Beijing. The high-tech event is meant to showcase the country's expanding robot industry with humanoid robots and artificial intelligence. One of China's leading robotics companies, Ubatech, brought several new robot models to the conference, including one that played table tennis with a human and others that performed boxing moves. Some models demonstrated tasks such as moving components around like in a factory. Others managed to pull off a household task of folding clothes. Yes, sign me up for that one. Organizers say more than 3,000 products are on display during that 5-day conference. I like it. Please come to my house and redo my closet. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Queen City News starts now.
9 o'clock on the nose. Welcome in everyone to our
hour. You know it.
Oh, you're so excited.
Hour. Here we go. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
And I'm meteorologist Andrew Brightman, in for meteorologist Ted Phaeton, of course, on Daddy Duty. Now, as we get to the final hour here of Queen City News Now, we are tracking some beautiful weather, albeit hot, across the Carolinas. Guys, going to be a toasty one out there as temperatures soar up into the middle 90s this afternoon. Going to be feeling probably around the 100-degree mark, or maybe even a little above it here later on. Right now, though, as we get over to Charlotte Motor Speedway, we got sunshine, we got nice weather out there across the Carolinas. It's going to be the most comfortable part of the day, obviously. Going to be another hot one. Storm chances return tomorrow here across the Carolinas. Then we have less heat, lower humidity as we get to early next week here across the region. What do you need to know? Charlotte live cam right now, 82 degrees, calm conditions, dew point at the 70-degree mark. It is humid. It is soupy. What else is new? Down across the Sandhills, we get down towards Richmond County. That's where we have heat advisories in effect. Elsewhere, while it is going to be hot and humid, it doesn't rise to quite the level that would justify heat advisories elsewhere. Pinpoint satellite, a little bit of cloud cover moving on in this morning. Not seeing a lot of rainfall. But we are seeing a little bit of cloud cover push in. Relatively quiet here across the Carolinas this morning. We are, though, tracking there's those showers. They're weakening across eastern Tennessee. Going to be keeping an eye on that as we go throughout the day. Temperatures across the lower 48. Bozeman feels pretty nice. Up in Montana right now at 50 degrees, 60 in Denver, 70 in Louisville. And as we get on farther to the east here, temperatures into the upper 70s to around the 80-degree mark as we get towards the mid and deep south. Temperatures upper 70s, low 80s, starting to heat up. Got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, let's appreciate that. We're going to wrap up pinpoint traffic reports for the day. Traffic moving well just north of Uptown on I-77 near LaSalle Street. Let's stay on this map for a second because even though we're on the backside of rush hour, we've got a couple of issues that just popped up that are going to cause some slowdowns on the east side of the city. 485, let's see, let me take a look at this real fast. 485 enter, I believe. At the Albemarle exit. So if you look at the east side, let's say the 485 loop is like a clock face. 3 o'clock on the right-hand side, 45 enter, got a lane blocked. An accident right there on the ramp. If you're trying to get onto Albemarle, it's going to slow things down. Now, the most recent accident report that just came in, 2 lanes blocked on 85 southbound at Sugar Creek. We're hearing there might be an overturned vehicle this morning on 85. And so, again, 85 south at Sugar Creek Road, backed all the way up to University City. So that's going to cause a lot of headaches on the northeast part of town. 85 north coming out of Gaston County has still been stop and go traffic this morning. If you're headed to the airport, always check with your airlines, your app, to make sure there's no delays or cancellations. As far as getting there, not too bad. It's all in the yellow, could be worse. And so just don't get a speeding ticket on this Thursday morning. And we'll start all over again with traffic reports tomorrow morning at 4:30.
We continue to follow breaking news out of Chester County. Deputies say they found 2 people dead and another injured after an early morning shooting. It happened around 12:30 in the area of Mays Drive in the Edgemore community. All 3 victims have been shot. Investigators say they have identified one of the dead as the shooter. A third person was taken to the hospital for treatment. Their condition is unknown. Detectives believe that this all stemmed from some sort of altercation between the suspected shooter and the 2 victims. The Chester County Sheriff's Office says this is an ongoing investigation. Of course, we'll update you as soon as we learn more. Well, has President Donald Trump's approval rating shifted amid tensions in Iran and high prices here at home?
And how do top contenders for the 2028 presidential election stack up against each other?
New polling released this morning by Emerson College has those answers and more.
President Trump's job approval has been relatively steady in the past several months, with about 2 in 5 likely voters approving of the president. Data shows it's being driven by consistent ratings among Republicans. 86% of Republicans say they approve of the president, but a majority of voters disapprove of the president's job in office, including 62% of women.
Voters were also asked about hypothetical presidential matchups for the 2028 election. Polling shows former United States Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg and U.S. Senator Jon Ossoff with sizable leads over both VP J.D. Vance and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. It also shows a large lead for California Governor Gavin Newsom over Vance. Former Vice President Kamala Harris has a lead over Vance, but voters feel she would fall to Rubio. If U.S. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez earned the Democratic bid, voters seem to favor both Vance and Rubio.
We also have a good idea of the issues that those candidates could focus on if they make a run for the White House. Voters say right now the biggest priority is the economy. It comes as rising fuel costs and trade policies are dropping consumer confidence. Nearly an equal number of voters say threats to democracy and health care are the most important issue nationwide. And around 1 in every 8 voters say immigration should be the focus right now. If you want to take a look at all of the Emerson College poll, you can look at that now. Plus election news, including the latest on South Carolina's GOP Senate runoff. Just go to our website, qcnews.com.
We are one step closer to learning the fate of the controversial I-77 South Toll Lane project. Last night, members of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization met for the last time before they vote on whether to reinstate support for the plans. Because of the way the voting is weighted, as long as Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and one other municipality vote against the plan, there won't be enough support for it to move forward. As of now, it looks like that is what will happen.
The position of Charlotte remains unchanged, that we are not in support of reinstating the P3 project.
On September 23rd, CRTPO members will formally vote on whether to support the toll lane project. If they remain in opposition, the recently passed state budget would require municipalities to pay back at least $60 million in state funding already spent on the project's design. That's why several cities like Statesville, Cornelius, Monroe, and others have already reaffirmed or reinstated their support of the project. CRTPO members must make their decision before the October 5th deadline set by lawmakers. The problem, they say, is that doesn't give them much time to explore other options to address congestion along that corridor.
New reports show the family of Irina Zarutska plans to file a civil lawsuit ahead of the one-year anniversary of her death this Saturday.
The 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee was stabbed to death on the Charlotte Light Rail in South End on August 22nd of last year. DeCarlos Brown Jr. is charged with murder in her death. Reports say the civil lawsuit would target external parties on alleged security and safety failures that led to her murder.
All right, it's time for another torts law class with Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, break this down here because it seems from what you've taught us, they would have standing to bring something against her in terms of a civil lawsuit. How do you see this going?
Yeah, I mean, I'd look at it from 4 different components. First, if you're attempting, you got to figure out who you're suing, and then so I would assume you're suing CATS and any type of municipality connected to CATS, right? And so it's do they have a duty to protect riders from third-party violent attacks? That's going to be the first question. Whether the attacks were reasonably foreseeable, that's going to be probably the hardest portion to prove. And then were the security failures that you're alleging that they failed to comply with or needed to have there, were they the proximate cause? But for your failures, would this injury not have occurred? This injury here obviously being death. And then if they are sued and it's a government entity, would they waive some future government immunity? So there's a number of hurdles that I will look at, but those foreseeability and proximate cause will probably be the two that make this the hardest case, hardest portion of the case when looking at it for sure.
CATS has pointed to the fact that they have increased some security measures, more police presence there, camera upgrades. All those are good things, but does that also kind of prove things weren't good a year ago?
I like the way you phrased that question. And so I tell you, like I tell a DWI person, a defendant, if I'm representing them, it's not about impairment, it's about relevant time of impairment. Like you can be impaired, just you can't be driving while impaired, right? So if you want to walk down the street and be impaired, totally different. In this scenario, it's the same way. If you're saying that you made these corrections yesterday, well, relevant time of the corrections, were they in place at the time that this occurred? And I'd look at the auditor's report. The auditor's report kind of helps the family and it hurts the family when you look at this lawsuit. They talk about that foreseeability, those gaps in security, fair enforcement. DeCarlos Brown didn't buy a ticket. All those types of things would say, hey, you had these issues at the time and they were reasonably foreseeable. But were the issues that you addressed, had they already been in the process of being fixed during that time, or did you start this after the stabbing? That will be telling in terms of the auditor's report won't be a smoking gun in terms of, okay, you're automatically now liable city and CATS, but it would be helpful to show, hey, these are the deficiencies that we're already alleging were there.
Who do you think's most on the hook here if those elements that you mentioned that were most likely? Is it CATS? Is it the city?
It's probably CATS. I mean, I would say if looking at the auditor's report, looking at it, because right now we don't have a complaint file. But I'm speculating based off how I would file this, that based off of my reading of the law, reading of the events that occurred, this is how I would form my argument going forward. And if I'm forming the argument, it's pointing directly at Katz in terms of liability. You knew or were aware of these things. Your knowledge of that makes them reasonably foreseeable that you should have done things to protect this individual. And so for sure, I'm pointing to Katz for the nearly what $470,000 or $2.3 million approximately that they were gave for safety and equipment that they weren't properly using. And so I can point to dollars, I can point to amounts that you guys were provided. There's a failure, there's gaps. That seems like accountability to me.
Khalif, sometimes when you talk about these things, you say, you know, it's better off to settle than try to open up a can of worms. But I feel like for Katz, they've already pulled back the blanket because you've had the auditor's report. You've had so many people look into the lack of security there. So is this one of the things, look, we've already played all of our cards, so we don't mind going to trial.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I mean, trial that's the public policy aspect of it, where you want things like this to go away because they'll be bad for business, they'll diminish your brand and all that. But also litigation's expensive. And so you don't want to continue to go to trial for a case that you're ultimately going to lose. And if you can set a dollar amount on it and say, hey, I know I can sit down at the table and two sides can come together and come up with whatever dollar amount that we feel would adequately make us feel whole, right? Or we can put it in the hands of a jury and not know what that number is. That number could be significantly higher or it could be significantly lower. Based on these facts, if you put folks in the box and allow them to hear all the things that you failed to do, the number probably could be significantly higher. And then you start to look at the victims that were impacted by this, those victim impact statements when they come into trial, when any of her family members would testify, that you would want to have an opportunity to sit down and control that narrative and control the dollar amount better than allowing someone else to do it.
All right, Khalif, thank you. Investigations are just beginning into a deadly crash that happened between a plane and a helicopter. Chief Transportation Correspondent and pilot May-Kay Beeler will join us next to talk about what we know this morning out of Pennsylvania. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. NTSB officials are investigating what led up to a deadly runway collision between a civilian plane and a police helicopter last night in Pennsylvania. The pilot of that plane was killed and the 2 police officers aboard the chopper were hurt.
Chief Transportation Correspondent, pilot May K. Beeler, joining us now. What do we think happened with this story here?
So witnesses say it was a very violent crash. There are still some conflicting reports. I'm going to just kind of tell you what we know so far. So it was a 2-man Bell 407 helicopter that was conducting routine exercises on a grassy area next to a runway. It was just apparently hovering several feet above the ground, or maybe it was lower or higher, we don't know. There were troopers inside, that part of the State Police Elite Aviation Group based out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. They were hovering, doing a training exercise, when reportedly a Cessna 150, that's a small little trainer aircraft, high wing, only 2 seats, struck the helicopter from the rear as it was, and this is where conflicting reports, it was going down the runway, it was coming down the runway and veered off to the right and collided with the helicopter. That's according to officials in a press conference. Happened last night just before 7 o'clock at a central Pennsylvania airport. Carlisle Regional Airport's in Cumberland County, about 120 miles west of Philadelphia. This is a non-towered airport, a 1 runway, 4,000 feet. Pilots communicate with each other, self-report on a common traffic advisory frequency. Now, the helicopter pilots were initially trapped. According to reports, one trooper was able to push a window out and then help the other trooper get out of the top of the helicopter. The other trooper got out. They were injured. Apparently, the top of the helicopter sheared off, as well as the rear rotors. The FAA and NTSB are going to work with the Pennsylvania State Police investigating this right now to determine, was it pilot error? Was it a medical emergency with the Cessna pilot, a medical issue, a mechanical issue that caused the Cessna to veer off the runway? Did the Cessna pilot make radio calls? Did the troopers hear the radio calls? According to reports, the troopers couldn't see the Cessna, it was behind them. Whether the Cessna was landing, taking off, or taxiing, we don't know, but according to reports, it veered off the runway into the grass and hit the helicopter.
May K, I know you don't like to speculate when these things happen. You like to wait for the NTSB to come out. But I do want to ask you, as far as that communication, because you've landed at small towerless airports before, if you don't get a confirmation from another aircraft nearby, is that a red flag to, okay, I'm not going to try to take off or land?
It should be, but not all airplanes have radios. Believe it or not, at these small airports, depending on what airspace they're in, some don't even have radios. So you need to just be alert and be looking and listening. I'm assuming, forgive me to assume, that the Cessna made a radio call. We will find out. Was he or she landing, taking off? Was she taxiing? How did this happen? I would think going at quite a speed. This little Cessna 150, it's a very light aircraft. 2 seats, high wing, like I said, it's a trainer airplane, a classic airplane. But it's a light aircraft. For it to do that much damage to the helicopter is a little surprising to me. Okay. You know, we don't know, was it taking off? Regardless, it would only be going about 60 miles per hour. When it's landing, it's coming at maybe 50 miles per hour.
And you would think if this is a police helicopter, it probably has some fairly state-of-the-art equipment. You know, we don't know about what was in the Cessna, but we probably can assume that you had good equipment in the police helicopter.
I mean, part of the
but like you said, if it's behind them, they wouldn't know.
Right, and were they distracted, talking to each other, hovering, and what they're doing in a training exercise? We don't know, but the question is, what happened to the Cessna? Why did it veer off?
Right.
If it was on the runway, sometimes it could be a brake sticks. And you go off to the side. But if he or she was flying, we don't know what happened. That's where the investigators come in. Medical emergency, mechanical problem. It's just tragic, just tragic. The troopers apparently injured, but slight injuries, if this is true, so we'll see. Now, one news source reported a mid-air collision. Well, midair, you're talking about 2 feet in the air because the helicopter was hovering. So it could have been hovering 10 feet, 5 feet, we don't know. That's for investigators. So that would indicate that the Cessna was flying. If it was that high, that it was still descending, climbing to hit it, or was it on the ground? We just don't know about the reports right now because there's so many different reports.
All right, May-Kay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's get over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman. We know a lot of local high school football games are really concerned about the heat that's coming through the next couple days, Andrew.
Yeah, that's right, and for good reason. We're still dealing with the major heat risk out there with the feels like temperatures up around 100, some places 105 degrees, 82 right now, dew point at 70, still a very humid, soupy start out there for sure. Boone camera up across the mountains, a little bit of cloud cover moving on in, a little bit of shower activity across eastern Tennessee, but otherwise fairly quiet out there. Now, as we continue to zoom out, those showers and storms have been weakening over the past few hours or so, and we'll still see potential for an isolated shower storm this afternoon. Temperatures here this morning, low to mid 80s across the Carolinas as we get things started here, and only going to be heating on up. Temperature outlook through the end of the month, maybe get a little bit cooler, still probably trending just above average here, and it's reflecting our temperatures. Average high now starting to move down across the Carolinas. Still going to be hovering, though, right around the 90-degree mark or so. Still a major heat risk today. Just means feels like temperatures probably up over 100 degrees out there across the region. Your weekend forecast, you get a little bit cooler, get a little bit lower humidity out there as well. Severe weather risk, a marginal tier 1 out of 5 risk for potential strong and severe storms tomorrow here as that frontal boundary moves through. As for the rest of today, might see an isolated shower or storm heading into the evening and overnight. Might see a little bit more widespread wet weather across the Carolinas. We keep moving forward into your Friday morning. A lot of cloud cover, maybe an isolated shower, but heading into the afternoon, that's when you start seeing some of those scattered showers and storms developing here across the region, and that continues into the evening and overnight with maybe a little bit of isolated wet weather on your Saturday. Pinpoint 7-day forecast, temperatures getting a little bit cooler, a little bit less humid as we go into next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
We, by the way, probably have a deal with Canada. You probably saw that. We very major tariffs were going on to Canada today. We delayed it for 3 days because I think we have a deal with the Prime Minister and good deal for everybody.
Well, no new tariffs for now. That's the message from President Trump on the ongoing trade fight between the U.S. and Canada. What could have been a 50% tariff on some $20 billion worth of Canadian goods, from wine to hockey sticks, now on hold because there is a potential new deal in place. He also suggested that agreement might include a renewed effort to revive the Keystone XL pipeline. But Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney is a little more cautious about that tentative agreement. He's congratulating negotiators for, quote, significant progress, but says they're still, quote, moving toward an agreement. One of the biggest questions is, what is each side actually giving up? The White House says Canada has agreed to address U.S. complaints involving dairy, American automobiles, and access to U.S. wine and spirits. In turn, President Trump is signaling the U.S. could reduce some tariffs on Canadian vehicles.
A Biden-era rule regulating untraceable ghost guns has now been found unconstitutional. But what actually constitutes a ghost gun? Ghost guns don't have serial numbers, and therefore they're untraceable. They're firearms that are put together by components purchased either as a kit or as separate pieces. And they've been federally regulated since 2022. Recently, police say that a 15-year-old used a ghost gun during a shooting spree that injured several people in Seattle. The ATF had used the 2022 measure regulating ghost guns by requiring all frames or receivers used in the gun to have serial numbers. However, the new ruling from a federal judge said the regulations against how ghost guns are made is at odds with the nation's, quote, historical tradition of personal gunsmithing. A Justice Department spokesperson says the department is evaluating the impact of the court's ruling. Gun control advocates say that it will give people who are barred from owning guns easier access to firearms. A Supreme Court ruling earlier this year upheld the regulation, but only focused on the ATF's authority. It didn't rule on the constitutional questions surrounding the regulation. 9:27, final half hour to go on Queen City News. We'll be right back.
9:30 on the nose. Happy Thursday. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. We got meteorologist Andrew Brightman talking about not only how hot it is, but some potential storms and cooling off that are coming in the next few days.
Yeah, some needed cooler weather across the Carolinas as we go throughout really the weekend heading into early next week. Not going to be dramatically cool. You're not going to be reaching for the parkas. You're not going to think we're back in Iowa or something like that, Andy, but at least getting cooler. More tolerable out there across the Carolinas. Let's jump right into it here this morning. What do you need to know? Just stepping on out the door. Well, we got quiet conditions as we get things started here across the Carolinas. We've got partly cloudy skies as we get things rolling this morning. Otherwise, we're in good shape. No major problems out there. The big story here is, of course, it's going to be another hot day across the region. Temperatures heading up into the mid 90s, going to be feeling like it's 100 degrees. The storm chances return tomorrow, and then we get less heat, lower humidity as we go into early next week here across the region. Slightly less heat and humidity. It's still going to be warm out there. Charlotte live cam right now, 82 degrees. Currently calm conditions. Dew points right around the 70-degree mark or so out there as we deal with the humidity. Down in the Sandhills, we do have heat advisories in effect, which means feels like temperatures probably about 105 to 107 out there or so across the Carolinas. Pinpoint satellite this morning shows a little bit of cloud cover rolling in. There were some old showers and storms in Tennessee. That's what's trying to move in right now. Pinpoint radar, though, otherwise not that much going on across the Carolinas right now. That might change, though, as we head into the afternoon hours. Pinpoint radar, there are some of those scattered showers I'm talking about. Lost a lot of their punch, though, over about the past 4 to 5 hours. Did get a fresh drought monitor in. Not much has changed, but still a lot of progress compared to about 6 to 8 weeks ago. Got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you. Taking you now up to New York City as Wall Street just opened about 2 minutes ago, and not good news for traders. All three major indices opening up in the red. Dow futures dropping about 400 points here as we're taking a look and climbing, getting close to 1% down. We'll continue to follow this online, qcnews.com. But again, a opening to the stock market not great after they closed slightly in the red yesterday.
Early voting is now underway for South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff. The race for the late Senator Lindsey Graham's seat on the ballot is down to 2 now. His sister, interim Senator Darlene Graham, and Congressman Ralph Norman. You can scan this QR code on your phone for a list of polling locations. It'll take you to our website, qcnews.com. By the way, polling locations open at 8:30 a.m. and are open until 5 p.m. today and tomorrow. The runoff election is next Tuesday.
National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
Well, that answer from interim Senator Graham to a question about Taiwan is making some national headlines. This happened during a debate put on by Newsmax and SCE-TV between South Carolina Republican candidates for Senate. Chief political correspondent Andy Weber shows us the fallout that Graham's answer has now caused.
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, but I do support the military.
It's that answer from Senator Darlene Graham during a Tuesday night debate put on by South Carolina ETV and Newsmax that made national headlines.
National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
The rest of the debate between Graham and her opponent, U.S. Rep. Ralph Norman, contained topics we've heard a lot about over the past few weeks, including data centers.
You changed your position because you originally said you were for just data centers in general. That's what you said.
I also said that there needs to be community involvement, community guidelines, community guardrails. Maybe you didn't hear that part.
And Silfab Solar's plant in Fort Mill.
What about Silfab, that you negotiated a deal in your backyard where a company that mixes chemicals was built near several schools?
I'm not on the county council, I'm not on the city council. I didn't approve any funding that they got.
The two also sparring over their loyalty to the president. Graham arguing Norman's concerns with parts of the Big Beautiful Bill call into question his true allegiances.
You were the holdout on the Big Beautiful Bill, and Trump had to call you in and convince you to sign it.
It wasn't anything like what you're talking about. It was, he said, what are you holding it up for? I said, well, the subsidies for electric cars is dumb. The subsidies for passive solar and wind are stupid. I was cutting it out, and we made it better. He agreed.
Andy Weber, Queen City News.
And I would do that over again. I don't apologize.
There's a new front in the war with Iran. President Trump is targeting the country's economy and is threatening other countries that may want to help them. News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson has more this morning.
President Trump is calling it an economic D-Day. It's an attempt to cut Iran off from the rest of the world and pressure them to come back to the negotiating table. It also comes as the president says there are no talks currently scheduled with Iran. After months of military strikes, President Trump is now trying to squeeze Iran financially.
We have things that we could sanction. We have very draconian sanctions, and we'll see what happens.
The president announced what he calls, quote, the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country, and warns other nations they could pay a price for helping Iran. The president said countries allowing their banks, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide Iran an economic lifeline could face tremendous economic consequences. Iran's foreign minister called the president's economic D-Day a distraction and warns this could threaten the global economy. But the White House says countries are getting oil elsewhere.
People have found other alternatives, which they never thought about. Texas, Alaska, Louisiana. I think the Hormuz Strait's not going to be quite as important as it was in the past.
So now the question becomes, will this new economic pressure accomplish what months of military pressure was unable to do? And that was to get these negotiations back up and running. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
Asheville's mayor is calling for the city to end its contract with Flock safety camera systems. Mayor Esther Manheimer says resident concerns about privacy, data use, and civil liberties prompted the move. The city currently operates 11 Flock cameras, and terminating the contract would remove the system and end access to its data network. The debate comes as Flock's license plate reader technology faces growing scrutiny all around the country over surveillance and privacy concerns. The vote is expected to take place next Tuesday.
Well, carrying your driver's license in your wallet will soon be a thing of the past in the Tar Heel State. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us about the new program allowing your ID to be stored right there on your phone.
As the North Carolina DMV continues to work to improve its performance, it's planning to roll out a new program that would not require drivers to have a physical license.
It's another option for people. You won't have to get one if you don't want one. It'll just be kind of a supplemental form of your identification.
It's called the North Carolina Digital ID or Mobile Driver's License. Officials say it'll be available in December and it's free.
A lot of people don't carry cash or even cards anymore because you can tap to pay from your phone. Same idea with having a digital ID. You could have the credential on your phone.
Digital IDs are already accepted here at Charlotte Douglas for out-of-state passengers that have them. So that's why this will be the first place where you no longer have to insert your ID, and instead you'll be able to tap to get through.
This just opens the aperture up to more passengers and gives them a faster way through the checkpoint, being able to download the physical card onto something that people carry with them everywhere they go.
If you've used touchless ID at CLT, this will feel familiar. TSA is first in line in North Carolina's new mobile ID program, with plans to eventually expand it to traffic stops and places like ABC stores and restaurants.
It's not the same as, literally taking a picture of it and being able to share that with law enforcement or someone at TSA, or that it's not that. It's much more secure and digitally verified.
You'll still want your physical license until it's more widely accepted. It'll be limited to the North Carolina Wallet app before expanding to other digital wallets. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Police versus firefighters is a dream matchup, and we're happy to announce the 92nd annual Charlotte Chiefs Cup baseball game has been set. The Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department will face off against the Charlotte Fire Department on Saturday, September 12th at the Richard Stick Williams Dream Fields and Education Center on Tuckasegee Road in Charlotte over the Knott Hall. First pitch is at 7:04 p.m. Gates open at 6. Going to be a hot ticket in town.
That's right. And many Carolina high schools are moving their first football games of the season from Friday to tonight, partly because of severe storms in the forecast. But that's not the only extreme condition they're watching out for. They're also looking at measurements to determine when it's too hot to practice. South Carolina Bureau Chief Shakira Speaks shows us the precautions that they're taking.
Football teams normally have practice and workouts after classes, but the scorching heat is forcing South Carolina athletic trainers to work around the heat to keep athletes conditioned and cool.
We had the luxury with our school and how things are set up that we actually have what's called first block football. So we start at 7 a.m. because the heat it's so much cooler in the morning. We're able to go full go with pads, everything.
North and South Carolina high school associations use a wet bulb measurement, a scientific metric using the sun, radiant, humidity, and wind, along with the air temperature to determine the intensity of summer practices and games.
South Carolina's stipulation is whatever playing field that you're on, whether it's turf, grass, court, track, you take a specific reading. 15 minutes is what it takes for it to kind of adjust to that surface, and then you have to check it every 30 minutes.
York School District 1 uses an automated weather monitor to determine the wet bulb reading.
Right now, this says 83.2.
And athletic trainer Brittany Sullivan says she uses a different device to measure conditions.
Anything over 92.1, we're not doing anything outside. And this comes into play when we go North Carolina, South Carolina, because North Carolina has slightly different rules for their wet bulb. So they max out at 90 for their wet bulb.
The Environmental Protection Agency says 9,000 high school athletes are treated for heat-related injuries every year. Johns Hopkins Medicine reports the risk of developing a heat-related illness is 11.4 times higher in football than all other sports combined.
You know, we just need to make sure these kids are acclimated and are able to go out and perform successfully and not put themselves in danger.
Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Well, our public schools are struggling with fewer students, meaning less funding. We're digging into why enrollment is down despite more people moving to North Carolina. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte, as we give you a live look there at Bank of America Stadium in the heart of Uptown. We'll be right back. Our nation's public schools are facing what educators call the big shrink.
A combination of fewer students and disappearing COVID funding has led to a 35% increase in the closure of schools.
Bob Buckley digs into why, even with North Carolina's population increasing, we're still struggling with public school enrollment.
Public schools across America have far fewer students in their hallways. Down more than 1 million kids since the start of the pandemic, and the National Center for Education Statistics estimates it'll be down another 5.5% over the next 5 years. It mustn't have been a surprise to you to see the enrollment numbers are down.
Right.
And some people look at that as an indictment of the schools, to which you would say,
The birth rate is down.
that's true. Birth rates in America peaked in 2007 and are down 24% since then. But in some states, that's not the only explanation. Over the last decade, North Carolina has grown by more than 900,000 people. Yet 101 of the state's 115 school districts have seen a decrease in students, with nearly all of the counties in the Piedmont down by double digits. And as UNC Greensboro's chairman of the Department of Teacher Education, Carrie Richardson, points out,
The buildings need to still run. They still need to be staffed. They still need a principal. They still need high quality instruction.
like a lot of states, North Carolina's legislature thought parents also needed more choice in their children's education, and since the beginning of the pandemic, public charter, private, and homeschooling have increased by about 25%. What's the number one complaint people have? That their child is not well enough educated?
What I hear is safety, and we need to have tougher standards. In other words, more rigorous curriculum.
Bob Lukey studies education for the John Locke Foundation.
I think there's a lot of good going on. I think the strengths are people care.
But Lukey says we're asking our schools to do too much.
Now schools have to be social service agencies. They need to dispense, counseling, nursing services, food.
They're spending time on things that they don't need to spend time on. They want to spend time on teaching. They understand children, they know how their students learn, and that's what their focus is.
There is a school of thought that says the problem is that North Carolina doesn't spend enough money on K-12 education, but over the last 15 years, spending per student is up 15%, even after adjusting for inflation. And Bob Lukey says it's much more about what's being taught and how than it is dollars spent.
I would raise standards. Kids work to the level, that's of expectation placed on them. And that we really have to, I think, expect more from our kids. They need to read better. They need to read more. We're not splitting the atom, and it doesn't require a ton of money. It's just focusing on the right things.
High quality instruction is key, and we need to maintain that as a central focus. From most of the experiences I've had in education, they stay on top of this. And you have to remember, they get a different budget every year. So this is who they are, like they have to stay on top of this.
But it appears to be an uphill battle to simply retain the students they have now. Bob Buckley, Fox 8 News.
And some critics believe our education system should have been ready for this because it's not the first time that we've seen a great shrink. In the 10 years beginning back in 1965, birth rates dropped by 50%, twice as much as the current decline that it took nearly 2 decades for it to finally recover.
Well, NC State and North Carolina will face off in a non-conference matchup this season for the inaugural Tobacco Road Classic. The showdown between the two will take place on December 15th at the First Horizon Coliseum in Greensboro. It marks the first regular season game between the Pack and the Tar Heels in Greensboro since they met in the Big Four tournament back on November 30th, 1979. All right, let's bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman for another look at the forecast. We're in the 80s.
Yep.
We still have more to go.
Yeah, a long way to go to get all the way to our high today. It's going to be a toasty one out there for sure. Temperatures eventually heading up into the middle 90s, 82 degrees right now. Calm conditions, a little bit of cloud cover out there. Dew points right around the 70-degree mark. Cloud cover here as we get outside King Street in Boone. Currently, pinpoint radar. Not much going on across the Central Carolinas right now. Now, as we zoom out and we go wide, We see also cloud cover starting to move in here and around Charlotte. As we get towards portions of Tennessee, we do see a few scattered showers trying to move in. Temperatures here across North and South Carolina this morning, low to mid 80s out there, low to mid 70s as we head up into the higher elevations. Pollen forecast, well, we're tracking a little bit of grass pollen out there as we go through the next few days. A little bit of sniffling and sneezing to be had. Severe weather risks for tomorrow. Really watching your Friday here for some isolated strong storms we could see out there across the Carolinas. Futurecast in motion. We get things rolling here this afternoon. We'll see temperatures pushing up into the midnight. I don't think we'll be quite to 100, but could see a few isolated showers and storms out there. A little bit more likely as we head through the evening and overnight hours, also pushing into your Friday. This is 7 o'clock Friday morning, watching some of the clouds and showers roll through across the region. And then as we head into the afternoon hours, a little bit more hit and miss shower and storm activity to be had. This is 8 o'clock on your Friday evening. More potential showers and storms. We keep pushing forward here into your Saturday. We dry out a little bit, but then we could see again isolated showers and storms again developing as we head throughout the afternoon hours. 7 o'clock Saturday night, still a few leftover showers and storms, and then we start to dry out and cool down a little bit here as we head into your Sunday out there across the Carolinas. Rainfall forecast over the next 5 days. Going to see about 1 to 2 inches of rain out there across portions of the Carolinas. Could see some locally heavy rain for sure, and that's rainfall, even with the latest drought monitor, still needed. As for today, mostly clear skies through the morning, and then we're watching some of those pop-up showers and storms as we head throughout the afternoon hours. Humidity going to be moving up here again across the Carolinas. Going to be feeling like 98 in Charlotte, close to about 106 down in the Sandhills. Pinpoint 7-day forecast, tracking a little bit cooler, a little bit less humid weather through the weekend and into early next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
The back-to-school season is here, and we're looking beyond this school year.
Declining birth rates, changing classrooms, and a generation making different choices about having children. What does it all mean for the future of education?
Watch Taking Attendance, a Queen City News back-to-school special airing Monday, August 24th at 7 p.m.
Okay. One final check in, your pinpoint 7-day forecast here watching Friday with some of those scattered showers and storms. Lower humidity and lower temperatures moves in over the weekend. And for the most part, that continues to some degree into next weekend. You're still not reaching for the Parkers just yet, guys.
Oh, I like 80s music. I like 80s hair, Andrew, and I like 80s temperature even better. So I'm looking forward to that sometime next week. Good stuff. All right, here's just enough time. Maybe you've heard about Roof Man, right? And certainly the story, the movie. But what about Macy's Man? A man caught on camera making himself at home inside of a Macy's department store up in Chicago. The man hid, stayed inside the store for a full night, trying on all kind of clothes, eating food inside the shop.
Got a good socks hat there.
I mean, listen, he's got some good quality. He's got some good taste. I'll give him that, right? He left early in the morning before the store opened and was eventually arrested a couple days later.
He went to the kitchen and everything.
I mean,
you know, there's a lot to unpack here, but you know what? I don't think any of us have, extensive knowledge of Chicago, but somebody in this area does.
Yeah, that's true.
She might happen to be just sitting over there with a possibly Charlotte clue. Liza Mahacha?
Yeah.
Liza, you know this Macy's
Yeah,
well?
we go way back. We go way back, me and this guy, But also, I feel like Macy's, it's such a staple in Chicago. Like, you go
Yeah.
and see the Macy's windows around Christmas time. So I think that maybe he just was like, let's get a look inside. I feel like we've all kind of had this inclination.
I don't think he should have been arrested. I mean, listen, he wasn't hurting anybody.
Yeah,
I mean, like, let's be honest.
Did he steal some stuff?
What? He
did eat some things that he didn't pay for.
Did he even break in, or was he there?
That's
when
I
it was
think they
open?
probably, honestly, like the one in downtown, Liza, right, is like 5 or 6 stories tall.
It's huge. Okay, so it's a huge Macy's,
It's
right?
a massive Macy's. It's like the one in New York.
Yeah,
so he could have just hiding.
And then they,
just curled up under one of those duvets.
I think maybe he just fell asleep alone.
He's just giving him PR.
Maybe.
Pay that man. Like we're talking about it.
It's hard to not hear this story. I'm not saying, like trying to condone this kind of activity and behavior, but I am curious, like it would be an interesting challenge to try this.
Right?
See if you
Pick
can evade
a place
right
in Charlotte. Could you try to get away with it?
Like a Toys
Yes.
R Us?
Now I'm going to get in trouble. I should have never said that.
I
But
didn't say
it just makes me go like, how far do you think you could go?
Right.
I mean, how good
So
are
you're saying
you?
Gotta
don't
pick a
go
place
to the
that has a
Belk at
restaurant.
South Park Mall and try to do this.
Oh.
No.
No.
Don't
Don't do
kids,
it.
do not listen to him. Don't but do listen to Alicia and Liza.
Right.
They got a great show coming up the next hour. Some great music, some of the coolest hats you have ever seen, and I think some cooking, some good food. All right, we're done. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 4 a.m.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up next on Positively Charlotte, a cozy little spot in North Carolina that's getting a lot of attention. See what Airbnb had to say about this location.
And an event by women for women. We talk with the UNCF about how they are making a big impact here in Charlotte.
And a scholarship helping moms be all they can be. We chat with the answer on today's show. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Alicia Quarles.
I'm Liza Mahacek. It's so great to have you joining us on your Thursday, your Friday Junior, Friday Eve.
All the good
that
things.
jazz.
Okay, guys, it's summer. Fall will be here soon, but you know we always have vacations on the mind. So vacations in your future, it could be closer than you realize. This fall, travelers are swapping week-long vacations for more quick seasonal escapes. Blowing Rock is emerging as a go-to destination for leaf seeing, apple picking, scenic drives, and all things sweater weather.
And how lucky are we that it's so close
I
to
know.
us?
See the changing of the leaves. It's incredible.
So according to Airbnb's 2026 fall travel report, more weekend trips happen in the fall than any other season. And 60% of travelers are planning a getaway this fall. In fact, fall-themed wish lists are on the rise compared to last year, led by searches for fall getaways, fall foliage, leaf peeping, apple picking, and fall road trips. When my family went to Vermont, they would call the people who were visiting during the fall leaf peepers, which I think is so cute.
It's cute. Well, I'm determined to see the turning of the leaves. Last year I waited too late. I think I went late October to Blowing Rock, and everything was gone. It was all down. So this year I'm going to get in there like
you got to plan it out. It's crazy, but I mean, because they change so quickly, but it's so gorgeous. We just, we'll take a road trip together.
All right, girl,
We'll go up there
done.
on school night.
All right, guys, so America's buggiest city, it's not Charlotte, believe it or not, it's Washington, D.C. Thumbtack released its 5th annual ranking of the cities with the most pest activity in America this week, and the nation's capital, it came in at the top. It faces a surge in mosquito control requests. It actually received an average of 3 times the average rate of the 40 largest metro areas in the United States.
So next up is Dallas, Austin, Baltimore, and Atlanta. Houston, which has long made the top 5 list, dropped to number 7, which is its lowest ranking in the report's history. So you know what, good for them.
Yeah,
that they're
it's
dropping
not us.
it. That's true. But Texas has 3 cities in the top 10. Meanwhile, San Francisco saw 3.4 times the average amount of termite services. And Chicago had the most bed bug exterminations. Hey, that's upsetting.
That's
really
Liza,
upsetting
that's
to
your
me.
people.
That is my people. We got to be better. We got to keep on getting those bed bugs out of there. With Charlotte and Philadelphia following behind. So hey, listen, we're not in the top, so that's.
I can't stand seeing videos of bed bugs. This is
freak
freaking
me
out. Now let's
I know.
move on to
Yeah,
something
I can't
better.
see
We
it.
have something better for you because the UNCF hosts their 24th annual Maya Angelou Women Who Lead Luncheon presented by Wells Fargo on September 19th. It's one of Charlotte's largest annual women luncheon fundraisers.
Alicia and I are proud to serve as the MCs for the event. We're so looking forward to it. And joining us now is Tiffany Jones, who is the UNCF's Regional Development Director, and Laura Bynum, who is a committee member. Ladies, you look gorgeous.
I mean, hello.
Oh.
So this is a preview of what we can expect, right? Tell us all about the luncheon.
So the luncheon is an opportunity for us to give back to our community. The UNCF, as you know, provides scholarship for students, and it's broken into 2 components. One component is the honorees, which we have incredible honorees this year. Tiffany, would you like to talk about that?
Sure. This year we are honoring, we're presenting Mary D. Dolby, who is a humanitarian and philanthropist and community leader. We're presenting her with the Lifetime Achievement Award, so we're super excited. And then we have 4 other honorees that we're presenting with the Maya Angelou Women Who Lead Award. And those women are all very successful in the health, wellness, and beauty industry. So this year we're going to have a panel discussion with those ladies, and so it's going to be really exciting and something that people do not want to miss.
That's right.
That's for sure. So, also the things that you guys have on your heads right now, the fascinators, they
Fascinators.
are gorgeous. Can you talk to us a little bit about the event and what folks can really expect when they're coming? Because it's not only just for a good cause, it's also just really fun.
It is a wonderful event in the sense of we have amazing vendors, we have mimosas, it's just a lot of wonderful things going on at one time. But once we do honor the honorees, we also have what we call Hatitude. And so myself, along with Gigi Dixon, co-chair this committee in which we literally go out into the whole entire place, and we look for ladies who we feel are very intentional about their dress. From their head to their toe, it is a contest. So you want to think about your hat, does it match your dress, your shoes, because it is a tremendous opportunity for you to show your personality and your flair. And we have about almost 1,000 people attending. So it's an honor to be chosen. As we have 4 categories. We have a whimsical hat, we have a fascinator, which is what I'm wearing, we have a classic hat, which is what you wear to church, and then we have what we call the baddest hat in the room.
The baddest hat in the room. I love it.
So I attended last year. I bought my fascinator there because you all have local vendors. But what I loved about the event is I knew everybody. So many Charlotte women come out and the community's invited, right? How do people get tickets?
So people can still get tickets. The deadline is September 5th at 11:59 p.m. So there's still time. And they can go to our website, uncf.org/MAWWLL to purchase tickets. And like I said, it's truly an event you don't want to miss. This year it's presented by Wells Fargo. We usually have roughly 1,000 women, and our goal is to raise roughly $500,000.
$500,000.
Yes. You've already raised $8 million. So
yeah, we've raised $8 million total over the years of this event, and this is our 24th annual. So.
Wow. Yeah. Well, also, you guys are auctioning some items off too, right?
Oh yes, we
what
are.
Can we expect there?
So for anyone who loves a good silent or a live auction, we encourage you to stay abreast of our. Once you purchase tickets, you will receive information. We are doing a live auction with a Ritz-Carlton cruise package valued at $18,000. So anyone who wants to go on the Ritz-Carlton cruise, this is a good opportunity because it is a tax write-off.
Yeah, I think we're just Eliza.
Yeah, and we also have, I believe, 2 Four Seasons resorts packages. So amongst many other things, but those are some of the highlights.
Well, ladies, we've got the information up on the screen as well as ways that y'all can purchase tickets. You guys, Liza and I are going to be there. These fabulous ladies. What's there to miss? Also for a great cause. So definitely get your tickets.
Thank you
Thanks,
so much.
ladies.
Thank you.
Well, after the break, the Indie Music Festival is coming to our Queen City. We are speaking with Carolina Bloom about all things festival. Don't go away.
And the run-up to Halloween has begun, and there is a must-have piece of decor to die for. We'll tell you all about it after this short break.
You're taking a live look at West Charlotte. Don't go anywhere.
Thanks so much for sticking with us here on your Thursday on Positively Charlotte. The Queen City has a rich music scene, and one music festival is highlighting that. And this weekend, the first Carolina Bloom Music Festival is happening at Bloom Studios, and we have festival organizer Patrick Wynn here with the lead singer of Charlotte band Oceanic, Nate Wyatt. It's so great to have you guys.
Thanks for having us.
Oh my gosh, of course. We're so excited about this. I think also Charlotte deserves so many music festivals, but this one in particular I'm super excited about. Tell us what folks can expect since it is the first.
Thank you. We're super excited as well. So we've got 9 great local North Carolina bands, as well as 13 other acts from outside of North Carolina coming through, but they've all played in North Carolina at some point before and have great history in the area. And then the venue that we're hosting it at is right next to the Panthers Stadium, like uptown Charlotte, great area. It's got Bloom Studios. It's a cool art space, half inside, half outside. The main stage will be outside, but there'll be another inside stage with DJs and a few acoustic sets throughout the day. A bunch of great local vendors in there, some great food trucks.
Patrick's doing everything right.
No, you really are. Seriously, because this sounds like, you know, a high quality fest.
It's close to Uptown. There's free parking.
Oh my gosh. Wait, yes, and that's what's so great about Bloom Studios is that there is an abundance of parking. We love that, which is so much fun. I know that you guys, Oceanic, were on tour for a while.
Yeah.
How does it feel to be coming back here, you know, getting to perform at a music festival right here in your home base?
It's always the best.
Yeah.
And coming home is the best shows. We know everybody. It's wonderful. And Patrick has done a great job, like kind of building the music scene into what it's been in the past couple of years, and he's been a really key part of that. So as soon as he asked us to play, I was like,
you said heck
yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you. Oceanic's a huge part of the Charlotte community, or Charlotte music scene for a long time. They're incredible. So having their commitment to the event early on was huge for us and kind of making everything come to reality. Because Nate's an incredible singer in Oceanic.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll send you a Venmo for that.
So, you know, for you guys, what do you think of the Charlotte music scene? Because I think it's really rich, and I think when people first move here, they don't even realize it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, we're in like the indie rock world, and there's all sorts of bands like that have come up, even like since COVID or whatever, which is since we've moved here. But there's jazz clubs, there's jazz night at Petra's, there's like all sorts of things going on. But I think people sometimes they don't think about going out to do music that night, you know, if you're not a musician who's invested in that scene. And I think more people should be. And this is a great festival and a great entry point to like see what we've got.
Yeah.
You know?
So
cool.
How did you think to start this? What was like the idea that really put this into motion?
Honestly, going to like individual shows, like going to an Oceanic show and seeing all the good energy in the room, and then going to a Camisole show, seeing all the good energy in the room, going to a bedroom division, like all the local bands that are on the bill do so well, and then all the people that are in the room are also so kind and genuine. So, and then the music itself, it's all kind of indie rock, alternative, but they all have a different kind of like little tune to their music in itself. So they're all different in a way, but if you like rock, indie, or alternative music, you're gonna really like a lot of the bands on here. But just the energy of the rooms kind of individually, I wanted to try to get all these local bands together with some other like talented upcoming bands.
I mean, and just get to celebrate music, which is so much fun. Real quick, can you give us a few of the names aside from Oceanic about who's going to be performing this weekend? We're so excited.
So Axe and the Hatchetmen.
Yes.
I think they were at Love and Life 2 years ago or so, but they were just touring with Royal Otis over the summer. They're incredible. Quarters from New York. They're coming down. Illiterate Light out of Virginia. 2 guys. Just for 2 people, it's the craziest amount of sound that you'll ever hear. They're incredible performers. And Fox Tide from San Diego, they're incredible. They've been on the road for a while. They were just opening up for the runarounds, and their energy and catalog is incredible. So I encourage anyone who doesn't know these bands to go check them out on Spotify. We also have a Carolina
or just show up and see them live, whatever.
Exactly. Totally a great way to do it. You won't be upset about that, but either way, you can totally check out the Spotify playlist as well. It's in our Instagram bio, and it has all of the bands on there. So check it out, and I guarantee you there'll be
There'll be something that you are wanting to listen to, that's for sure. So we've got the information on your screen right there. It's going to be happening this weekend, August 22nd and 23rd at Bloom Studios. They've got 1-day passes, 2-day passes, and VIP passes as well. You can check out the full lineup of all the performers at their website, which is at the bottom of your screen right there. Gentlemen, thank you so much. We so appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you so much for having
Of course.
Told you Home Depot was already getting into the Halloween decoration spirit. Well, now Lowe's is ready as well, and they have an even bigger skeleton.
You're being watched. Try to run. It makes it all that much more fun to find you.
All right, guys, that is a 15-foot tall skeleton, making it the biggest Halloween prop on the market this season. And they're outdoing Home Depot's viral 12-foot skeleton from last year. That bad boy is going to cost you $429. Some other items include a skeleton DJ that syncs with Bluetooth devices to play music, and a 3-foot motion-activated growling pumpkin henchman.
You know,
have we gone too far?
No, I don't think we've gone too far. No,
Okay.
I think that honestly we really need to be committed to the Halloween decor. I think sometimes we're like, you know what, we don't want to scare the kids, but hey, that's like an integral part of growing up.
Facts.
You know,
Yeah.
you got to be a little bit spooked. You got to
Facts.
cry one year.
I love a good spooked out house. I think it's cool.
I agree. And like also there used to be a house when I was growing up where a woman used to hide in a coffin and then she would jump up and scare kids. I was so scared.
Oh, that's great.
I was so scared.
That's foul of her, but
yes,
awesome.
but exactly. You know, the parents all want to see their kids.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
All right, well, researchers from Flinders University and the University of Canberra found that as people get older, the body seems to prioritize stability over efficiency. Older adults tend to stiffen their ankles and activate more muscles at the same time, which can really help with balance, but it makes walking less efficient.
That can lead to shorter strides, slower walking, and more fatigue. Researchers say the body may be choosing stability over speed as we age, but staying active may preserve mobility and independence. This makes sense.
Yeah.
Because the older you get, the weaker your bones are, you do not want to fall. So I'm going to choose stability as well. Like this just
She said, I don't care.
This
I'm going to take those the short steps.
I'm going to take a couple steps.
Exactly.
Yep.
No, this does make sense, but I think it also is interesting because it kind of explains the gait of people who are older and
Yes.
kind of why there is a certain kind of stride as you age.
Facts. This is true. This reminds me in New York City, I was running with my dad. He's like, Lisha, I don't
run.
Yeah. No, I want to go jogging with him. I don't jog, I run. And I'm like, whatever, old man. We start running, and after like 2 miles, I'm like, oh my God. I had to pretend my dog was sick so I could go back and just let him go. So sometimes old people can do
Orange, you know that man's running.
Running, girl,
He's
running.
All right, well, after we come back, we learn about the Answer Scholarship and all the good that it's doing for the moms of Charlotte. Stick around.
Here's a live look at beautiful Uptown. You're watching Positively Charlotte. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Well, the Answer Scholarship provides college scholarships, mentoring, and professional development to moms in Mecklenburg and 11 surrounding counties in the Carolinas. It was founded in 2005 as a way to help mothers go to college. Now it has grown in so many ways and is looking to crop the next crop of applicants. Here to tell us more is Elizabeth Carperton, who's the Director of Development, and Candace Choice, who's an alumna. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I think I gave a pretty good briefing, but ladies, tell us more about the scholarship.
Sure. So Answer is a scholarship. Yes, it's funds, but it's also a community of support. So all Answer scholars receive financial support, receive a one-on-one mentor, and receive personal and professional development to help them really not just make it through college, but thrive and be successful when they graduate.
Being a mom is hard. I cannot imagine being a mom and going back to school and probably working. You did just that. You just recently graduated. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
What made you apply for the Answer Scholarship?
Well, just looking for support, moral support, and just someone to help build my skills and just get me ready and prepared for the next level in my career.
What did you focus on education-wise?
Public health. I got my bachelor's in public health.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us about this event that you have coming up.
Yes, so we have an event coming up. It's called Chair Affair. It's going to be at Noble Smoke on October 3rd. It really is a casual Saturday afternoon social for people to come together, have drinks, great food at Noble, and learn about Answer and learn how to get involved.
Okay, speaking of getting involved, when is the deadline? How do people that want to apply, what's the process?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can go to our website, answerscholarship.org, and the application period opens in November 1st, and it runs all the way through the end of February.
For you as an alumna, tell everybody what Answer did for you in terms of support. So I think you made a very good point. It's one thing to have the scholarship, it's another thing to actually have support through the process.
Just they helped me with professional development. They helped me just with different resources and being around the community of mom who's on the same journey as I am.
Perfect. What are you most proud of Answer being around for over 20 years?
Yeah, I think the most exciting thing is our graduation rate. It's 92%. Wow. 92% of our moms graduate. The average for typical student parents, non-traditional students, is about 38%. So our goal really is not only, again, to help moms start their college journey, but finish and graduate strong.
I love it. For you, did you bond with other moms in the Answer program? Or I guess specifically, what's the support like? Are you able to call them?
I had a mentor. I get a one-on-one mentor, and then on Saturdays we would have like group meetings with all the ladies get together, and we just kind of tell each other stories and how to overcome and just help build each other each and every during different subjects we having trouble with.
Was going back to school or going to school something that you always wanted to do, or when did you start to take this seriously and say, oh, I could do this?
Back in 2019, I recently got my high school diploma. Then I went on to get my bachelor's in my high school diploma. I got my associates. Then I got my bachelor's in public health.
That's
so
amazing.
in 2019, that's when I started to take it serious.
So once you started, you're like, I'm not stopping.
Yes, I wanted more. Yes.
How many people are in the program?
Sure, so we have 21 scholar moms that are kicking off college. Classes have been starting, right around this week. And we have to date served 166 moms.
Absolutely incredible. Congratulations on graduation.
Thank you.
Ladies, thank you so much. We have information up on the screen for those of you if you want to apply at home or learn more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, speaking of college, University of Illinois researchers analyzed data from more than 61,000 U.S. workers. They found large week-to-week changes in work hours were linked to worse health outcomes. Men were more likely to report declining health while staying on the job, though.
That's right, and women were more likely to cut back their hours or leave work altogether for health reasons. These studies' authors say schedule stability should be a consideration, an important part of a job quality, along with pay and benefits. I mean, this makes sense. You work more than you are even at home, so if your schedule is fluctuating, that's going to affect your health.
And I think also when you aren't able to predict what your day is going to look like or what your week is going to look like, then it's hard to create those healthy habits and things like that. So makes sense.
That's right. All right, guys, there's new evidence. AirPods built with cameras, they may be coming soon. A video leak shows the device in action. These short video demos how a user could save visuals capturing using Apple's visual intelligence with the help of the AirPods.
In the video, a man wearing AirPods looks at a book and is asked by an AI assistant if they want to save something that they're looking at. Bloomberg reported last month that Apple has been testing 2 different versions. The report said that one of the models is already appearing in an iOS 27 beta code. There's speculation that they could launch the camera AirPods this year. I feel like we're just trying to see how big and how small we can get cameras to be.
I was gonna say, I feel like we're living like real life James Bond. Remember how remember Bond's assistant would come up with all this stuff? This is scary to me.
Okay, but here's the thing: is that remember when we said this about the Meta glasses, and then now Meta glasses are like so.
I still don't
normal?
like those. Yeah.
I think that this is gonna potentially be another example of that.
We're just getting desensitized. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, on the other side of the break, we're getting a live performance of what you can expect from the Carolina Boom Music Festival. We just heard them rehearsing. They sound beautiful. You won't want to miss it.
And you're taking a live look over Independence Boulevard. Traffic's moving along just fine down there. Not too many people on the roads. We'll be right back.
More influential local creators, Charlotte chef-approved food trends, and not-so-secret hotspots near you. Follow Positively Charlotte on Instagram.
Thanks for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte on your Thursday. It's Emmy season, and voters are picking their favorites before the ceremony next month. The Wicked special is, of course, one of the favorites, and in today's entertainment report, Melvin Robert talks to the choreographer about the concert.
Emmy season is here, everybody. Voters still have time to pick their favorites before the big ceremony on September 14th. Up for 6 Emmy Awards, though, is the 2025 special Wicked One Wonderful Night. I got the chance to talk to choreographer Christopher Scott about the success of the concert and even got him to show me a couple moves. Take a look. He's the man who created the moves in the Teen Beach movies, In the Heights, and of course, the 6-time Emmy-nominated Wicked One Wonderful Night. We got Christopher Scott here to tell us all about how he composed all those beautiful dance moves that we saw on all those stages. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good to be here. Thanks for doing this.
What did it mean to you when you heard the news that you were nominated for an Emmy for your choreography?
Yeah, it was like a dream come true because you work on the films and it's such a, you know, whirlwind of emotions and it's this roller coaster of you know, 4 years of my life, and then to kind of round out in this moment was like surreal.
We had seen the movies, we had loved the movies so much, but then to be able to see this special.
The one I was really excited to do was The Wizard and I, because we got to completely reinvent it, knowing that it's not a dance number.
Shall we learn just a little bit of something?
Yeah, I mean, what are you talking? I got a little knee injury.
Okay.
We're getting there, you know, this is. And you're gonna hit these little drums, this drum fill. It goes 5, 6, da-da-doom. You're gonna hit those knees, da-da-doom, da-da-doom. You're gonna hit the hips, da-da-doom. And you're gonna pass it up. I know you got the shoulders, so we're gonna go boom, right here. And then from there, you're gonna go here on the hips. It goes boom. When I'm with the wizard, ka. Yep, you're with me? When my whole life has changed, ba 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 whoop, and then you're gonna go here. You just take a couple steps back and roll those wrists, and then that leg comes up. You're killing it. This is good. We're gonna reshoot this whole special now and pop you in. Here we go, one more time. You're gonna put that foot down, wham. Wham, put it down, that's good. Sit in that hip right there, there we go. Now we're talking. Flip the hands out like this way, boom. And then you're gonna look. And this is the last move I'm gonna give you. We're gonna look, and then you're gonna go, when I'm with the wizard. Hey.
Once I'm with the wizard, my whole life will change. 'Cause once you're with the wizard, no one thinks you're strange.
That was fun. Despite my shoulder injury I was battling. Love him. The 78th Emmy Awards air Monday, September 14th, 5 p.m. on NBC and on Peacock. In Hollywood with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Well, former NFL lineman Jason Kelsey is part of a new ad campaign that has a very odd request.
AI data centers waste millions of gallons of water. That's why Liquid Death and Garage Beer have decided to team up. We want your pee to cool these data centers.
We want your pee. Please give us your pee. Let's pee on computers together. 'Cause we need lots of pee. Endless gallons of pee. Join our important endeavor. Let's be on computers together and save humanity. We want your pee.
Liquid Death and Garage Beer also released what they call a data center coolant collector. They joke that can be used to mail it to a data center. So it's really just a sealable glass mug and has already sold out on their website. Wow, this is a incredibly
Jason
wild
just be doing stuff, girl. He just is out here doing anything, and I love it.
You know what? I love it. I think it's really fun. I always am wondering see, this is really freaking me.
Oh, I think it's
like
hilarious.
The visual is.
Oh, I'm not mad at it. I feel like this man is retired from football. He's showing up at football stadiums without
exactly.
tops. He's doing pee Liquid Death
Make
ads.
bank.
Get your
bag.
money. Get your bag.
Get your bag. Exactly. All right. Well, Cookie Monster was joined by Harrison Ford to eat some cookies and hum a familiar theme. Take a look.
Yeah.
Yes, it was just confirmed Ford will return as Indiana Jones, an animatronic though, for a new Disney ride that'll be installed at Disney World's Animal Kingdom. This is hilarious to me.
I know, seriously. I mean, seriously, there's always something funny that he's doing.
I just love it when serious people do ridiculous stuff. Good
Right?
for him, yeah. Well, Tom Holland's Spider-Man rules the 2026 box office with Brand New Day.
What is happening to me? Did you miss me, Spidey?
Now, if you want to get in Spidey's shape, Holland recently shared the workout he uses when he's short on time. He told Men's UK Health it's called the Cindy workout. It's actually pretty simple.
So you do 5 pull-ups, 10 push-ups, and 15 squats as many times as you can in 20 minutes. Holland says his superhero record is 27 rounds or 817 reps. I mean, that man is ridiculous.
He is. You know, he's a ballerina too.
Yes.
He does he's amazing. He's
He
really
is
cool.
incredible. The way that he just is doing backflips and all
He's
this
doing it
stuff
all.
on a whim.
Speaking of incredible, y'all, we have an incredible performance right ahead from Oceanic from the Carolina Bloom Festival happening this weekend. We're so excited.
That's right. They're playing their original song, I'm Your Boy. Take it away.
Tie me down to keep me happy. Dash my head on rocks so hard to things. God forgive you ingenuity. I'm your boy, let me go. I can die if I wanna. They say it's coming and you say we gotta go. Is it too late to say anything anymore? They say it's coming, they say it's coming home. I'm your boy, but take your hands off my mouth, I got it all. I'm your boy, let me go. Bye bye, baby, if you really wanna go. I'm your boy, let me go. Should've let it die or save it till I really wanna know. They say it's coming, you say we gotta go. Is it too late to say anything anymore? They say it's coming, they say it's coming home. I'm your boy, but take your hands on my mouth, yeah, I got it all. Ooh.
Well, Eli Manning played a prank on some golfers during a practice round at a PGA tournament. Take a look.
Be the ball.
Very nice. That spinny grip or Benny Beats? Can we talk about DJing back in North Carolina?
Hello? Anyone home?
Can you give me some advice on my loan? I got a mortgage I want to refinance.
I also have a fleet of little mini airplanes also that fly over the course and weave through.
Did I do that? What'd you do? I touched it like this.
Paging Dr. Shipinski. Address says I can usually find you in the woods. Did you know that there's a tiny arrow in the FedEx logo?
I'm gonna face it right down the middle of the fairway for you. Seems like you have a little problem with direction.
That was Eli Manning controlling a moving tee marker before the FedEx St. Jude Championship last week. That is so funny.
That's what, you know what? You got to have a good time in life.
Exactly.
Hey, the man's retired. Live your best life, Eli.
Very true. All right. Well, you know, we're always talking about Reddit.
Yeah, we are.
But Reddit is testing some AI features on its platform. It rolled out an AI tool that can convert written text to video and audio. Users can choose to listen to posts or watch them as short-form videos.
The audio and video still links back to the original thread and comments. Reddit describes the test as a limited experiment in select communities. The goal is to figure out if users would rather listen and watch posts instead of reading wall-to-wall text. So you can just listen to your brain rot.
Yeah, no, you
don't
can
have to
listen
read
to it. And actually, you know what, Substack, do you know Substack?
I do.
So Substack is, they have the option to listen to these articles and things like that, which I think is nice.
That makes sense because Substacks are they're longer articles,
Exactly.
but do you really need to be listening to Reddit comments?
That's so valid. And you know what? But I think this is a great idea for them. This is a great way to repurpose it and get more eyes on it.
That's true.
But everything is kind of just turning into social media now.
It is, and I love some Reddit. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think you got to cut it off somewhere.
You know,
guys.
I just want to read some words.
Read some
sometimes,
words.
you
That's
know?
right. All right, guys. Well, there's plenty more positivity ahead, including why a man's best friend may not always be the best defense. That is coming up just in a little bit.
If you love the music of the 70s and giving back to a worthy cause, All Things Possible Mobility is hosting their annual 2026 charity rock concert on August 29th. And Lisa Sexton is the founder and executive director and is here to tell us more about the event with some special guests. We have 3 members of the 1970s tribute band Groove Machine, Sanford, Terrence, and Joe. It's so great to have you all. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having us. Nice to be here.
Of course. So Lisa, first of all, tell us a little bit about All Things Possible and what you guys do for folks who've never heard of you.
Sure. All Things Possible raises money to buy wheelchair accessible vans to give to families that need them, that have someone in their family that can't walk.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have a way of transporting them because wheelchairs weigh about 400 pounds.
Yeah.
And you can't just throw it in the back of your car. So it's a challenge, and we're trying to help those people. And so the fundraiser that we have coming up is going to help do that.
I love that. It's really exciting. So it sounds like it's going to be an awesome event. Now, Sanford, I know that you are one of the people who helps Groove Machine perform and pick which performances you're going to do each year. So what makes the fundraiser one that you continue to say yes to?
Well, when Lisa calls, it's so easy to say yes because of the things that we know what the outcome is going to be because of the fans that she provided, that we actually help her in that process, and it's really nice to do that.
I mean, it's such a cool way to give back. Of course, you know, when you're performing, you're having a great time, but it's also for such a great cause. So, Terrence, what stands out to you about the audience compared to other shows that you guys play?
I would say a performance to allow families to regain mobility. Sign me up, Coach. So it's just a wonderful experience to be able to do that. Normal concerts, we're here. Of course, we're going to have a great time dancing, singing, you know, throwing back songs to the 70s. But this is for a special cause to allow families that type of freedom, and so we were just, you know, it's a wonderful opportunity to be a part of this.
Yeah, an immediate yes.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Joe, you've been performing for years. What makes this concert so memorable for you?
It's all about the families. When you watch the magic that Lisa and team perform, and you watch the expressions on the face of the families, and you see at the end of the night when the new family gets a van, and what happens, it's all about the families.
Hand me the tissues. Hand me the tissues.
So it's the magic is about.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's a magic to it. And if you love the music of the 70s, Groove Machine is going to bring it to you. Let's get a little taste of what folks can expect ahead of the fundraiser. Take a look.
Hand me down my walking cane, hand me down my hat. Hurry now and don't be late, 'cause we ain't got time to chat. You and me, we're going out to cast the latest sound. Guaranteed to blow your mind so hot you won't come down. Hey, call the yourself on the rubber band. Man, you never heard a sound like the rubber band.
So it's sure to be a fun time, and best of all, every ticket purchased helps All Things Possible Mobility continue changing lives one wheelchair accessible van at a time. And so, especially with all these tickets going towards fundraising, what are these funds specifically going towards?
Well, all the funds raised that night, whether it's for the raffle drawing we're going to do, the ticket sales, general donations from folks, it's all going toward purchasing wheelchair vans. And they're so expensive.
Yeah.
Right now they're costing us about $50,000 for a used one that's got, you know, that could be 10 years old, under 100,000 miles, but a brand new one is $100,000. So that's a ton of money, but changing a life, how do you put a price on that?
Yeah, you can't. You really can't put a price on that. So if people want to contribute, if they want to help, where can everybody join you for this event?
Well, the event's going to be held at a place called Pine in the NODA area. And it's on August 29th at 6 p.m. And there's plenty of free parking, so nobody has to worry about that over there. And it's going to, the tickets are available on our website, which is allthingspossible.org. It's got all the information on the event and tickets right there.
I love it. Well, guys, thank you so much. Thank you for everything that you're doing with this event. We are so excited. And break a leg with your performance. They were so great. Well, thank you guys so much.
All right. Thank you.
We're back with another table talk from Stewart Law Offices with Brent and Christian. And truck accidents really can be life-altering for a lot of people. And why are crashes involving commercial vehicles so much more complex than typical car accidents?
Well, the first thing is the obvious is the weight. I mean, you have a car going 55 miles an hour and a semi-truck pulling a load. It is just the sheer force of what hits you when it's a tractor trailer.
What makes semi-truck accidents different legally from regular car accidents?
So with semi-truck accidents, there can be more parties responsible. You have the car accident itself, but usually a semi-truck driver is an employee of another company, and so you've got to make sure that that employee's been trained properly, that they've been monitored properly, that all the equipment is up to date. And so there's a lot of moving pieces that contribute to the lawsuit or the claim in general.
So there's more people involved then.
And we have worked with cases where not only do you need to look in the driver of the truck to see if he's been driving over his hours, to see if he's done some kinds of drugs or alcohol, to see what he's done to contribute to the wreck. A lot of times there's a faulty part in the truck. We have a case that we're working on now that there are 5 or 6 defendants. Like we started out, another car kind of started the wreck, but the tractor trailer was going too fast for conditions. So we have the person in the road that started the wreck, and the tractor trailer driver was driving too fast. Then we found a faulty part of the braking line. And so it just keeps growing, which is why it's important to get a lawyer right away, because often we will buy the tractor trailer or buy the other car on the road and we send them off to experts. So there's a lot of evidence you want to lock down.
Exactly. So that's why it's important to get somebody who has experience, because it really can make a difference early on in the case rather than doing this after the fact, right?
100%.
Good to know. So, for somebody who's dealing with the aftermath of this kind of situation, how can people reach you?
Well, you can call us at 866-STUART, or you can get us online at www.stuartlawoffices.net. We don't care how you get us, but look online and call us. Christian and I will be glad to talk to you.
Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. Thanks for spending an hour of your Thursday with us. A dog loyal to a fault led Cheshire Police to its owner, a suspect who fled from constables in the UK. Cheshire Police said in a press release that 41-year-old Charles Foy was seen illegally riding an e-scooter on a public road with his 2 dogs running alongside him. Upon being asked to pull over, Foy ran away from the police.
Well, during his escape attempt, one of the dogs running alongside the scooter, a Labrador, fell behind, unable to keep up with the high speeds of the e-scooter. Police said Foy was sentenced to 3 months in jail for failing to stop for police, driving while disqualified, using a motor vehicle without insurance, and failing to provide a drug test. That man was out here living. Oh my gosh,
Oh
this
my
is crazy.
goodness. Well, you know what? The fact that the dog led police to him.
I mean, the dog was tired of his owner at this point. The dog
No,
was like, I'm sick of
literally.
these streets,
But
and I'm
you know
sick
what?
of your bad
He was just like,
activity.
I just want to see my dad. I just want to go find him.
Yeah, dad was out here. Dad was out here wilding.
Our director just said the dog was charged with being a good boy.
Oh, that's kind of. He ratted on his owner. All right, guys. As always, before we go, we want to share our closing thoughts, and here's mine. Sunny days wouldn't be special if it wasn't for rain. Respect the struggle, and that's 50 Cent. So if you're really in it and you're like, why am I going through this right now? Remember, according to 50, one day this will all make sense. The struggle will make sense.
I'm just so dead that Alicia said that dog was a snitch.
I'm always
She
thinking.
said, you know what? He snitched.
Snitches get
He
stitches.
snitched.
Keep your
That
mouth
dog
shut.
snitched.
You don't tell nobody.
Okay, all right, since it's a Thursday, I gotta give you some
All
true
right,
or
hit
false. The first known music festival dates back to ancient Greece. True or false?
Definitely. Everything it dates back to ancient Greece.
So true. Okay,
Right?
so this actually was during the Pythian Games. They included musical competitions alongside athletic events. And that was held in like the 500s.
I feel like the
500
Greeks were
BC.
like living.
They really were.
Like,
you know?
I think it's so cool.
And they had good food.
They had good food. They were just like living their best, unbothered life.
I would not want to live in 500 BC at all, but hey, they were having a good time.
We'll see you back here at 10 a.m. on Positively Charlotte.
Thanks for joining us.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate in the Carolinas. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. I'm your host, Morgan Francis, and today I'm going to start the show with an interesting stat here. 61% of homeowners do DIY, that's do-it-yourself projects, because they can't afford hiring a professional. Think about that, 61%. Some might be really great at it, others not so much. That's why having a home inspector come in when you're purchasing a home is probably a good idea, and we have one on the show today. Jeff Tretter, he is the owner of 2020 Inspections. Jeff, appreciate you coming on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Josh, you kind of have been here, done that. Josh Stone with Stone Realty Group, we appreciate you coming back on.
Thank you for having us back.
So, why do I have both of these guys here today? Because one is the inspector and one is the real estate agent. And that relationship is a lot more important than people might think. So, Jeff, let's start with you. That statistic, 61% of homeowners do the projects themselves because they can't afford to contract out. It's expensive to hire someone just to come in the door to do something.
Yeah, it definitely is. And it's definitely something we see on inspections all the time. Different eras of homes, you can tell, if a home was built in the 50s and you have plumbing from the 70s or the 80s, there's definitely indications at different points of the years when things were done. It's definitely something that we see often. And there's definitely times it can be the cheaper route, but it's not going to be cheaper when the inspector comes in and we find it, and then we have to ask for different types of repairs when it comes to your due diligence. So if you can afford a repair, it's always good. If you're a true craftsman, then go ahead and do it. If just stay at your level of expertise, so you're making the things correctly. Plumbing is something that we see people try to do on their own all the time. And it's probably an area where I see the most things wrong on an inspection with the DIY. Same with decks. We've had one actually this week. We did an inspection, and it was a warranty inspection for a builder. And my inspector, Chris, who did that one, called me and he said, they added a deck onto the home. And I was finding a lot of things wrong with it, but the builder didn't do this one. And so that just was a situation where they have a brand new house, they built a deck, and they already know they have problems with how it was built.
On the news side of things, I've interviewed people who have had issues with their decks, and it's like it's not even properly attached to the house. You can't just take wood and nail it straight to the home and think that everything's going to be fine. There's structural integrity to consider. And that's when DIY, you may have to just bite the bullet if you want that kind of an upgrade to your home, not a necessity. Maybe hiring the professional would be the best route.
And while you might be saving money on the front end, oftentimes you're going to have to either disclose that when it comes time to sell or address it. Most likely.
Why you don't have any permits.
Exactly. And even if you don't address it prior to listing, an inspector like Jeff and his team is going to find that and disclose that. And now you're kind of between a rock and a hard place. Again, either concede that money to have it fixed and brought up to speed for code purposes, or go ahead and do the work prior to selling the property.
Jeff, question for you. How many, and obviously you're the one who does the inspections, but how many people call you kind of in a panic because they never had the inspection done when they purchased the home, and now they're noticing a lot of issues and they think we need someone to take a look at this? I know you can't put a percentage on it because you do a lot of inspections, but I'm just curious how many people kind of go back and think we should have had this done. Why don't we call someone?
So with something like a deck, I wouldn't say too often. I would say in that situation, we actually find it more when they're about to buy the home and the seller's shocked that we found so many items wrong with the deck that was built. But what we will have is people that have hired a GC that didn't do that didn't pull permits or anything like that when they're doing a remodel, and they started calling us and saying, hey, we're seeing a lot wrong. Can you come inspect the area that we had worked on because we're seeing these issues? And then if it's not a permitted one, we definitely have gone behind and find different issues from plumbing to electrical that wasn't done correctly to today's standards.
Yeah. What about new builds?
New builds are a fun one. A lot of people.
Why fun?
Because you think they're going to be easy, and while
they're brand new, what could be wrong?
You think you're getting a turnkey, no pun intended, purchase?
No. You get 5 points for that.
Right?
That's what that is.
But you think you're getting a turnkey property, and 99% of the time, that's not the case.
Yeah, there's not a perfect home out there. There's never been a time that we have walked into a house and didn't find something to write up. And it's not that we're ever going in with the intention of we have to write everything up that we can find. It's just people are building these homes. It doesn't matter the name of the builder or what company did it. They're still human beings, so there's going to be room for error on it. I have a cool story about a new construction property, and we actually inspected that one at the warranty period. These people did not get an inspection prior to closing. They waited until the 11-month warranty when they started having issues coming up. When I went there, one of the things they were discussing was high energy bills, high energy cost. And when I went into the attic, it was kind of a unique setup.
This is the attic.
Yep.
This is the actual picture.
This is the actual picture.
For people at home, think to yourself, what is wrong here? Let's play a game here. All right. I'll give you a hint. What's missing in the attic?
Yeah, and this one was, I could see why the builder forgot, because it was a unique setup where half of the home was on a 2-story, and the half we're looking at is actually a 1-story area over the living room and master suite. The only way that I could get into that area was to go stick my hand and flashlight around a piece of ductwork and take a photo. And when I took my phone out and looked at the photo, there was no insulation. And the only way that they're gonna have to cut holes in there and blow the insulation in to get that added. But these poor homeowners were talking about how they were spending close to $1,000 a month to heat it in the winter time. So new construction, I mean, this passed county inspections. It passed, all of everything the county was going to do, and we didn't find it until a year after them living there.
Well, and hats off to you, because some inspectors would say, couldn't get back there. You can't, there's no access. And then it just kind of is what it is. And the bills, that's a whole nother thing,
And I think a lot of first-time buyers, especially when I'm thinking first-time buying new construction, they're enticed by closing cost incentives, possibly rate buy-downs. And we have great rapport with a lot of the local builders in our area, but oftentimes they're not thinking more long-term like this. And safeguarding that investment that you're likely going to be tied to for a potential 30-year mortgage is truly key. And spending that couple $100s on a third-party inspector is really going to hold the builder's feet to the fire and is going to avoid potentially any circumstances like this with insulation issues, plumbing issues, things like that.
Because the warranty is one thing. If they have the warranty, the builder's going to come through and fix it, unless there's something crazy going on. Then it turns into probably a legal mess. But the bills, that's another thing, because where's the recourse there? And I'm not expecting you guys to know an answer because you're not attorneys, but they paid higher electricity bills because of this mistake that was done on their property. Now they
typically when you do that, different builders have different verbiage for it. That builder walk, celebration walk, whatever it's called, you do have to sign a document saying that you're taking the property as seen in this condition. So I would imagine it falls under that umbrella. But that is a very good point. They've been fitting a quite literal bill up until they'd had that third-party inspection done.
Right. I mean, they agreed to buy the house without doing that final inspection, and so that's kind of on them that they didn't notice it. But thankfully, you guys were able to catch it before the warranty was up and they could get those things fixed.
The other thing that I would like to touch on with that, so this was a private build, and the builder built 2 homes on it. I inspected the one house at closing. They had a realtor, they had an inspector, and we also did their 11-month warranty. The other house where I found the missing insulation, they had no agent involved, no home inspector involved, because they thought it was a new build. And it was just a really good comparison where one house had everything from the jump, where you had the realtor, the inspector. Process went a lot smoother.
The insulation?
Yes, the insulation. And then the other one, they came in and they wanted to save a little bit of money up there in the front cost, and ended up costing more at the end. End right.
So with your inspection, you're going to get pictures and kind of a list, a very long list. You're going to be shocked when you get it. You're like, why is this inspection like 50 pages long? That's kind of how long they are. But I think this will give people a great idea of when they purchase a home, what they can expect to see and what it might mean. So this particular issue, what's the problem with the tub?
Yeah, so this bathtub, we're doing our inspection of the plumbing and we're noticing that it's not draining. And when we do an inspection, we run all the water on a home, every fixture that we can get to. And sometimes if we'll have one slow drain or two slow drains, we want to try deciphering as best as we can what's going on. This house in particular, we had this slow drain. I think there was another bathtub on this floor that had also a slow drain, which is telling me that there's more than a localized problem. Where if I have one bathroom on a higher floor that's slow, but the rest of the home is draining properly, most likely that's going to be localized. This house in particular, more than one, so we recommend them getting a sewer scope. Well, what the sewer scope is, that's a video inspection of the sewer line that goes underground. So it goes from the house to the street.
It's not the prettiest looking video when you get it.
No, I'm not going to lie. It's not my favorite service to do. You're playing in a little bit of mess, but this was a good time that I'm glad they got it because we had that slow drain. Then we get into the pipe and you can see that there's some roots growing into the pipe and then also just a major blockage in it. And that slow drain, this is what that's being caused by, is the water is nowhere to go and that pipe's filling up and going in towards the home.
Okay, so Jeff is the one who says, here's the issue. Then it gets turned over to Josh. Josh, what are the conversations like? And I know these are just a couple of issues that we've gone through, but for this particular one, what are the conversations like with the seller's agent when there's clearly an issue and the buyers are like, does this need to be fixed? Or, am I being over the top with this? What are those conversations on your end like?
I always try to triage things. If it's a situation like this where it's very clearly a plumbing issue that's not localized, that needs to be a seller's issue. That is the listing agent's job. I'm relaying this information back to them during negotiations. Exactly what this due diligence period is for. It's for us as the buyer's agent and as the buyer to discover anything that might not have been disclosed or oftentimes even known that was wrong with the property. The seller very well might have thought, and you always want to give the benefit of the doubt, they very well might have thought that hair was clogging a drain, something like that. This is nothing to be worried about. This happens with older homes. When you find out during the due diligence period with a sewer scope like this that there's an issue, that's not a problem that I'm okay having my client absorb, taking on ownership of the property. During that,
it can be thousands.
It can be, yes, tens of thousands. And anything from the sewer connection to the home itself is a homeowner's issue. So we're now letting the sellers know, like, this is a problem that needs to be addressed during this due diligence period. And oftentimes a situation like this, I love to get my clients' money back at closing, monetary concession. But a situation like this and all the experiences I've had working with vendors and general contractors, I've never once had a general contractor come back during the inspection period and say, I think we overcharged you. Here's $2,500 back. Usually when you get into a situation like this and start peeling back the curtain, it's the opposite. This is $2,500, $5,000, $10,000 more than we anticipated. So in a situation like that, we're writing it up in the DDRA to make sure that the seller is the one that's on the hook for using a licensed vendor to solve the issue.
So there are two approaches to this, right? You can have someone take a look at Jeff's report and give an estimate of how much they think this would cost to repair,
right,
and present that to the seller and say, hey, can you cover this? or you can have someone actually come in and fix it, and the seller just takes care of the repair.
Correct.
In a situation like this, what would this be? A full pipe replacement, or can they be patched? Like what?
There's no patch in that one. That they had to dig up
Roots coming through.
Yeah, so this one they had to dig up the front yard and replace the pipe that's underground. That was the only way to fix that. Sometimes if it's just roots, there's things that the plumber can do to repair smaller sections or get it cleared out. But if roots are going into a pipe, it's either going in through a union where it's connected, or there's a crack in the pipe somewhere where they're getting in. So that section is usually full replacement.
So going back to the original picture, okay, water's not draining, but then the sewer scope, which is an additional cost, correct?
Yes.
You know, so that's usually where a lot of buyers are like, oh, should I get it done? We're spending so much money already. But realistically, with the scope of the work that needed to be done after finding out what the real issue was, that would have cost them a lot more money in the long run.
I know this house was repaired for about $15,000 because of it spoke to the agent after that one, because they were thanking us because we were able to find it.
If you could spend a couple $100s as a buyer and being more insistent and persistent as a buyer's agent, we really need to do this. This is a must. This is your insurance policy, basically, before you take ownership and have homeowners insurance. This due diligence period is the time to kick the tires and discover something like this. Why would you not spend a couple of $100s to safeguard your purchase?
Well, and then on the seller's side, fortunately and unfortunately, once you disclose the issue to them, they can't, if your buyer backs out, it's not like the issue goes away. Then they have to. It's a material fact. They have to disclose it to anyone else who might purchase a home after that. If for instance, if you out there are buying this home and you back out, the next buyer has to be told that this issue exists. So it doesn't, once they know about it, it's not going away. So it's in their best interest to find some sort of resolution to it. Let's keep moving along here. Obviously, that looks like there's a little bit of moisture going on.
Yeah, so this is a situation, you know, anytime when we're in a crawl space or a foundation of a house, we're taking moisture readings in the sections of wood we can get to. And anytime that you have over 20% moisture, it's considered actively wet. Now, 30% across a whole crawl space, that's pretty high, and it's something that you want to have looked at during your due diligence period, because you got to figure out how to stop that moisture.
Or where it's coming from.
And it's not always a plumbing leak. A lot of times it has to do with drainage. How's the water draining around the home? Are the gutters cleared out? Is there gutters? But crawl spaces in North Carolina, I kind of joke with some of my clients, it's great that you have it, and it's also bad that you have it, because we have similar problems all the time. This in particular crawl space, this one was kind of in the woods. Drainage wasn't great around the home, and the entire crawl space had moisture throughout it. And it was definitely a situation where they were probably thinking about encapsulating it to really get full control of where that moisture was going, because it was at the point where it was starting to go into the subfloor.
what are we looking at here? Is this a GFCI?
Yep. So this
I love that we're talking about this. So they come up in like, I swear,
95%
every
of
inspection. And, do they need to be fixed? Is that something that you need to bring up to the seller? What do you think, Jeff?
I am triaging. So if we have an issue, I'm trying to think, I always try to put myself in the perspective of the seller as well. I always want to make sure that I'm advocating for my client. I take my fiduciary role very seriously, but I want to make sure we're asking for realistic things. If we're already asking for a $15,000 concession, like the previous plumbing issue, if we're having that addressed and in tandem, like a 1-2 punch of high moisture readings in the crawl space, we're looking for a concession for a vapor barrier, we are likely overlooking an outlet to be replaced because that's something that can easily be done after closing. If we're getting $20,000 in concessions, I feel like that's kind of a kick in the shin to the deal. And I don't want to derail things or put such a sour taste in the other party's mouth that they say, absolutely not, we're just not doing anything now.
So Jeff, GFCI, educate us, please.
Yeah, I mean, so you got to have them on the exterior, in the kitchen, bathrooms, anywhere there's a water source that could get to the receptacle. The whole point of it is safety. If it gets wet, there's an overcurrent in it, it's going to trip and go off. It is something that safety thing. Yeah, you got to have it. You got to have it fixed. I agree with Josh. Usually that's something if you're on a house that has a lot more issues, it can wait. You got to have a working plug and it has to be safe for you and your family. But I think we get a little extreme with some of them on some of the newer home setups. And when I'm looking at a house too, I have to look at it through the lens of different eras and wear different glasses. When I'm looking at a 1970s home, my thoughts are a little bit different than when we're looking at a new home. While I will recommend them, if the house is still original, it's not. It was built to a different standard than it is today.
Very well might have been up to code in the time that
most likely it is. Yeah, and they're not expensive to put in.
Can I DIY? Can I be the 61% that?
Well, legally speaking, if with electric, I don't know that we should answer that, but I've done it myself. It's not that difficult. I mean, it's a YouTubeable fix.
If you search it online, there are plenty of tutorials to say here's how you do it. But then again, you are working with electricity, so there's that risk that you take.
So, as people ask me, my clients, they ask me if they could do it themselves sometimes. It is based on your skill level. Don't go above and beyond what you're comfortable with.
So these are all your inspections that you've done, just under 400. And the top one, more than half of the homes that you inspect don't have service records for their HVAC.
Yeah, so these stats came from March and July of this year. So this is a small snapshot of what we're seeing lately.
Right.
So the HVAC records, the reason I put that on there, especially with the high heat we had this summer, when we go into a house, if an air conditioning system is not working well at 80 degrees, when we walk in and it's 100 degrees outside, we're going to see that a lot easier. And when there's no type of records for their disclosures or anything to give the potential buyers, there's a good sign that system's not been serviced in a long time. And servicing an HVAC is something I recommend everyone to do. Do your annual maintenance to it. It makes them last longer.
And keep those records.
Yeah.
That's what I always tell my clients. My goodness, keep your records. It's a pain to keep track of everything, but it certainly pays its dividends when it does come.
Most of the time it's through email. They email you a receipt and everything, so it's searchable.
Yep.
Crack in the slab perimeter.
Yeah.
These are just, small cracks that I feel like are on a lot of homes, right?
Yes. So when I'm doing an inspection, either slab or regular masonry, if I don't see a crack the first time I walk around, I take a second look because they're that common that I feel like there's going to be some type of cracking. Most of the time, hairline cracks where there's very little movement, that's very normal to see. Concrete, when it dries out and loses moisture, it's going to have some type of settlement in it. I always say, get it sealed to prevent water from getting in there because that's always going to make cracks worse, especially over the winter time. But it's something that I talk about in inspections a lot at the summary at the end, because as soon as I start talking about cracks in a foundation, people get really worked up about it. Yeah. And I explain what just said about walking around the house twice, because if I see a large crack that is a problem, we're going to have a much different conversation than talking about the standard shrinkage crack that we're seeing. So it is something super common that we see in almost majority new construction, residential, Doesn't really matter what it is. If it's concrete, there's a lot of times there's going to be some type of
That
crack
brick or
there.
concrete slab is a hard surface that is sitting on top of an ever-moving and ever-rotating earth. There is going to be cracks at some point. It's just a matter of if you're going to catch it during your due diligence period or 5 years into ownership. So again, just delivering that to clients in a palatable and knowledgeable way of this is very common. My rule of thumb is if you can take a quarter, flip it on its side, and fit it inside of the crack, that's when we need to have this assessed by a structural engineer. Otherwise, just monitor until it potentially gets to that point. But there's a high probability it's never actually going to get to that point.
The one that stands out to me on this list as something that is oftentimes maybe not noticed in the first view of the home, but is caught a lot of times in the inspection process is the HVAC unit and its age.
Yep.
Which when you place an offer on a home, I know everyone when they walk in the home, they want to look at just how beautiful it is because that's easy to, but you really do need to look at everything that's past.
Lifespan of major
Right.
systems and mechanicals. For
And in replacing an HVAC a year after you move in because it was old to begin with and you didn't account for that when you purchased the home, that can be a huge expense. And you find that, a quarter of the time almost, that the HVAC systems are old.
I think that's why they might start moving. Their appliances are getting old.
Truly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, once we get to about that 10-year mark, I mean, it's funny. The way they make these systems now is they kind of don't make them like they used to. I'll have stuff from the
I
90s.
feel like that's with a lot of things.
Right.
Yeah.
Any major appliance I would agree with.
Yeah, sometimes I'll have one from the 90s that's working great, and then one from 2010 that's failing. So yeah, when we start approaching that 10-year mark, that's when I start getting worried about the age of it. And it could be working today, but tomorrow it may not. So that's why maintenance is important because you keep that system clean, filters changed. It's going to make it work less hard.
And I would say as well, working with an agent that knows negotiations, that knows things like this ahead of time. Your client is wowed and dazzled coming into a home, and oftentimes they have those rose-colored glasses on, looking at envisioning their family moving into this home. They definitely need an advocate that is keeping things like this in mind for age of systems and mechanicals and is structuring the offer in a way that they can leverage that to their benefit. If you know that the home is a little bit older, you might not want to ask for a large concession in the base contract because during due diligence, we are likely going to be asking for the cost of the HVAC to be replaced. The roof is 15 to 17 years old. This might come up with homeowners insurance. We might be asking for that concession. So knowing that there are ceilings to the amount that a lender will even allow oftentimes a seller to concede, structuring the offer initially knowing that is essential because oftentimes buyers don't know what they don't know. So they're looking for a
quick,
coach in.
we're running out of time, but can you explain that? Because you made a very good point. Sometimes when you ask for such a large amount in concessions, you can't really work with those numbers all
Right.
the time.
So, for instance, I had a client recently that we found quite a bit. It was a 1920s built home in Gaston County. We found quite a bit that came up during the inspection report. They had a conventional loan on the property, and based on how much money they were putting down on the conventional loan, the lender was only allowed to have them receive a 3% concession of the sales price at closing. So I think for this one, it came out to roughly $16,000 to $18,000, something in that ballpark. But we had just close to that on inspection reports and summaries from other vendors. So when I constructed the offer, whenever I'd showed the property a couple times to these clients, I let them know, like, we are aware this home is old. We are aware that there are going to be issues. So we need to kind of do our best constructing this offer. Let's offer a lower purchase price that is palatable enough for the sellers to sign that, and know that we're going to have to bake in during that due diligence period some type of concession. And lo and behold, we got to the penny what we asked for during due diligence.
Okay.
But the lender will not allow any more than that 3% ceiling. There are a couple of workarounds to that. You can get creative with things. The closing attorney can hold a check that's made out to those specific vendors. So let's say that we would have had to have septic system installed, a whole new septic system installed. The seller can have a check made out of their proceeds that's held by the closing attorney to that said septic company, and then is dispersed to that company at closing. That has no interference with that 3% overall concession.
Well, Josh, Jeff, we ran out of time. It was a really fun show. I feel like I could have made it into an hour, and there are a whole lot of interesting pictures that you provided that we weren't able to get to today. So that just means you'll have to come back on.
I would love to.
Both very much nerd out on stuff like this too. So.
But as do I. Thank you so much, guys, and to everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, it's hot out there. No secret, right? We'll show you the new measurement that high school football coaches are using to decide what they should do at practice and just how bad the heat stress is. Plus, scorching hot days and rainy days. El Nino getting stronger. But what impacts will it have on the Carolinas, and why are we so excited about snow? Details on that coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, and it starts right now. Welcome into another edition of Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson here on Queen City News Plus. Always big welcome to our YouTube viewers who watch our clips on there. So we're talking all things weather and climate. And first off, the weather has been disrespectful this week here in the Carolinas and across much of the South. It's been all about the heat, and the heat has just been scorching us here over the last several days. The scorching hot days continue here in the Carolinas. It's like a 2-week stretch of 90 degrees or higher in the Charlotte area. And if I'm going to be honest, I'm tired of it. I am just absolutely sick and tired of these hot and humid, steamy summer days. I am ready to get to winter at this point, but we still have a ways to go before we get to that. But you can see people are still out there in the heat. So once you're drinking plenty of water, staying hydrated, of course, and taking breaks when you can, definitely recommend to do so. Now, I want to talk about the wet bulb globe temperature. That is something that's been used by a lot of high school football programs around here in the Carolinas to determine whether they should cancel practice, move it indoors, or do practice without shoulder pads. And what this is essentially, it's a better measurement than the actual heat index itself. You've probably heard us say the feels like temperature. You've probably heard us say that often, but there's also the wet bulb globe temperature, which takes into account more of the heat stress elements. Let me show you kind of how this works. We'll take this full screen for you here. Essentially, the wet bulb globe temperature uses more measurements, which gives us a better picture of the heat stress for a given day. So the measurements include for the wet bulb globe temperature, which is short for WBGT. So in the sun, in the shade, air temperature, humidity, wind, cloud cover, and sun angle all go into the wet bulb globe temperature. All of those go into the temperature. Now, when you look at the heat index is not measured in the sun. It's measured in the shade. The air temperature is used with the heat index. The humidity, of course, is used with the heat index. And then also, you don't have wind, cloud cover, and sun angle that include the heat that are included into the heat index, which is why the heat index kind of falls short in determining what the heat stress is going to be for a given day. Because if heat index is 105 for a day, but it was measured out of the sun, and I'm a football player or I'm an athlete of any kind, track player or track racer or whatnot on the track, or maybe I'm a part of a tennis program, I'm going to be in the sun. I'm always going to be in the sun for events like this. And even an everyday person, when you're out on a hot summer day, you're going to be in the sun. You're not going to be in the shade like the thermometer and the heat index is taken. Now, of course, air temperature and humidity, that's a big factor when it comes to heat index. We talk about feels like temperature all the time. It's a hot and humid day. That means that the air temperature is going to be a little bit lesser than the feels like temperature. But with the wet bulb globe temperature, it's taken into account not only that you're going to be out in the hot sun all day, it's also taken into account wind speed. If there's no wind for a certain day, obviously it's going to be even more steamier outside. If there's a very high sun angle, like this time of year, the sun is pointed very high up over top of us and it's shining bright on us, then there's going to be a higher measurement and a higher number you get for the wet bulb globe temperature. Now, I know I'm ranting right now. I'm really just getting into it, but essentially, I think the WBGT is a more important number. We use heat index on TV, but I've actually started, and I've actually done it on our morning show here at Queen City News, I've actually started to introduce the wet bulb globe temperature more this year because I've had high school football coaches actually reach out to me. I knew locally in the area asking what they should do at practice. And I'm just looking at this wet bulb globe temperature, and I'm like, this is what it says for the day. I think it's the most important thing. Now, again, North Carolina, South Carolina high school athletics, and really all states, they all have different procedures on how they should do things. But this is the scale. This is the scale for the wet bulb globe temperature. So if your wet bulb globe temperature, max temperature, is below 82 degrees, now again, this isn't the air temperature, this isn't the heat index value, this is not the humidity, this is taking in all those different factors that I just mentioned, including the humidity, sun angle, wind speed, also the temperature for the day, and also in and out of the sun is in cloud cover. All that's used to determine this number. So if it's below 82 degrees, you get normal activity. This means that the heat stress isn't really a factor at all. Just go out, practice, have your normal event. Now, if it gets between 82 degrees and 86 degrees, this is when you want to use caution, take breaks, maybe, just an extra water break during practice. That's when you tend to just start taking a little bit of precaution, but you're not getting overboard with it. Now, 87 degrees to 89 degrees on the scale, this means you want to start removing those shoulder pads. I had to do this a lot when I was in high school. We'd get really hot summer days. Shout out to my Bulldogs, Jay and Robinson, up in Concord, North Carolina, right there off of Pitt School Road. That is where I went to high school. That's my high school alma mater. And I played football junior and senior year. And I remember the days we would take off the pads. And I tell you what, it felt great. We'd still have the helmets on, so you're still kind of locked in the heat with the fit in your face, but at least you didn't have to worry about the heavy shoulder pads on top of you. And we could wear shorts too. We didn't have to wear just like our normal jersey stuff. We could wear shorts, which you tend to do for some football practices a lot for high school anyway, because you have a certain amount of pad days that you're allotted. So anyway, if the temperature for the wet bulb globe temperature is above 90 degrees, this means you need to move practice indoors or cancel. Now, I know high school football coaches well enough. They aren't canceling practice. They're moving it indoors, or you'll have more film for a certain day. But I know we never canceled practice. We were always in practice. It just was a matter of if it was going to be inside on the gym or if it was going to be outside. And usually if we were inside, it meant more conditioning. So you almost wanted to go outside in the heat and humidity, so you didn't have to run sprints and things like that. So that's a look at that. And again, football programs mostly use that. And you can see like just certain football programs here, just looking at practices. Some have shoulder pads, some don't. And some wear shorts, some don't. And some athletes nowadays, they want to, get used to the heat. They want to get adapted to the heat. So you'll see them wear sweatpants out there, which, that's their call. But again, just a good way for some folks to get adapted to the heat, especially if you're trying to go to college and things like that. So you'll see that for sure. But we do have more scorching hot days ahead. Unfortunately, in the Carolinas, it takes a little bit for us to cool down around here. Now, I will say this. I did make this really, really fun graphic earlier this morning, and I want to show it to you guys. Essentially, our Jason Harper was asking, we've dealing with all these hot summer days. When are we going to cool down? Is it Halloween? Is it Thanksgiving? Is it Labor Day? When do we start seeing cooler temperatures? So I was like, how do I think of a cool way to show that temperatures are going to cool down eventually, but not just show the temperature coming down? And I was like, let's just count down the days to the holidays, but also count down to the cooler temperatures as well. And it kind of worked out pretty well. I like the way this turned out. So Labor Day is 19 days away, right? We're recording this on Wednesday, August 19th. So 19 days away from Labor Day. Our average high temperature is usually 85 degrees. It's still pretty hot and steamy on Labor Day. And I mean, even after Labor Day, we can still get 90-degree highs. And recently, we've been above average. And I expect more above average temperatures as we close out summer, as El Nino gets a little bit stronger too. Now, El Nino tends to lead to a little bit lesser temperatures because we get more of an active subtropical jet stream. But I think that's going to be more of a winter thing. So Halloween, 73 days away. By Halloween, you should be expecting temperatures to be in the upper 60s. By Veterans Day, mid-60s, 84 days away, Veterans Day. Hanukkah, or actually let's go to Thanksgiving first. 100 days away from Thanksgiving, 60-degree temperature, usually in Charlotte around then. And then Hanukkah, 108 days away. Obviously, that changes each year. I believe it's December 4th this year, if I'm not mistaken. 57 degrees, the average high temperature. And then Christmas, 128 days away, 53 degrees seems to be the high temperature on Christmas. Now, last year, you guys remember, Christmas Day, we had the hottest Christmas on record ever, 79 degrees. So not always do we have 53. I just want to caution you. It doesn't always work out that way. And all those average temperatures don't always work out that way. It's like it's a suggestion to Mother Nature that we should be at 53 degrees for Christmas. And Mother Nature doesn't always take that suggestion. Let's just say that. But anyway, that's a look at the heat that continues here in the Carolinas. Relief on the way for the weekend. Coming up in just a bit, we just mentioned a little bit of El Nino. El Nino is strengthening. We'll talk about the strength of El Nino now and what it could mean for our winter months and why you shouldn't be getting excited about snow. I don't know where that came from. We'll talk about it coming up on the other side. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I want to get you a look at your sea surface temperature anomalies for Wednesday, August 19th. You take a look at it, notice where most of the sharper reds are. Those are the oceans. And you look across the oceans, you're not seeing a lot of blue, which means that temperatures in the Atlantic and the Pacific are above normal. Bad news for hurricane season, but there's one thing that's saving us in the Atlantic basin. It's this. You get farther south in the eastern and central equatorial Pacific, and you see that big brown stripe there. Well, that is very hot water temperature. And you get a little north of that, you can see that we've got water temperatures in the central and eastern Pacific popping up around 3 to, in some cases, 4 to 5 degrees Celsius above where we should be for this time of year. The Pacific Ocean is baking right there at the equator. What does that mean? That means El Nino is strengthening. And this could be the most historic El Nino we have ever seen on record. And it is going to lead to different impacts climate-wise. But I want to caution you, there's a lot of folks that are going to tell you this El Nino is going to lead to this incredible winter here in the Carolinas, where we're going to see all the snow in the world. I want to point out, we weren't in an El Nino this past winter, and we had a historic snowstorm. 11 inches in Charlotte, 16 inches up in Kannapolis. It was historic, the biggest snowstorm we've had in 20-plus years. And we were not in El Nino. So it can happen regardless. But just because we're in El Nino doesn't mean we're going to see snowstorms every day and every week here in the Carolinas. There's some different factors that have to play a role in this. But first, let's talk about El Nino itself. So I just did the main takeaways from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration that just came out here as of August. We're now in a strong El Nino. A strong El Nino is here. The only next step will be very strong El Nino, or as everybody's calling it now, I guess it's just a new phrase that we have to use. Super El Nino. Everybody's chatting about it. You're hearing about it. The Super El Nino, it's not something that's actually used by NOAA, but I do like that people are using it because it does give a kind of the inclination that this is going to be a pretty big one. This is going to be a big El Nino and possibly the biggest on record or strongest on record. And again, it could change some climate patterns. So there's now over a 90% chance of a very strong El Nino event happening. So Super El Nino's coming. I mean, 90% chance of anything is happening. I mean, that's just almost a given at this point. If I tell you there's a 90% chance of rain, it's going to rain. If I tell you there's a 90% chance of you winning $1 million, you're probably going to like your chances of buying your dream home or buying your dream car. So now there's a 90% chance of a very strong El Nino. It's happening, folks. It is going to be a thing. And I want to talk about what that does here in the Carolinas. Now, I haven't really went through all of the history. I don't have like a chart for you, but historically speaking, this is what happens for the Carolinas. First off, let's look at the key. Again, El Nino strengths, strong right now. This means that in that El Nino 3.4 region, we've got a 1.5 degrees Celsius to 2.0 degrees Celsius temperature range. It's kind of like an average that NOAA does to determine just how warm a given region is in that part of the central and eastern equatorial Pacific. But very strong El Nino, and Super El Nino again is coming. But this is what I wanted to get to. So here in the Carolinas, we tend to see below normal temperatures for an El Nino that strengthens like into a very strong El Nino. And then for precipitation, that goes up. What I think people see on this graphic as I bring it full screen for you, I think they see, oh, temperatures down, precipitation up. That's snow. That's not the case. That's not how it works. Honestly, I've lived here my whole life, with the exception of some years in West Virginia, just as I started my meteorology career, and it's never worked that way. We've had temperatures at 33, 32 degrees, and we end up with freezing rain and no snow. Or we've had snowfall events that look incredible and dry air eats it up. We've had events where you think it's going to be all snow and it ends up being all rain. So don't get your hopes up for massive snowfall events here in the Carolinas. Now, I'm not saying that's not going to happen. I'm not saying that we're not going to see snow at all this winter. There's definitely a higher chance for snow this winter than you'd ever have usually around here. But I don't want you to get all excited and think that we're going to see this historic winter, because that's probably not going to be the case. Now, temperatures go down, precipitation goes up. Why does this happen? Well, what happens with an El Nino is that the subtropical jet stream gets more activated. So you see this moisture feed here down to the south, what I have my mouse over? That is the southern branch of the jet stream. That is the subtropical jet stream. It gets stronger. It gets more active. So essentially, you get several areas of low pressure that develop, and they ride along the subtropical jet stream and then lead up towards the northeast. And again, that is several low pressure systems that are tracking through here. You see where my mouse is, several lows tracking up and leading to more nor'easters. So for the northeast, yeah, this could be a big time event for them. You know, this could be a big time winter for them coming up just because they'll be colder. But for us here in the Carolinas, yeah, we're still going to be in a wetter pattern, sure, but it doesn't always transpire to more big-time snowfall events. Now, very similar here. You kind of see the cooler weather. Of course, you're going to have cooler weather across the south because you're getting more rain and clouds. You're just going to have a cooler pattern because the jet stream's more activated. You're dealing with more storms. And farther north, as you're getting into the Dakotas, the Northwest Pacific, the northern branch of the jet stream is being pushed to the north. So that's why they end up with warmer weather and less active weather, because they don't have the jet stream and low pressures riding over top of them all winter long, or all El Nino long. Because again, El Nino, you're strengthening in the winter, but could also be strong, very strong during the spring. And you can get more severe weather and flooding threats versus snow. So again, I just wanted to cover that a little bit. I am going to be doing a lot of research. You guys know I love my research. I do it a lot here at Queen City News. I just I just love numbers and I love building graphics and love explaining things to you guys. So there's a few things I'm going to be doing here over the next few weeks, probably after my vacation as we get into late August and early September. Probably after that, as we get a little bit closer to the fall months and also we're getting closer to winter, I'm going to start building like a statistical graphic thing to show you how the El Nino events change what our winter season could look like versus La Nina events or versus neutral events where we're not in an El Nino or La Nina at all. So I can kind of help you get an understanding of why we shouldn't just get locked in on one thing. But anyway, that's a look at the El Nino update. Just wanted to update you on that. Again, more historical stats on that coming up maybe in a few weeks. I do want to talk more about hurricane season. It has been a tame hurricane season so far, but the same can't be said for the Pacific Ocean and the Hawaiian Islands. A historic storm just hit them over the weekend. We'll talk about why El Nino is slowing the Atlantic down, but the Pacific continues to pick up. That's next. Welcome back in. El Nino is getting stronger. We've talked about it in our last segment. It continues to strengthen. We've even seen the rainfall impacts from it too. You know, that's kind of helping us get out of the drought a little bit as the subtropical jet stream gets more active later this year. We're going to see more rain like this, heavier downpours, and helping us get out of the drought. And hopefully some of these heavier downpours, as many are wishing, of course, will maybe turn to snow if you're a big snow lover this winter. But man, heavy rain has been the big story here lately. Got another flood threat coming up on Friday, August 21st here in the Carolinas. A lot of high school football programs, varsity teams have been moving their games to Thursday night just because of the threat of more heavy rain and storms. So, yeah, El Nino getting stronger, and I expect more of these rainfall events to happen. But El Nino, as it gets stronger, it impacts our hurricane season in the Atlantic Basin, but it also impacts the Pacific hurricane season. And it impacted it so much so far that they have already had a pretty historic season because of Hurricane Lala. It made direct impact on the Hawaiian Islands. This is a look at video from there. Lala probably would have just been kind of sent back to Lala land, but the thing is it impacted land. And when you're talking about Lala, again, this storm was a hurricane when it made landfall in Hawaii. It was a Category 1 storm. And I shouldn't say landfall because the storm didn't actually make landfall. So what ends up happening is if the eye wall crosses over land at all, it makes direct impact on that land. However, the eye wall, if it completely crosses over the land, that's a landfall. So if the eye wall starts to cross a little bit, but doesn't cross all the way over into the eye, that's a direct impact. However, if you cross the eye wall all the way over that land, that is where you get your landfall. But it creates historic conditions out there in Hawaii. This is not Lala here. This is another storm from earlier. I believe this might be Arthur that made landfall earlier. I don't know if that's Arthur because it's moving from west. I think that's Bertha there because you can see where most of the convection's down to the south. But again, this hurricane season's been an awkward one. You know, we're sitting here getting close to peak season. We haven't really seen a lot of activity. And I just want to talk about why. Well, first off, it has a lot to do with this. Wind shear and dry air. So when it comes down to hurricane season, wind shear increases in the Atlantic basin because of a strong El Nino. Now, if you have a La Nina, you get the opposite effect. You don't have a lot of wind shear out in the Atlantic basin. Now, for the wind shear, that's one thing, but you also have a lot of Saharan dust that is creating dry air in the Atlantic basin. So wind shear, that prevents thunderstorms out in the Atlantic basin from getting tall, big, and strong and producing your hurricanes. That, again, just kind of chops everything off. Imagine, you're growing, your storm's growing big and tall, you just chop off the top of it and just shut it down. That's what's happening with wind shear. Now, dry air suppresses storm development. Essentially, what it does is it doesn't give the moisture for these storms to thrive. Imagine if you're outside in the heat, you're dehydrated, and you don't have any water. You're not going to function properly. So just like tropical systems, if they get out in the middle of the open ocean and they have no moisture to work with, they're getting dehydrated and they can't function properly and they fall apart. So that's why it's important, folks, to stay hydrated. You don't want to fall apart outdoors. But it's also important for our hurricanes to stay hydrated if they want to live. Essentially, like, that's kind of a good way to explain. I kind of like the way that kind of came off there a little bit. But again, wind shear, dry air out in the Atlantic basin, that is kind of slowing the Atlantic hurricane season down for now. But again, there's an opposite effect to this. In the Pacific Ocean, as I showed you in some video here out of the Hawaiian Islands, their hurricane season actually picks up because in the Pacific Basin, the wind shear decreases. Yeah, so El Nino doesn't necessarily increase the wind shear out in the Pacific. It leads to more hurricane activity because the wind shear is decreasing. This is a look at that. You can see the graphic. You see those warmer ocean waters down there towards the central and eastern Pacific. And then you see the reaction out of the Pacific and the Atlantic basin. So to the east, more wind shear equals less hurricane activity in the Atlantic basin. And then to the northwest of those warmer waters, out in the eastern and central Pacific, we've got less wind shear and we're getting more hurricane activity. So again, that's how that all works. It's kind of the opposite effect. Now, if this was a La Nina, we'd probably be talking about a more active hurricane season in the Atlantic basin, and you'd probably hear our meteorologists here at Queen City News talking a lot more about hurricane season and the impact it could be having on certain parts of the region. Now, just because it has been a pretty tame hurricane season so far in the Atlantic basin doesn't mean things can't pick back up. I just want everybody to know that. Just because hurricane season's pretty calm now doesn't mean that you don't get one big storm that makes landfall somewhere later in the year here towards October and also as we're getting towards the end of October. November, I do expect things will probably start shutting down, but there's still a chance you'll get tropical waves off the west coast of Africa that we'll have to watch. And if you get any decrease in wind shear, that could cause a hurricane to pop up and maybe be an impact to the U.S. or the Caribbean islands. Maybe you're taking a cruise out there. So you still want to watch out for this. But right now, wind shear has things shut down out there in the Atlantic basin. And that's what we like to see here in the U.S. because that leads to less impacts for us. But out in Hawaii, the impacts are different because they're dodging more storms as El Nino picks up hurricane season in the Pacific basin. That's going to do it for this episode of Pinpoint Weather University. I hope you enjoyed. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson as we sign off with all the time. I want you to take care of yourself and each other, especially in this heat. Take care of each other, too, as we navigate this earth and this heat together. Y'all be safe. Have a good one. We'll see you next time.
Now at noon, this weekend marks 1 year since a deadly stabbing on Charlotte's light rail. So now the victim's family is planning to file a lawsuit. Also, look at how the case could play out in court.
And we're tracking another hot and humid afternoon ahead for the Carolinas, but some changes are ahead for your weekend. I'll show you with my pinpoint forecast at noon.
Of Charlotte remains unchanged, that we are not in support of reinstating the P3 project.
Well, Charlotte leaders doubling down on their stance surrounding the I-77 toll project. So what this means for the millions in funding still on the line. Good afternoon to you. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
First at noon, a live look here around the Queen City. So another hot and humid afternoon on tap, and it feels like temperatures outside now, they're going to hit the triple digits today. So let's get right over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Andrew, so storm chances are also returning this afternoon.
Yeah, could see a couple of scattered showers and storms this afternoon, but really the focus, Alicia, is going to be on Friday here with more widespread wet weather. Isolated storms today, more scattered to widespread tomorrow. And then as we go into the weekend, a little bit lower heat and humidity out there across the Carolinas. A little bit of a break ahead. Charlotte live cam right now, 87 degrees. Winds out of the south-southwest about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points in the lower 70s. We do have heat advisories in effect here until about 8 o'clock this evening down in the Sandhills in Richmond County. Pinpoint satellite shows you that cloud cover here across central and western portions of the Carolinas. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions here across North and South Carolina right now, though we might see a few more showers and storms pop up later on today. We zoom out, we go wide, North South Carolina, not much going on. We did see some showers that faded a little bit earlier today out there. Temperatures currently 87 already in the QC, 90 though in Monroe, when they've been seeing more sunshine. 95 currently in Wadesboro already. So we're heating up out there. I've got more on what you can expect across the Carolinas, my full pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes. Alicia.
Thank you, Andrew. So 2 people right now are dead and another person is injured after an overnight shooting. This happened in Chester County. Happened just after midnight on Mays Drive. Deputies say 3 people shot, also now including the suspect who died from their injuries. And detectives believe this all now stemmed from an altercation between the suspected shooter and the 2 victims. So the family of Irina Zarutska, this is a big story here because it's a year later. They now plan to file a civil lawsuit on the 1-year anniversary of her death. The 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee died August the 22nd in 2025 after she was stabbed on the Charlotte Light Rail in South End. DeCarlos Brown Jr. now charged with her murder in her death. And the civil lawsuit will target external parties on alleged security and safety failures that led to her murder. Queen City News reporter Andy Weber now sat down with the attorney representing the Zarutska family, and he spoke about how the recent audit of cats now plays into this case.
Well, it largely confirms everything that we've been saying, that this is a huge issue regarding public safety, and it confirms that there are no physical barriers, and physical barriers to our light rail are absolutely necessary to prevent non-ticketed riders from boarding. Essentially what we have are words on pavement, the honor system. There's no fair enforcement.
And we will have more from the Zarutska family's attorney on Queen City News at 4. We also spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes about the hurdles cats could face surrounding the lawsuit. Here's what he had to say.
Do they have a duty to protect riders from third-party violent attacks? That's going to be the first question. Whether the attacks were reasonably foreseeable, that's going to be probably the hardest portion to prove. And then were the security failures that you're alleging that they failed to comply with or needed to have there, were they the proximate cause? And then if they are sued and it's a government entity, would they waive some future government immunity? So there's a number of hurdles that I will look at, but those foreseeability and proximate cause will probably be the 2 that make this the hardest case, the hardest portion of the case when looking at it for sure.
And for that full conversation with Khalif, you can head over to our website at qcnews.com. The Charlotte community is now responding to an investigation into the death of a man and the arrest of the mother of his child. So this all happened at a tent installation shop off of Monroe Road Tuesday evening. Kiara McKnight, you just saw right there, is now charged with murder. Police say that she stabbed her child's father, John Christian, in front of his job. Witnesses say that Christian was closing up shop when McKnight showed up to the business. Authorities say the pair got into a heated argument, and that turned physical before McKnight sped off from the scene.
We don't like this type of stuff happening in the community. It's terrible, especially in front of another local business.
Well, the victim was stabbed in the torso. Authorities now say McKnight told them that she was who they were looking for when they found her after the stabbing. McKnight told detectives that she and Christian shared a child, and they often had arguments over child support. A North Carolina man now faces charges in connection with a deadly crash involving a university cycling team. So John Benefield from Newland is now facing vehicular homicide and aggravated assault charges. Investigators say the crash happened yesterday morning in Hampton, Tennessee, and troopers say members of Mulligan University's cycling team were then training when Benefield hit several of them. 2 team members died, and 4 others are now still reportedly in critical condition.
11 of our cyclists were on a training ride this morning. They were struck by a vehicle. 2 of them died in the accident, Halen Ingdahl and Braden Rogers. I'd like to invite the entire community into prayer with us, into grief with the families, with us, and into deep prayer for the families of those we have lost.
So much emotion there, you can be able to hear in his voice. Court documents now show there was no evidence showing Benefield tried to brake or take evasive action before the collision. So the university is now planning a campus-wide vigil to be held later on this week. The former Fort Mill Charter School headmaster is now accused of embezzlement and exploiting an elder. So court records now show 53-year-old Jennifer Magnette was arrested Tuesday in Mecklenburg County. Officials say the crime happened while she worked at Carolina Classical Academy last school year. In a statement to Queen City News, the school board's members now say they did not learn of Magnette's credit card misuse until after her contract ended in June. They say that she separated from the school now is because of a separate performance-related issue. The woman at the center of a viral arrest video that involved a Shelby police officer now back in jail. Cleveland County records show 34-year-old Cherry Moore was arrested again on Wednesday for failure to appear. Moore had faced charges of misdemeanor, breaking and entering from the May 29th incident involving the now former Shelby police officer. Video allegedly shows former officer Carson Hyder now taking Moore to the ground and then repeatedly striking her while she struggled. Police say officers were initially called to the scene for a suspicious persons call. So at the time, Moore had been charged with breaking or entering, resisting a public officer, and then also assault on a government official. The latest court records show only the breaking or entering charge remains in her case, and then the next court date for Moore is September the 10th. Gaston County officials now asking for the person who abandoned 5 puppies in the heat to please come forward. Animal care and enforcement officers say that they picked the puppies up Tuesday at the end of a rural Gastonia cul-de-sac. And officers say the dogs were left without water, only a small bag of dog food, and a container. The puppies were wormy and had bloated bellies. Officers, so sad to look at this. Officers say they hope whoever abandoned the dogs will please come forward.
I'm not saying there won't be charges, but our goal is to get a surrender for these dogs so that they don't have to sit in the shelter. No, our goal is to get these pups out of here. If you come forward, it's going to look better for you.
Wow. Officials are urging anyone with information to please contact them. So we are one step closer to learning the fate of the controversial I-77 South Toll Lane project. Last night, members of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization, they met for the last time before a vote on whether to reinstate support for the plans. Because of the way the voting is weighted, as long as Charlotte Mecklenburg County and one other municipality vote against, well, there won't be enough support for the plans to be able to move forward. So as of right now, it looks like that is what will happen. Take a listen.
The position of Charlotte remains unchanged, that we are not in support of reinstating the P3 project.
On September 23rd, CRTPO members will formally vote on whether to be able to support the I-77 South toll lanes. So if they remain in opposition, that would require municipalities to pay back at least $60 million in state funding already spent on the project's design. Well, CRTPO members must make the decision before October the 5th.
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States, and if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, but I do support the military. I'm not a polished politician up here. National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
South Carolina Republican Senate candidate Darlene Graham getting national attention now for her answer to that debate question. Came as she now faced off with Congressman Ralph Norman Tuesday night in Newberry. And her response is also being called a major misstep by some in the media. So yesterday, Graham tried to assure voters that she is ready for the job.
I want to know what's important to South Carolina. Right now, I think the gas prices, affordability, the price of health care is really important to people in South Carolina. But any issue that I'm not informed on, I'm smart, I can always become informed on.
And I sat down with Congressman Ralph Norman to talk about his Senate campaign and whether Senator Graham's answer that you just heard there on national security disqualifies her from the job. So in 15 minutes, we're going to hear his response and more about the Senate race, his opponent, and his views on issues like government waste, infrastructure, and Silfab Solar. Early voting already underway for South Carolinians, and that's just for the special Republican primary runoff. So you can scan this QR code right here with your phone for a list of polling places. It'll take you to a story on our website, QCnews.com. And then polling locations open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. today and tomorrow. The runoff election is next Tuesday. North Carolina joining a growing list of states allowing drivers to use a digital license. So what's sparking the change and why officials say not to throw away your physical ID just yet? Andrew.
And we're tracking some hot and humid weather for your Thursday, but some changes on the way this weekend. I've got the details in my pinpoint forecast next.
You're watching Queen City News at noon. Here's a live look over uptown. It's gorgeous out there, but it is definitely going to be hot today. 84 degrees right now in the Queen City, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
An 18-year-old is now facing a murder charge in connection with a deadly crash. This all happened last month on Stevens Mill Road in Stallings. Investigators say that Mariha Ladd attempted to be able to pass another car when her vehicle was in sideswipe before hitting a second car head-on. Police say that Shannon Bennett, the passenger in the second car, died. 4 other people were taken to a local hospital for treatment. Well, investigators say that impairment, speed, and illegal passing were all factors in the collision. Ladd is now facing murder and serious injury by vehicle charges, and she's currently being held on a $950,000 bond. Well, carrying your driver's license in your wallet will soon be a thing of the past in the Tar Heel State. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone tells us about the new program allowing your ID to be stored in your phone.
As the North Carolina DMV continues to work to improve its performance, it's planning to roll out a new program that would not require drivers to have a physical license.
It's another option for people. You won't have to get one if you don't want one. It'll just be kind of a supplemental form of your identification.
It's called the North Carolina Digital ID, or Mobile Driver's License. Officials say it'll be available in December, and it's free.
A lot of people don't carry cash or even cards anymore because you can tap to pay from your phone. Same idea with having a digital ID. You could have the credential on your phone.
Digital IDs are already accepted here at Charlotte Douglas for out-of-state passengers that have them. So that's why this will be the first place where you no longer have to insert your ID, and instead you'll be able to tap to get through.
This just opens the aperture up to more passengers and gives them a faster way through the checkpoint, being able to download the physical card onto something that people carry with them everywhere they go.
If you've used touchless ID at CLT, this will feel familiar. TSA is first in line in North Carolina's new mobile ID program, with plans to eventually expand it to traffic stops and places like ABC stores and restaurants.
It's not the same as, literally taking a picture of it and being able to share that with law enforcement or someone at TSA, or that it's not that. It's much more secure and digitally verified.
You'll still want your physical license until it's more widely accepted. It'll be limited to the North Carolina Wallet app before expanding to other digital wallets. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Well, a new survey now reveals that some Americans would gladly take a pay cut to skip their commutes. On average, Americans now say that they would give up more than $3,200 to avoid their daily drive. A study from Resume.io also identified the worst commute in each state's largest metro areas. In North Carolina, so it's I-77. I think that we all agree on that right here in the Queen City. And Queen City drivers say that they would happily pay $3,100 not to drive that road every day. So the survey also ranked Providence Road Island as the worst commute. Workers there would pay nearly $6,000 to avoid driving Interstate 95. Wow. All right, let's take a live look here over West Charlotte. Talk about this heat that's coming our way as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, right now 84, kind of comfortable now, but that feels like temp by this afternoon really heats up.
Yeah, we're just keep heating up even more. Just the past few minutes now up to 87. We just keep getting hotter and hotter out there, Alicia. Southwesterly winds about 5 to 10 miles an hour. The only thing that's sort of a speed break on our temperatures, we do have a little bit of cloud cover here across the region. Otherwise, we'd keep going up, up, up as we go throughout the rest of your day. Boone is dry as well, a little bit of cloud cover, and radar is quiet, but that cloud cover is helping us out a little bit with the temperatures. You can see that cloud cover I'm talking about, but probably going to break a little bit more in the afternoon and continue to push our temperatures up into the low to mid 90s. Temperatures right now, 95 in Fayetteville, 91 in Raleigh, 94 in Charleston, 93 in Columbia, low to mid 70s as we head on up into the mountains. Muggy meter going to be staying a little bit on the humid side here as we go through the next few days. But once we get to Sunday and beyond, we'll see that humidity drop and it'll start to feel at least a little bit more tolerable out there. In terms of severe weather risk, we do have a marginal risk, a tier 1 out of 5 for severe weather here across the Carolinas. Futurecast in motion as we go throughout the afternoon hours. Could see an isolated storm today, but it's really, I think Friday is going to be the focus here. There's some of those scattered showers and storms really trying to bring it through the overnight hours as well. Maybe a little skeptical of that. But as we go throughout the day on Friday here, we'll see more pop-up showers and storms. I think it's going to be a little bit more widespread than what Futurecast is alluding to. Just keep that in mind as we keep going forward through the overnight hours heading into your Saturday morning. Mostly cloudy skies And then as we go into the afternoon, some more hit and miss showers and storms out there across the region. 7 o'clock Saturday evening, more potential storms out there. And as we roll into your Sunday, dry weather in the morning, and then looking pretty good here as we get into the afternoon. You can see a little bit of that northwesterly flow moving through, helping to bring down our temperatures and a little bit lower humidity too across the Carolinas. Overall rainfall, kind of averaging everything out, probably a ½ inch to an inch of rain generally is going to be expected across the Carolinas by the time we get to your Sunday. As for today, that pop-up shower storm is going to be possible. I'm going to be watching the cloud cover clearing out. Still keeping 95, 96, but if the cloud cover holds on too much farther into the afternoon hours, probably going to bring our highs from about 96 maybe down to 92, 93. Just something to watch here. Nonetheless, it's still feeling very soupy out there. Feels like maybe a 101 this afternoon in Charlotte, maybe 106 down in the Sandhills. Overnight lows. Low to mid 70s out there, 74 in Shiraz, 73 in Charlotte, 73 in Lancaster, middle 60s as we head on up into the mountains. Speaking of the mountains, watching those scattered showers and storms for your Friday, heading through the weekend, temperatures cooling off. Look at those lows getting down into the middle 50s. And your pinpoint 7-day forecast, high temperatures hovering right around the 90-degree mark right through the weekend and through the middle of next week. Alicia?
All right, thank you, Andrew. So Ralph Norman is running against South Carolina Senator Darlene Graham. Well, next week's is a special Republican runoff, and also coming up next, we're going to hear from the congressman about key issues facing South Carolina and also the nation. You're watching Queen City News at noon, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, Congressman Norman, I want to say thank you so much for being here, for having this opportunity to be able to really dive deep on all the issues. I do want to be transparent to our viewers that we try to set up several debates. And I want to thank you that at every time we try to set up a debate, you said you were willing to be able to come in for it. I want to let everybody know we also extended this invitation to Darlene Graham, and we are waiting to be able to hear that response. Let's get started with the economy. I think that's where everybody, the biggest issues for so many. When you talk about where we are with gas prices, Just a couple days ago, President Trump said, get used to paying $4 for a gallon of gas. Is that something that we should get used to? Is that where you stand? Is, if you are a U.S. Senator, what do you tell people who say, you know what, money's tight?
Well, affordability is a key word in all over the country, not just in South Carolina. It's evident in South Carolina because we have people moving in here from other parts of the country. A lot of them are fleeing the liberal policies that Mondavi and New York have, Virginia, soon to be added on that list. Bottom line is they ought to be able to come to South Carolina. And we are a business-friendly state, but the farmers haven't had a break on any price reduction. It's all been price increase. If you think about it, gas leads the way because everything we get from our groceries in the stores to our gas pumps to get the trucks delivering, all that, it depends on gas. And the Straits of Hormuz have got to be open to keep the gas prices down. The president inherited a disaster when he came into office. He's been in office 2 years now. And he's done a good job of facing the challenges that we've had. And Iran posed one of the biggest threats and one of the biggest threats as far as keeping our gas prices up. So we have got to get prices down. And I think as we move forward, it's not just that, it's business regulations. I'm in the business. I've been in the business arena. I had a real estate development company. Companies are struggling with overregulation. I will go to the businesses and find out what we can do to relieve that and get off the books. I'm not interested in creating a bunch of bureaucracy that only costs the businesses out of the backbone of South Carolina. Healthcare prices. We ought to be able to have pick our own policy and have health care that is workable for that family at that particular time. So all that said is, Alicia, we've got to work at every level to get prices down to make it so you don't have to be 40 years old before you can afford a house.
Right, that's what we're seeing now.
Yeah.
First-time home buyers, that's the average age. Waste, fraud, and abuse. We keep hearing this, that everybody wants to be able to balance the budget. So according to the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, the federal government reported an estimated $186 billion in improper payments during the fiscal year of 2025. In 2024, it was $162 billion. Now, that sounds like a lot, but when I did the math, it's actually 0.02% of the federal budget. But when you talk about balancing the budget, what can people expect from your leadership?
What they're going to have to demand, not just expect, demand that the politicians, both in the House and Senate, take it up. Let me give you an example. The DOJ Commission identified hundreds of billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. You and I heard about USAID. That's only one agency. If you go across the board to the grants, the NGOs, non-governmental agencies, organizations, it's money that's being doled out that is a fraud. And for us to only come up with $9 billion in cuts is a teardrop in the ocean. It's an insult. So what I will do in the Senate is lead the way on massive cuts. We're $40 trillion in debt. Our interest payments exceed our defense budget. That can't keep going on. We've got to make that a key issue. We've got to make sure we enforce it, and not just in name only. We've got to have press conference after press conference. And many things we have to address, but that's one of them. The money, I would venture, is far more than the figures that you just named. Bottom line, we got to take a strong stand on it. We have to identify it. I can't just say cut waste, fraud, and abuse. I've got to name the line items that I'm making the case to the South Carolinians and to other parts of the country. This is why we're cutting it out.
wanted to give you the opportunity to really clear the record on the One Big Beautiful Bill and your support of it. I know you had a closed-door meeting with President Trump when all that was going through, but just really explain to our viewers, because even at the debate that came up, and I wanted you to give that some more context as to where your support is and why there was the back and forth.
Well, they use that as they said I voted against President Trump. I voted against the Big Beautiful Bill specifically. Here's what happened. I am on the Budget Committee. We were debating the content of the Big Beautiful Bill. They had subsidies in there that I thought we could carve out because it was expensive subsidies that I didn't think were warranted. So I voted against the bill in subcommittee, and I voted on it in the Budget Committee. But we had another bite at the apple, and as I told my opponent, in the business arena, you negotiate. You don't just don't take what people give you, and you look at the numbers. And when I voted against it, I knew we had another bite at the apple, another time to vote. We did go into the president's office, but what she said was just not right. He asked, the president said, "What are y'all doing?" There's three of us voted against it. And I said, "Mr. President, we're making it better. We're negotiating just like you do." I said that the subsidies for wind and solar are stupid. The electric cars, they don't deserve our tax dollar. And there were two others. He said, "Oh, I didn't know that." He said, "So you're not going to kill the bill?" I said, "No, I'm not going to kill the bill." I had leverage to make it better, and he agreed with it. And it was a great meeting.
What is your relationship like with President Trump?
It's good. I support him. I've got the highest rating in Congress. Look, what he's done for the country, if Kamala Harris had assumed the presidency, this country would never recover. I firmly believe that. He got us back on a track economically. He got us back on track with shutting the border down. I mean, the criminals that were coming into this country, and I've used the example, would you open the door, take the locks off your house, and let everybody and anybody walk in off the street and come in? No. Would you open the gates around here to let anybody and everybody in? No. There's such a thing as being selective on who comes into the country as it is with who comes into your business or your home or anything else.
You've said that your relationship with President Trump is good. Were you surprised that he didn't endorse you?
I really was. And I called him. I said, "Mr. President, I like your endorsement." And he said, the Haley thing came up, and I said, "I don't apologize for that."
He brought it up.
Yeah. And I said, "That's fine." It's such a thing as loyalty.
In terms of the fact of you supporting her when she was running for president.
Yeah. And he's the best businessman I've dealt with. He can read you in a minute. He's good. And he said after, he said, "Look, I get it. Y'all are from South Carolina. You came in the house together. Lane and I were friends with she and her husband." And I said, the real thing is, the minute she got beat, I called you. I called you before and I called you afterward. And look at what I've done on my policies. Now, on his policies now, had I had a grudge and voted against everything he's doing, that's just not the case. He's doing great things for the country, and he knows that. And so it did shock me that between the two, and especially with the Democrats supporting her candidacy, putting the money up.
Explain that a little bit more, because we did hear that in the debate in terms of these attack ads that are coming. You're specifically talking about where money is coming to support Darlene Graham's campaign, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You've got billionaires that are putting money behind ads that are airing every 15 seconds almost on TV, saying that I voted against President Trump's Big Beautiful Bill. I took COVID money. All these things. To even claim that I made money in Congress, I made money because I make good investments. I made good investments in the private sector. I've been in the business arena for 40-some years. And so it's just wrong. And that's where I hold, when she said she didn't know anything about it, she had to know something about it. Or if it's like national security and she knows nothing about the ads that are coming out on me, her handlers are either misinforming her or not. But there is a reason the Democrats are supporting her, and she'll have to explain that.
Well, we have extended the invitation. Let's talk about foreign affairs and national security. So the president is requesting a record-breaking $1.5 trillion for national defense in his fiscal year for the 2027 budget. That's what he's proposing to Congress. This historic request represents roughly 40% as an increase over previous military spending levels. South Carolina is a military state. Fort Jackson, Shaw Air Force Base, Joint Base Charleston, Parris Island, Buford. Do you think that's reasonable? And with the debt that we're now facing, where are your concerns?
Well, in a perfect world, you would have offsets, and we have a trove of offsets that we could identify, as we did with the DOGE Commission. But you can't get any support to cut anything up there in the House. Now, I will really take the Senate and broadcast why this has to be done. But when it comes to national defense, yes, I will vote for that. Does it have offsets? No. But look, with what we've done to Iran, which was the right thing, if he had to have taken the steps to take their nuclear capabilities out, America would have been on the hit list. And what do we want? Bombed out cities? How much is that going to take to fix? So, yeah, I support him on that. Could there be cuts, fat in the national defense budget? Yes. But in the timeline that we're running on, with the amount of money that we have spent to take out Iran, we didn't have the time, and I wasn't going to hold it up.
You have a background as being a developer. Let's talk about infrastructure in South Carolina. So we've had issues with development and criticism of development. Scout Motors in Blythewood is a good example of that. With critics concerned about the environmental impact, infrastructure costs, incentives, supporters say that it brings jobs. What is your idea for smart growth in South Carolina?
You have to have smart growth and controlled growth. Now, what does that mean? Mm-hmm. It means with smart growth, you take, you're very careful with the tax money that South Carolinians pay to give it to so-called industries that are coming to the state. Scout Motors was a boondoggle, $1.3 billion for an electric car company that's now going over budget, $200 million. You don't do that. The nearest bid that I heard, and I wasn't in the General Assembly, but looking from afar, politicians can't make business decisions. I can, because I've made money and I've lost money. So you look at these incentives in the lens, what return on investment does it bring back to South Carolina? Is it a smart investment? Will it stand the test of time, like Boeing, like BMW, like Continental, like Michelin? So I will have smart growth, but I will be very careful to scrutinize and put people on committees that scrutinize every dollar.
What more can people see in terms of your vision for South Carolina with you being a U.S. Senator?
Well, you know, when you look at where South Carolina is now, we're going to grow exponentially. You've got to be very careful with the growth. The infrastructure plays a part of that. Now, even running for governor, the condition of our roads is unacceptable. Any worker that supplies new industry coming in has to get there. A lot of the airports are unacceptable. And a lot of things that the basics we're not providing. I will highlight that and make sure the General Assembly puts money toward things that bring a return of investment. And bear in mind, all the money that the federal government is giving states is borrowed money.
So many voters recently got to know you because you ran for governor of South Carolina. With this positioning and because of late Senator Lindsey Graham passing, and this now opens up that we have a U.S. Senate seat, do you feel like this is more your expertise?
No, I'd be good in both of them. I mean, I love the state. Bottom line, I love the state. Do I have to have politics? No, I do not. I do this because it's a service. I have a real interest in making sure this state excels. I know the challenges coming forward. Governor doesn't have the power. You're more of a spokesman or a figurehead. But what excites me about the Senate, you're one of 99 others, and you can play a role in so many different areas and get the numbers because you're at the table. And the other thing, Alicia, you know, the fact that it's the one function that is the graveyard for any good bills. Like the SAVE Act, we passed it 3 times in the House. It dies in the Senate. I'm not going to sit back, and we will challenge the leadership to move good legislation forward. I will try to bring people on board from both sides. Lindsey Graham was great at, you liked him, and he started the conversation. But now it's going to have to be more than a conversation because our runway to financial ruin is getting shorter and shorter. And so I feel an urgency to do it. That's why I'm running.
When you hear now that Darlene Graham is running as your opponent, have you gotten any idea as to what really separates the two of you?
Yeah. One, you don't pass on a job through the bloodlines. And I've used the example, if I go to an NFL team and say I want to start for 6 years at quarterback, and they say, well, Norman, what's your qualifications? Can I really say I'm kin to Tom Brady? No, that doesn't make sense. So I reject that because she's kin to Lindsey. All of us have accomplishments or not accomplishments, and you get there on your merit. And so the fact that she's being backed by the very party that I'm fighting to the tune of 2 to 3 million people, no. Her stance that she just didn't know on Taiwan, which is a simple answer. You know, I know the different issues. It's not because I've been in politics. Some of it is, but you look at these things. If you pay taxes, I'm interested in where my money goes. So I'm different there. I'm just different. She's not a business person. I'm a businessman. I've got a record, and my votes back up my record.
Make it make sense for voters to understand, because your record speaks for itself, but yet you're not being backed by the establishment. Is that surprising?
No, I'm not being backed by the establishment because Washington is broken. Tell me one good thing's coming out of Washington, D.C. They're overspending. The lobbyists have control. And it says something when the Washington establishment is backing a candidate that's running on a Republican ticket. We're supposed to be the party of less government, less taxes, less regulations, and I am. And my biggest difference, you know how I'm going to vote. I'm not some secret that is skipping debates and not sitting down with answering any and all questions. And she should do the same, but it's just not happening. But I'm not going to be quiet if I think it does not is not to the benefit of South Carolina, I'm going to say something about it. Everything starts with the conversation.
Let's go to South Carolina and talk about Silfab Solar. That was brought up too in the debate that you had with your opponent. Silfab Solar has become one of the most contentious issues in the Fort Mill area. So we've had chemical incidents. You're very familiar with what's going on there. What went wrong, and what do you want voters to know?
Well, what I want voters to realize is that this was a company that came in that took a vacant building that had been vacant for a number of years. The school that was being built was already underway and pretty close to completion. They came in, remodeled it. The governor supported it. Commerce, South Carolina Commerce Department gave them money. The issue came up with a zoning issue, and it came up with what they were making on site, which I think they probably had some validity to it. They wanted me to get involved and advocate against it. I'm not on the county council. I didn't vote on anything to do with on any of the permitting. I had a town hall meeting where I answered any and all questions, and they were doing a lot of claims that just were not true, and I addressed them, and that's all we can do.
All right, let's talk about character, compromise, and independence. So tell me an issue where you have disagreed with President Trump.
Well, I disagreed with him on how he's getting involved in South Carolina with the threats that we have in other cities. New York leading the way with the threats we have. How in the world is he coming to South Carolina to get in a primary that you have a supporter who is supported him as the record shows versus somebody that is supported by the enemies that we can't get one vote on. That's shocking. I disagree with him on that.
What's that like, Congressman Norman? Because you have an open line of communication with the president. So are these conversations that you have, or is it just kind of like, all right, this conversation is done, I'm not endorsing you, and we move on?
Well, like as an example, when I called him on the endorsing me for Senate, you know, I called him, and it was a pleasant conversation. I like the man; he's funny, and I'm gonna make the ask. But when he makes his decision, and he did, so I'm fine with that. You know, it is what it is. You move on, and I've got plenty of things to occupy my mind and my actions.
Speaking of policy with the president, so if he asks you to vote for something that you believe is wrong for South Carolina, who wins?
South Carolina. That's easy for me. And I'll tell him why. I'll tell him why on this, on me running, why I'm good for South Carolina, why there's a reason the Washington elite is solidifying around a candidate. That's not good for South Carolina, Mr. President. Tell me where I'm wrong, and he'll tell you. And I'll tell him where I think he's wrong. But my record is second to none, and I'm proud of it.
Name a Democrat in Washington that you've worked with successfully, and what did you accomplish together?
That's a tough one, Alicia.
It is, but you have to think. You got to go across the aisle for things to get done.
You know, I'm friendly with a lot of them. You know, we've had such big issues. You know, I came into Congress when the Biden administration was there, and then when Trump took over, and you've had some people who have crossed the aisle, but it's been very seldom. The reason on the big issues we can't cross the aisle is they're just wrong on their view of America, and their view of what needs to happen is different than mine. Like I like Maxine Waters. She's funny. She's great when I take children on the floor, and our view of public housing and the amount of money that should be spent to house anybody and everybody, it's just difference of opinion, and I like that, but I can have a discussion with her. But a lot of the others are they're nice people, but we're just on two different planes.
The debate in Charleston in terms of getting out issues, topics, you know, was there anything that you felt like you wanted to touch on that you didn't get a chance to be able to really voice your opinion?
Well, I think, you know, when it comes to differentiating where you are, y'all have been fair. You just have on your questions. I think that a lot of times when people feel like things get heated or things get, like last night, contentious, is that a bad thing? I mean, you need to know your differences now, and if somebody gets mad, get over it. State your opinion and then get over it. And so I think in politics now, there's so many politicians that I see that frame their answers to get reelected. And I just don't do that. And there are others that don't do that. But no, I would have liked more time to tell the differences in 30 seconds. What can you do in 30 seconds other than have a quick cursory reply? That's why I wanted to debate with my opponent today. What is there to hide? And I think her only comment was, I want to be with, she actually said, I want to be with constituents instead of up here with you.
Speak directly to the voter. Why Ralph Norman?
The reason Ralph Norman is running for this office is the service that I could give. You're not putting somebody in for 6 years that you don't know anything about. My opponent is different. I know, you know where I stand on the major issues. You know how I have voted under the bright lights. I do think that I bring a certain urgency to get things done because of where we are as a country. I'm the only one that, in this race, it's a binary choice. You've got me, who's proven, you've got my opponent, who is not proven, and they're being supported by a party that is now the Socialist Party. And it's a big decision to make, and I would tell you viewers, look at my record, call our office. I will discuss anytime, anywhere, and I look forward to hopefully we will have some more time to discuss before the 25th, and if not, we'll let the voters decide, and I'm confident they'll make the right choice.
Well, early voting has already started. As you mentioned, August 25th is going to be the runoff election day here in South Carolina. Congressman Norman, thank you so much.
Enjoyed it.
And you can be able to watch the full interview with Congressman Norman on our website at QCNews.com. We also want to reiterate that Queen City News has invited Senator Darlene Graham to join us for a long-form sit-down interview ahead of Tuesday's election. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Welcome in to another episode of Morning Edition. Julian Sador, Andy Satowski, Jason Harper, Andrew Brightman, talking about a lot of stuff today because a lot of stuff came out of the Lindsay Clancy trial, but also want to tease the fact that we're going to have a special guest coming up in just a little bit talking about freelance high school sports filming rules, how they're changing, the phenomena around that. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up in just a little bit. But want to start with, as I said, the developments coming out of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Annie, you've been following this nonstop, so I'm going to let you kind of intro what we saw yesterday, because a lot of the social media attorneys wanted to weigh in with their thoughts about what happened. So Annie, take the floor.
Yeah, okay. So obviously if you've been living under a rock, Lindsay Clancy is accused of or has admitted to strangling her 3 children. This happened in January of 2023. And we don't want to talk about this without mentioning just at its core level how horrific and sad this is, right? I think that point gets lost a lot. But I've been following this mostly because of the discussions around postpartum illness, depression, psychosis, which is extremely rare, but also just kind of analyzing the case itself here from a legal perspective. So we have everyone on social media. There's all these crazy theories about maybe that her now ex-husband Patrick is somehow involved in this. Even though she has admitted to doing this isn't a trial for it. Remember, everyone, about whether or not she did it. It's if she cannot be held criminally responsible because of postpartum psychosis. So this trial's been now, I believe it's in week 3. I think we just had day 16. I was talking to Khalif Rhodes, our chief legal analyst, about this. The defense is now up. They have all their witnesses. The prosecution did about 2 weeks. So what happened yesterday is that the jury was dismissed early. But the judge didn't really give a reason why. He doesn't have to. He just said, due to unforeseen circumstances, we're breaking early for the day. You know, the jury, should not ask questions why. Don't speculate as to why. We're going to see you all tomorrow. So we came to find out that, and Julian, you're going to have to say this fancy French word for me. It's all because
the Latin, yeah.
Is it Latin? Is it French?
I think so, because it had to do with voir dire.
Voir dire,
Yes.
yeah. So they were doing voir dire on and I hadn't either until this case. So we see we're learning so much. For a witness that the defense wanted to bring up, she was she's not an influencer, but a TikTok she made about the trial went viral. And they wanted to bring her as a witness, but the judge denied that. So, Julian, go ahead and explain what that is.
So what the process of voir dire is that when they want further questioning with a potential witness, they kind of have like a closed door. The judge gets to ask questions. Defense is going to say why they want the witness, or prosecution would. And so they brought up this, her name is what, Andy?
Emily Thorndike.
Yeah.
She's a licensed clinical social worker, used to work at the hospital.
Right.
But yeah, posted all her comments on TikTok.
And so what they were trying to prove is why she could speak to what the facility that Lindsay Clancy was treated at, how they were understaffed during the holidays. And what the judge ended up deciding was, we already see all the stuff from the facility in terms of their records. We don't need an additional person. This witness won't add anything to the trial. So that's why they decided not to allow the witness. Now, why they decided to let the jury out, that could be because we've already spent too much time dealing with this for the day. And as Khalif was saying, a judge needs to be able to control the flow of the trial. And if the jury has already been there for a long day and they know the next witness is going to be 4 or 5 hours, let's just break midday. We can pick it up tomorrow. But it's fascinating because the defense actually decided to bring her on after they saw that TikTok post, and that's why they added her to the witness list.
And I think this is, and I want to bring Andrew and Jason into
Yeah.
this because I'm not even going to go into why I'm fascinated with it. But so my feed is just jam-packed with all of these people with a lot of conspiracy theories, but also just a critical analysis of how the case is going from a legal standpoint. And then obviously talking about postpartum illness. But have you guys been keeping up with it at all? Or what do you see? And, now we're all kind of like becoming, when we shouldn't be considered legal experts, right?
No,
But you have to be kind of careful about what you see on social media. What are you guys seeing?
it's not so much the legal. It's a lot of it is a larger discussion about postpartum depression,
Which I think we should all be having. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, and I will say, and a lot of it is usually from men, but some of it's very like sort of unsympathetic towards women dealing with.
Really? Okay, so mine's it's all about your feed, right? So I'm a mom, and so my feed is all, women saying like, thank you, or like, I'm glad we're talking about this because while I, as in the person posting, I haven't had postpartum psychosis, but there are pieces of her story that were also me.
Yeah.
I didn't go psychotic. I didn't have this severe illness, but I was really depressed. I had all of these feelings that she had. It didn't amount to that clinical level. So
Yeah, Jason, what have you been seeing? Obviously, we've talked about this trial, but what have you been seeing?
I haven't been following this, I'll be honest, as much as you guys have. So I've been picking pieces together from what you have been saying, your interest, and trying to just have an open eye for what postpartum emotions, because that is a real thing. What is that like? Whether it's small depression or full-blown postpartum psychosis, which could be the issue here with Lindsay Clancy. But then I'm also, we've got Khalif Rhodes, who's our legal expert. I'm also trying to listen to some of the things he's saying. He's picking apart, a lot of the legal tactics from the prosecution side, the defense side, which I'm amazed that stuff intrigues me. But I go back to just the sadness of this whole story.
Yeah,
it's hard
the
to
bigger,
watch.
and it's hard when you've got kids. And then the bigger picture of, is she sick? Were there things along the way that might have been missed, some signs that might have helped her before things got to this bad? Like, those are some of the things. As amazed as I am with the strategies that are coming from both sides of the defense and the prosecution, if the other part of it is the human side of, it breaks my heart that a human does this or is even capable of doing something, which just shows the severity of our mental health.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
and from what I cut you off, so please continue.
No, I was gonna say, well, the reason this has so much interest is just it's the most the tragedy of it and the larger discussion about postpartum, but like a mother killing her children is just like the most one of the most probably the most unthinkable thing in our society that can happen. But the larger kind of discussion about postpartum depression is just it's really interesting because I think it's this case in some ways is forced men, because obviously we can't grow a human inside of us. It's really confronting. It's like women go through such profound changes and such like wild things going through pregnancy, after birth, like so much stress, loss of sleep. It can all play a role into some of this stuff. And then for me, it's just, to a certain degree, it's given me, I think, greater empathy for women for what they go through, just reading about all the stuff. And then also some people I really don't think are very educated about the topic, talking about as well. It's a very interesting, larger discourse in our society right now.
And yeah, one thing that came up from the prosecution, and it's interesting that these are women attorneys, but that they said that the postpartum psychosis doesn't line up because they said that it didn't start presenting itself until a few weeks after. And every single time they've played that soundbite, Annie, you make a grimace at that. Can you speak just from your own experience? There's no time like that to say 2 weeks, it didn't present itself immediately. Is that backed in any sort of, because everything that you've reported on in terms of postpartum, that doesn't line up.
No. So I mean, and I listened to maybe day 15 or day 14,
right,
and she kind of like backtracked what she said, but they were saying
they initially said that, right?
They initially said like, well, she couldn't have had postpartum psychosis because this all happened 5 months, or she started having these symptoms 5 months after giving birth. Any psychologist, any OBGYN or person who studies this will tell you the postpartum period can be up to 2 years, but most of the time you talk about it up to a year. When you think of postpartum, I think a lot of it is like the major things that can happen are within the first 12 weeks. But it's like any pregnancy, any person's experience, right? It's all going to be on a sliding scale. I mean, obviously loss of sleep is a whole thing. It's not just like, oh, I'm tired. It's like you kind of feel like you're going crazy. But for me, like I didn't really kind of start to struggle with my mental health until my daughter was about maybe like 3 or 4 months old. And that's when her sleep regressions like really ramped up, right? So I was only sleeping for maybe 3 hours, but like broken hours every night for like.
And Lindsay was at 5 months.
4 or 5 months for me is how long I did that. Wow. So she started feeling, maybe 5 months postpartum, she started kind of feeling depressed and anxious and all these things. And then I think Callan who was the baby, was about 8 months old when all of this happened in January. So again, and a lot of this stuff online is, I'm not trying to like bash any person at all, but I don't think that the women prosecutors, I don't think they're moms. A lot of their lines of questioning are like, well, she was controlling because she made a schedule for their babysitter. You ain't a mom. Like, that's just what they do, right? So I think it's opening up a lot of conversations. And when they said that, I was like, you have no understanding of how this actually works. And psychologists did take the stand and say, no, like this period can be as long as a year, maybe even 2 years sometimes. It's all, it's just a lot of factors weigh into it. So like Andrew said, I think it's good to have these conversations, and for men or other people in your life who maybe don't have kids to just kind of to think about that. And not every woman who has a baby is going to feel these things. You might have like the perfect postpartum period and like you got rainbows in your cereal and your coffee tastes amazing all the time. But it's a journey. It's a challenge. So I think the fact that we're talking about that is a positive thing. It's awful that this is the thing that had to open that conversation.
Sure. Look, I feel like there's a lot to unpack. Far from over. Also, as we mentioned, we do have a really interesting story coming up after the break. We are talking with somebody who has an interesting perspective on all these freelance photographers that are showing up on the sidelines of football games, how that's happening, the phenomena around it, and how NIL, factors into it. We're talking about that on the other side of this break. Watching Morning Edition, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Morning Edition. We have a special guest with us for our next segment, John Show with Cornelius today, to talk about a phenomenon that we didn't even know was happening until we were scrolling on social media and started to see that apparently the sidelines at high school sporting events, football and basketball mainly, are starting to be littered with freelance photographers, and it's actually causing some changes in regulations happening. John, you've gone, you've shot these events, you do it for Cornelius today. What are you seeing, and how has it changed over the past couple of years?
You know, I think it's just the popularity of football and basketball, high school sports has just exploded. It's always been huge in Charlotte. I mean, you go back to the mid to late 90s with independence. I mean, it's always been a hugely popular sport. But then obviously with the decline of media outlets over the last, really 20 years, but really the last 5 to 10, there's fewer newspapers, there's fewer magazines. And what's kind of filled that vacuum has been, a lot of them are young people who are looking to build careers in the media. They want to be photographers, video freelancers, and they've been allowed to kind of use high school sports as a way to build their content libraries. So it's been a great way for them to get on the field. They're all good intentioned, well-intentioned. A lot of them are just kids that are getting started out. Some of them are hobbyists, obviously, but it's kind of just that Instagram freelance videographers kind of filled the void that's been created by the falling off of some of the smaller and niche media outlets.
Okay, so John, I could see that as a good thing, right? There are I've seen some teenagers out there on the sidelines that have nicer cameras, nicer DSLRs than what we may have at the station. And then, of course, you got a lot of people with just their iPhone or whatever they have. And that's fine. That's great. They're working on their skill, learning it. But then you also have athletes, and maybe this is their best friend. And you got the athlete who wants to get an NIL deal or something like that. It's almost like they partner up going, hey, you help me, I'll help you. Like, what's the downside? What have you seen in the last couple of years from this increase of photographers on the sidelines?
I think first of all, there's huge upside in my mind. I mean, but we're all in the media here. So for us, it gives people the opportunity to cover games, to show up and cover games. It also gives high schools content. It gives them access to content. Like I've got a son who plays high school lacrosse, and when he was going through his recruiting process, he was able to use all this professional video that had been shot on sidelines for years. So it benefits these kids that are looking for recruiting videos. It benefits the schools because they're essentially repurposing very, very high-end content that they otherwise wouldn't have access to. Otherwise they've got it's an old camcorder up in the press box and it's shooting 1080 video that's terrible. So to me, that's the upside. The downside is really just like any sporting event, losing control of the sidelines when you've got so many people out there, it just becomes difficult to manage. If you've got 30 cameras out there and you don't know who any of them are, as an athletic director who usually isn't heavily involved in processing credentials, it's just tough. So I think I think the intent is to kind of gain control of the sidelines again through some of these different practices. But that's really it. It's just downside is just they're trying to gain control of things.
And lots of ideas being floated would be, like you obviously have to register for events, maybe tightening that timeline, making sure that there's proper protocols followed. But in your mind, what would be the right way to keep that upside for creators and the athletes too, let's be honest, but also keep control of that sideline? Like, what's a good happy medium where both sides can kind of be happy about this?
Well, and it's funny because if you look at the history of this, I mean, all of us have been doing this. You want to go cover a sporting event, you apply for a credential, and then there's somebody who sits in an office and they look at your outlet. Do you cover high school sports? Are you local? Or are you just some person who's showing up trying to get a free ticket? So, in forever history, that's been the process of allowing people field access, press box access. I mean, that exists from high school all the way up into professional sports. The difference is that professional teams have a staff of people that are able to look at credentials, process, and determine whether or not you're legitimate and should be there. And the problem with everything in high school, at college, and professional sports is the pendulum is completely swung so far to one end that now they're trying to bring it back. And when you look at staffing that they have, they don't have 10 people on staff to go through credentials. Then it's, how do we cut this back? How do we make it more difficult for people to show up? And what we've seen in the last couple of years is, especially the last year, is that they're starting to charge for access to the sidelines, which as members of the media is just awful.
Wait. Who's doing the charging? The school or?
I think it probably varies. I mean, it's some of it's a state level, some of it's a school level. The CMS specifically put some restrictions in last season where you have to notify individual schools 24 hours in advance, which is fine. I think that's a good thing. I mean, if you're not responsible enough to ask for a credential or field access 24 hours, 48 hours prior to an event, then you're probably not a fully functioning, responsible media outlet. But that to me, that's the way, in my mind, nobody's said that to me, but if you just look at it from a logic standpoint, the pendulum swung where there's all these people and they're like, well, how do we easily get rid of it without creating more work for us? And it's let's charge them to be on the field.
John, but in an instance like tonight, where you've had games across the region move from Friday night to tonight because of the worry about severe thunderstorms, so all those freelance photographers under the credentialing system, your 24-hour window already passed. I mean, I think to what your earlier point, you're going to create a burden for somebody within the county or the school to have all these credentials to weed through on top of probably doing their other job, because let's be real, athletics directors, whoever it may be, they have a full day to begin with. So if you're dealing with last minute requests, I mean, this is going to create a bottleneck. We're going to have people saying, well, I want access to the game. I didn't have time to make this 24-hour window. Why do I not get a chance to get in, right?
Yeah, well, and the crazy thing too is that, I mean, there's a lot of other parts of this too. Like, so we're in Cornelius, is obviously Cornelius today. So our home high school is Huff High. Huff plays a huge game on Friday night against Northwestern down at Rock Hill. And we were told 48 hours ago that our North Carolina credentials aren't accepted in South Carolina, which is, it's crazy. I mean, it's like being credentialed by the Panthers and not being able to cover a Falcons game. Like, it's just, it makes no sense. And it's levels of bureaucracy that just, it just doesn't make any sense. It just, at the end of the day, it restricts media coverage, and it's not a good thing for anybody. We're not covering town hall scandals here. We're not covering, I covered Tiger Woods, throughout the 2000s. Like, this isn't the Tiger Woods scandal. It's a bunch of people who are just trying to promote and, give a level of notoriety to high schools and high school athletes. And in my mind, to restrict that is just, it's crazy.
Well, when you talk about, filling out these credentials, which again is a good thing, do you foresee though, you said it might weed out someone, right, who just decides to show up, but do you foresee there having to be a limit on those credentials then? If everyone catches on and they're like, okay, I have to register for this, do you think that really solves the problem? Do you see them putting a limit? And if so, what is that limit?
Well, so there should be, right? Every sporting event that you cover has a limit. You cover the Panthers, it's not like it was 25 years ago, but there's a limited number of seats. There's a limited number of camera windows, so that's existed forever. The difference is that they're trying to limit it by charging instead of actually going through a credentialing process. And in my mind, what I think stinks the most is because we cover all sports. This doesn't just apply to football and basketball. It's everything. So if I want to go cover a baseball game in the spring where there are 50 parents and 0 media members, you have to pay, depending on some of the schools, some of the counties are charging, like it's kind of all varies all over the place. But if you're charging for full season coverage or a single sport, single season coverage, you have to pay hundreds of dollars in some of these schools to cover it, which is insane. Like I
And
get
you're
it.
there to do a positive story for them.
You're there to do that. And this is, I think a general, I don't know if it's North Carolina, it's the only place I've lived in as an adult, but like, it just, in CMS especially, if it applies to one sport, it applies to every sport. And it's no different than when it snows up north and it's sunny in the south, schools closed. So, CMS's way of dealing with a lot of these issues is that they just do it across the board. Because they don't want to create inequities at different things. They don't want to say you have to pay for football, but not baseball. But at the end of the day, like there should be different rules. They're different sports. There are different rules at every level of professional sports. I can get in easily to go cover a Knights game. It'd probably take me 24, 48 hours to credential approve. I can't do that with the Panthers. And, there's a reason. Smaller teams are begging for coverage. The big dogs aren't. But just to me, the fact that it applies to every sport is, for some of these places that are charging fees, it's extremely disappointing.
John, kind of in the same vein as you just talked about with the Panthers, obviously we know the NFL has insane restrictions on what you're allowed to shoot, what you're allowed to then disseminate. It rules about selling the photography or video that you get from practice or from game footage. You can't really even shoot game footage. So do you foresee somewhere down the line, with the amount of money that can be made from some of these NIL athletes paying photographers, that at some point North Carolina or Mecklenburg County or these other counties are going to say, you know what, you can come and shoot, you just can't sell it?
Which, man, how do you regulate that? I mean, that's hard enough to regulate at a professional level. But I mean, I understand that. Like if it's an individual child and an individual, Joe's Plumbing Company trying to get footage to run in their, cable access TV ad, like that's not what we're talking about here. That's commercial footage. That's a totally different thing. They haven't specifically said that that's what they're trying to weed out. I guarantee you but again, we're just talking about football. Like there's not a lot of kids in other sports that are pulling down NIL deals at the high school level.
You mean nobody's getting that for ping pong or volleyball?
No, but it also speaks to just like the complete lack of regulation at every level. Like, there's no reason to get into politics here, but just from a national level, what they're trying to do with this National Collegiate Sports Act, instead of solving a real problem, they're just giving kids 5 years to have 5 years of eligibility. It's just the NCAA has not really been in charge for a long time, if they ever truly were. So it's a larger symptom that's now somehow trickling down to high school sports, which it just stinks because in my mind, I tell people all the time, I started taking my son to high school soccer games when he was in kindergarten. My daughter is the same way when she was in kindergarten. I just tell people all the time, it's just so much more fun to follow along a high school team through the season. Like, it's no different than watching a Panthers game. You get to feel the kids, how they play. You get different, you have different favorite players, and it's a couple dollars a game versus $300-400 to take your family to a professional sporting event.
Things have changed for sure. And, I can't imagine some of these, 14, 15, 16-year-old photographers that may one day make it big, and I hope they do.
Yeah.
Boy, if we had had this when we were their age, look where we might be now. Who knows?
And it's, there's a broader symptom of high school sports, especially in Charlotte, that kind of irks me too, is like, high school kids have to pay to go to games. You have to pay $9, $10 as a high school kid to go to a high school football game to watch your friends play. Or you can spend, you can buy a season pass through the booster clubs. It's a couple $100. I believe it's like $80 to $100 a year. But it's just the fact that these kids aren't allowed, again, this isn't what we're talking about, but
But like
we're
a
here.
free student section.
Yeah.
It is. It's crazy. The fact they're charging kids to go watch their friends play sports.
Especially
It's
when
insane.
colleges, you can go as a free student, to go to a college
Yeah.
football game because it's part of your tuition.
I went to every home game for
Maybe
4
not
years
Iowa.
at Clemson. I didn't pay $1 to go watch Clemson. Now it was the mid '90s and they were terrible, so it wasn't.
Wake Forest is the
Okay,
same
well,
way.
well, I paid to go to Iowa football games.
Well, that's why they finished last in the Big Ten, Annie.
Oh,
Anyway, look at that. John, we're going to
the time.
I'm just impressed you paid to go to Iowa games.
Oh no.
Wow.
I wish we could continue
Finish
this.
the rest of this without me. I gotta go.
Proud you and Hawkeye over here representing Iowa. John, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah.
Thanks, John.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Fantastic. This conversation is not over. We'll continue it. Not the one about Iowa, but about what we're talking about with high school sports. Thanks for your time, man. Appreciate it. We'll see you.
Go Hawks.
Thank you guys.
There we go. All right, that does it for Morning Edition. As always, you can catch us Monday through Friday, 4 to 10 a.m. on your regular airwaves, QC News. That does it for us. We'll catch you guys next time.
restaurant reaches out to me and they invite me in, I'll always ask if they have a budget.
Welcome to Side Hustle. I'm Queen City News Chief Business Correspondent Taylor Young and host of a show that's dedicated to learning all about all the interesting ways people are making extra money on the side and how sometimes it can develop into a full-blown career. In this week, we are speaking with someone whose side gig is something that I think we can all kind of relate to in a way. We all go to a new restaurant, we have an opinion on it, maybe share those thoughts with our friends and family. Well, this week's guest, Andrew Loves, you do not only just share your thoughts with thousands of people, but you also get paid to do it. You are a food, travel critic, content creator. Thank you so much for joining us on Side
Hustle. I appreciate you having me.
So I think you have probably one of the side hustles that I'm most envious about. Walk us through what you do.
Ooh, okay. So I think before we go into what I do, we should chat about how it started.
Let's do it.
So growing up, I wanted to be a chef. Always wanted to be a chef. My parents were like, absolutely not. I found my way into the culinary world anyways, but when I learned really what I like and what I don't like about cooking, I left that world and I had a business degree to fall back on.
Mhm.
And so I, like anyone out of college, started applying for jobs and found one randomly that resonated with me. And it had me traveling all over. But because I was a foodie, you have an expense account.
It's not cheap.
And it is not cheap. I would start trying different restaurants in whatever city that I was in. And so then friends and family started asking me, oh, I'm going to be in Hong Kong. I'm going to be in LA. I'm going to be in New York. Where do I need to go eat? And so I had this spreadsheet, and every single tab of the spreadsheet was a different city. And it would have the restaurant name, the price point, the cuisine type. And it got to a point I sent it out over 60 times in a single day. And it became too much. On top of my day job, I could not keep up with the demand. And so I said, you know what? You want to know where I'm eating and what my thoughts on the food are? Here's an Instagram that you can just go look at. And that's all it was ever supposed to be, was a page for friends and family to go look and see where I'm eating and what my thoughts are so they could decide if they wanted to go eat at a restaurant.
So it started, I'm sure, with slow growth. And then
Honestly, not really.
It was an instant hit.
I'd say the first 3 months were slow.
Yeah.
Where it was just friends and family. But like COVID happened maybe 6 months after, and I moved to Charlotte right in the middle.
Mhm.
And so all of a sudden, new audience in Charlotte. At the time, no one was really authentic. Everyone was fully paid at that time. They were going around saying everything was the best. But then you have all of these northerners coming down into Charlotte and people from California where there's incredible food out in those areas.
Mhm.
And they'd go to these restaurants that are being hyped up and be disappointed. And I fell victim to that. I went to all of these places that people told me to go, and I was so disappointed. And so I would go in and I'd try the food. And if I was disappointed, I would say that. And I would say, why? You ask for a steak medium rare and it comes out well done. It's a tough pill to swallow when you're used to all of these incredible food cities. And that resonated with people. And so I moved here in January 2020, and by July I had 10,000 followers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sure a lot of people are thinking, I want to know exactly what you're doing. So we are going to actually press play on one of your best performing videos just to give you guys a sense of exactly what we're talking about.
I just had the most unhinged dining experience of my life, and I cannot wait to go back. The restaurant is called Raw Lab in Charleston, South Carolina, and it's the only raw bar omakase in the world. Don't expect a white tablecloth experience, though. Eating here is more like going to a party with friends for 4 hours, where you're constantly eating and drinking and laughing, and even learning a few things. You'll enjoy oysters and caviar, you'll drink from a puron, you'll try some unique ingredients like fresh Japanese wasabi root, and one of the rarest salts in the world called asin tibuok. There's shrimp ceviche, a lobster Caesar salad, a salmon tartare, and so much more. Needless to say, though, you won't be hungry by the end. But most of all, this experience is an interactive show. You will not be bored for even a minute. The night literally ends as a music circle with bongos and tambourines. So go in with an open mind, but it's fun, and I promise it's unlike any experience you've ever had before.
So that looked amazing. That was you reviewing Raw Lab in Charleston, South Carolina. This video popped off.
It did. It did.
Why do you think it was so successful?
A few different reasons. One, they essentially built themselves for social media. So they have their lighting so perfectly dialed in. I don't want to say I didn't edit the video because you obviously have to string the clips together, but I didn't have to do any color correcting. It was just perfect. It's a very unique experience. They are, or I should say they call themselves the only raw bar omakase in the world.
Wow.
Where when I say an omakase, I mean the chef is preparing the food right in front of you and serving it directly to you. It's not, I think a lot of Americans have this conception of an omakase being just a platter of food because a lot of sushi restaurants now offer omakases, but it's just 12 pieces of nigiri that comes out. That's not a traditional omakase. And so the chef took the very traditional layout and principle of an omakase, but applied it to a different type of food, if you will.
And you mentioned it was almost built for Instagram. Are you finding the more you do this that restaurants are kind of catching on to that and are kind of tweaking? Usually that's a thing that's happening.
Absolutely. I will say it depends on the restaurant, just because it's very expensive to build that out.
Yeah.
And so some people say, no, I want to cook because I want to make the best possible food. I want to make people what I make my own family. And then there's other people who say, nope, like this is a business and I know people eat with their eyes first. And so let's make the place very visually aesthetic. So that way people are attracted and want to come in and even try my food in the first place.
Interesting. So it's almost like content like this is kind of shaping the way restaurants are kind of showing themselves to their customers.
At least how they're being built.
Yeah. So kind of walk us through. Of course, we saw a clip of what the viewer is seeing. What are you doing behind the camera besides obviously trying the food?
Trying the food, but filming. So I never know how I'm going to edit it together in the end. So every single clip that you see, every, call it 1 second clip within a video, I have probably 30 clips for that.
Wow.
Where sometimes it's a static shot where I'm just holding the camera. Sometimes I'm zooming in. Sometimes I'm rotating side to side. Sometimes I'm closer up. Sometimes I'm further back. I don't know how to edit the video together until I'm physically editing it. So I'm just trying to capture as much content as possible during this meal. Trying the food, I'm taking notes so I can remember as I'm describing it, what were my thoughts in real time? Was the food salty? Was it this just mind-blowing experience of textures and flavors that just light your face up?
Are you able to actually enjoy the food or the experience, or is it kind of like this feels like work sometimes?
Oh, it's definitely work.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have the notion, oh, it's so fun, you get paid to eat. No, like anything,
it is a job.
Work.
Yeah.
And so I have my meals out where I don't want to say that the camera's away. I'm always going to take at least a photo, but there's my work dinners and then there's I'm out with friends and I'm just enjoying myself.
And do you, in your experience, ever find that restaurants know you're coming and they kind of want to put on a show or put their best foot forward? So how do you know when it's authentic or not?
It's becoming harder to do.
Yeah.
Just because there's restaurants where I walk in and the server's like, oh, I know you. You do that Instagram. And I'm like, I do.
Please be authentic.
In Charlotte, I'd say it's harder to do that. But as I travel to other cities, I'd say my platform still isn't big enough yet where every single chef is going to know who I am and every single server. And I appreciate that because I like to be low key.
Yeah. And do you ever feel uncomfortable? I could imagine you're in a restaurant. You, of course, are filming. How is that like? Do you ever... I could imagine feeling like, oh no, everyone's watching, or is it just normal now?
It's just normal.
Yeah.
When I first started doing it, it felt very awkward. There's that, you can normally sense when someone is staring at you. I have lost that feeling. I physically cannot tell if someone is staring at me and they can be 2 feet away from me. I also feel like it's just part of what I do now. So sometimes people are like, oh, how can you bring a light into a restaurant? But if the restaurant invited you and they want you to do this, it's like you feel bad if it's disturbing someone, but it's also, well, the restaurant's hired me to do this job, so I have to do my job. But I will always try to go at an off hour.
All right. Well, on that note, we're going to take one quick break. We'll be right back. So with every side hustle, hopefully involves getting a paycheck. How do you make money off of doing this?
There's a few different ways. I'd say the way that I prefer is through creator funds. So, for instance, if I post a video to TikTok, let's say, because I have so many followers, they have this fund called the Creator Fund, where if a video is over a minute long, they will share essentially ad revenue with you. YouTube does the same thing. Instagram keeps changing how they like to monetize content. But that is my favorite way, because then it's, how do I put it? You're not beholden to anyone or anything.
Yeah, like there's like if the restaurant was paying you,
Exactly.
the pressure.
Pressure or even bias. Again, you can remove some of it. So for instance, when a restaurant reaches out to me and they invite me in, I'll always ask if they have a budget. A video takes so long to edit. It's typically about an 8-hour production. And so you say, hey, look, this is a significant amount of time and effort. If you have a budget, I would love to discuss what my rates are. And so you'll negotiate that. but I'll always send them a contract that says, hey, look, you're getting an honest review. You do not get to dictate what I say in this video. I'm here to tell the good with the bad.
Because I could imagine some restaurants could go as far as saying, I want to see the video before
Oh, 100%.
you post it. So you've been asked to that.
All the time. And if a restaurant wants to control the video, I'll decline the partnership. Plain and simple.
Have you had any restaurants back out when they read that part in the contract?
Mhm.
Yes. Okay.
But I actually appreciate that because they weed themselves out. So generally speaking, if a restaurant isn't confident in the product that they're going to make, when they see that clause, they're going to pull out. It saves myself from a disappointing meal, and they save themselves some negative publicity. But generally speaking, most restaurants know that I share the good and the bad, and I'm honest. And so when they reach out, they already know what they're getting themselves into, and they're happy with it. They want the constructive feedback because they actually want to produce what's the best possible product.
Yeah. And I was going to ask, when you do kind of give maybe not the most glowing review, what kind of goes through your mind? Do you just kind of treat it as this is what I'm here and this is what I'm doing? Or do you ever internally, I don't know.
I feel bad about it.
Yeah.
No question. But the way that I have to rationalize it is twofold. One, the restaurant, if they've asked you to come in, they want the feedback. Do they want it shared publicly? Not necessarily, but it helps them improve. Two, just because I don't like something doesn't mean someone else isn't going to like it. So the example that I always use is salt. I might say, I found this very salty. A lot of people love salty things though. And so by me saying, hey, this was very salty, it helps the end consumer know, am I going to like this or not? So they have the most information to decide, is this restaurant a fit for them and their palate?
And do you find too, giving honest reviews, which will sometimes not be great, that also you gain the trust of viewers because of course people are watching your content because they want to know the truth. So I'm sure that plays a lot into it too.
It does. Yeah. It very much does. And so that was kind of my founding principle, if you will. So many people would ask me, where do I want to eat? What are my thoughts on a restaurant? Because they knew my background. They knew what my palate was. And so it started with friends and family and expanded from there. But I've always found it very important to help cut through that noise. So many people are paid and they won't be authentic about what they thought of something because at the end of the day, we're all trying to make a living. I can appreciate that. But I find it a little bit more important to hold your own sense of integrity, to be honest, be authentic, and you can say, hey, this was not for me, and that's okay. Not everything is the best for everyone. What's important is at the end of the day, you find the places that you like to eat.
And I think in a day where everyone can really be a content creator, right? We see, influencers or travel, of course, food. What do you think made you kind of stand out in Charlotte? Because when I think of a food critic or a food content creator in Charlotte, you are the first person that comes to mind. What do you think kind of put you where you are?
I think it's just the authenticity that I had. Again, at the time, not a single content creator would say anything negative about anywhere. And so I think that's what separated me from the others. A lot of my followers were not local to Charlotte. They were transplants. They moved from New York, from Boston, from Los Angeles, came to Charlotte, were looking for the great Mexican restaurants like what you'd find on essentially the side of the road in Los Angeles under a pop-up tent. They were looking for good Greek. They were looking for an awesome steakhouse and seafood. And some of these things can be hard to find in Charlotte if you only want to stick to a 1-2 mile bubble in the South End.
Yeah.
Whereas if you venture out, you head to Rock Hill, you head to Gastonia, you head even to the outskirts of Noda and Eastway area, there's a lot of great food. Sure, no frills, and some people get a little sketched out by the area, especially 5-6 years ago, but the food's there. You have to seek it out.
All right. Well, thank you. We're going to take one more quick break and be right back. So on top of doing food reviews, you also do other kind of content. We're going to play a clip. This is actually of Head Spa in Charlotte. What got you to kind of branch out from the food scene?
Honestly, you gain a lot of weight eating out constantly. And so I was like, how do I balance this? I need to diversify. But also you meet a lot of people doing this and you get other businesses reaching out. And so in the case of the Head Spa Sanctuary, head spas were starting to trend.
Mm-hmm.
Their space looked so incredible.
I mean, it looks beautiful.
And so I was like, I bet that will be a very good video. Just very bluntly, I think this would be something that goes viral. And it did. I think it got about 600,000 views on TikTok and a couple 100,000 on Instagram. And it's just, I lost my train of thought there.
No, it's okay. How often are you shooting or filming like this?
I'm going out now at least 3 times a week.
3 times.
Last year it was a lot more. Last year I was out probably at least 6 meals a week.
Did you ever just crave having like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at home?
Every
Were you sick of?
Yes.
I think a lot of people would think to themselves, "Oh, I'd love that. I'd love to eat out, every day, 6 days a week." But I'm sure at some point it does get old.
Oh, it's very exhausting. Sometimes you're like, I just want a grilled chicken salad. I want something so basic and honestly healthy tasting, clean tasting.
Yeah.
versus just constantly rich, don't get me wrong, delicious food,
Yeah.
but like you need balance. You need balance. And so that's what this year has been more about for me.
Yeah, because I can imagine too, when you go to these restaurants, you want to try a lot of things too. So that only just keeps adding up.
Absolutely.
And we talked about this a little bit in the before the break, but the Charlotte food scene, I don't think many people think as Charlotte as, for its food culture.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that changing? I know we just from my reporting on business, I know we've seen so many restaurants come in,
Mm-hmm.
a lot leave. What do you kind of see? Where do you see Charlotte going?
I do think it's improving. I think we have a long way to go before it's a food destination like a Washington, D.C.,
Mhm.
like a Charleston. But we're getting some good restaurants. Rada has come in, and the chokehold that restaurant has on me, the food is so good. It gets criticized for being too sophisticated for Charlotte. And when I hear that criticism, I'm like, just don't go then. But I thrive on it. For me, they haven't reinvented the wheel, but it's just classically done food executed perfectly, from cocktails to wine to the actual food and small plates that you're eating. We have Farm to Table, Restaurant Constance. We have Omakase by Prime Fish. So we're getting these more elevated experiences and experiences like you'd find in some of these major food cities, but it's slow and steady.
Yeah, and I know that you review a lot of different types of restaurants, different levels. Do you find that price matters as much as people might think?
In terms
the more expensive it
quality
is,
of
the
food?
better it is, or is there a myth to that?
I would say no. I think you can go find an incredible meal where you're paying $5 for the entire meal. You can also go spend $1,000 and have an incredible meal. So is there a correlation between price and quality? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just in terms of the ingredients that can be used, but whether or not that makes it be a good meal, no.
Interesting. So I'm sure there could be people out there, thinking to themselves, I have opinions on things. I'd like to get into something like this. Maybe they're already on social media. What would your advice be?
Just do it. You learn everything as you're doing it. So don't let a lack of knowledge or experience hold you back. I learned everything as I was doing this. As I said, it started as a hobby. It started as just photos. But as I continued to do it, I grew and I started to try new things and saw what resonated, and I saw my own creative style shift over time. So I'd always say, just go out and do it and try it, and you'll figure it out as you do it.
And this is your full-time job.
It is.
Where do you see yourself going from here?
That is a
Is that a little
question.
triggered?
I honestly have no idea.
Yeah.
I've always just followed opportunity. So when I was 18, I moved to Paris and worked in a bakery. I came back and went to college. During college, I had internships, ended up finding my way into a restaurant group, then got asked to join their research and development team, became a chef, worked for them, decided this isn't for me. From there, I went and found my way working into e-commerce, was traveling the world. This became my side hustle. Just, again, side hustle by definition is on the side. It evolved into my full-time job. I have no idea where life is going to take me, but I'm excited to see.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Andrew, and kind of give us your Instagram handle. So if anyone wants to follow you, they know where to go.
Yeah, it's Andrew Loves with an underscore at the end.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for being on Side Hustle. Wish you the best with everything. It'll be interesting to see where you go next.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for watching Side Hustle. We'll see you next week.
outside, and it's going to be less humid too for just a couple days. That's not going to last too long, but we
Just a
get a
teaser.
nice break. Yeah, yeah.
You know what? It's a small break, but we'll take what we
We'll
can get
take
at this
it.
point, right,
Mhm.
Tara?
Yes.
Thanks.
Hey, coming up, Hayden Panettiere. It's just been a sad story about what happened. She died tragically in Spartanburg or Greenville, South Carolina. And now we're getting a little bit more information about what may have happened here. We'll have much more on that story coming up after the break. You're watching Queen City News Plus live today. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live on a Thursday afternoon, 3:20 here, and we're learning here some. First off, what do you got there? Oh, before we get to this, let's look outside. As you can look at
Amy's face.
the 85 and also 95 degrees outside. So yeah, it's a hot one out there. A disturbing story that we've been following, Hayden Panettiere, the actress who a lot of us remember from Nashville or from
Remember the Titans, yeah.
Boy, she was great as Cheryl Yost, the little girl who knew everything as far as football goes. Now we're understanding that the Drug Enforcement has been contacted here to get involved in the investigation into her death that happened over at a Greenville apartment where she was staying for a little bit.
You know, and I wish we had more information about this, but the extent of it is that agents are doing a parallel death investigation, and that's already underway. The 36-year-old was found unresponsive and cardiac arrest in an apartment in Greenville, South Carolina. It was her on and off boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, and his brother, Zach, who actually called 911 when they found her unresponsive. And Hickerson supposedly handed authorities a bag of medication that Panettiere had allegedly been taken. So I don't know if that gives us more insight into why potentially the DEA would be involved.
Yeah, reported that Narcan was there, and also on the 911 call, they were saying this is a possible overdose. So there's a lot of things that are surrounding that, and that we'll find out a little bit more about the investigation. But very sad to understand that Hayden Panettiere, with as successful as an actress as she was, she said that she has had some trouble with drugs and alcohol. Said that something she couldn't live without. That she told a few news outlets a while ago when she came out with her memoirs.
Well, she had said that she was first given, happy pills at the age of 15, going into interviews, and
Calm her down
that
because
is
she
just
had such anxiety.
Yeah, and she later began drinking, then started using opioids. So she's been very transparent, or she had been very transparent about her drug and alcohol abuse. And, it's just sad what happened. Maybe we'll learn more in the coming days of when these investigations conclude.
So North Carolina drivers will soon have the option to leave their physical license in their wallet and carry a digital version on their phone instead. Like you get tickets for your wallet app or whatever, you can have your ID right there, and that will be all you need. You don't have to have a physical license or anything.
But you have to have it on yourself, like on your person, because here's the thing. Let's say, Charlotte Douglas is one of the airports that will be the first location in North Carolina where you can use this digital ID. Let's say you're like, well, I've got my digital ID on my phone. I can leave the license at home. You go to Fairbanks, Alaska, and all of a sudden they don't have the same services that Charlotte Douglas has, and you're stuck because you don't have a physical ID. So you still will need your physical ID. This is probably just more so like ease of use. You know how when you go to the grocery store and you just pay with a click of your phone, similar to that.
Yeah, this is part of the new digital stuff that we're all seeing. Part of one of the things that we've seen with the DMV, the digital transactions that have really cut wait times down by 70% or something like that, I believe, which has been fantastic. We're kind of getting up with all our technology and our government systems, and this is one of them using this new digital ID. And you won't have another thing also in the DMV. You're not going to have those stickers you have in your car. You just have to have
the registration stickers.
Stuff, yeah.
It always bugs me when people put them on wrong. I don't know why. It must be a type A thing.
You're so OCD.
It's like the instructions are right there. Anyway, that's a conversation for another day. But the thing with this is it's not going to necessarily be on like the Apple Wallet app. There's going to be a separate app. It's North Carolina Wallet app. So I'm assuming that's another app that you'll have to download to put your ID into the app. But just utilizing the technology we have and keeping up with the times. So
hey, let's talk some royals and some Brits and Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. It wasn't very good, was it? But
no. I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying that to the story.
The story, right? I mean, they captivated headlines, obviously, over in Great Britain because of the royals and worldwide. But now they're planning to leave Montecito, California, where they've been living for the past few years after
6 years.
Vacating the royal palace and the sconces of that. And now they're going to go back to the United Kingdom and move there for their two children, Archie and Lilibet.
Yeah. Amy, have you been following? You're nodding your head. Have you been following along with all the drama?
I love
royal stuff.
Princess, royal. Love it.
Okay. This one's interesting. So they're moving back home, but apparently the king didn't know about it until like Sunday. And they had already visited like a month ago. It was the first time that their kids had seen their grandfather in 4 years in person. So I don't know, Prince Harry has expressed an interest lately in reconciliation to spend more time with his father who is dealing with cancer. It remains to be seen if he has even spoken to Prince William.
There's been a lot of controversy surrounding this for
he came
a
out with the
long
book,
time,
The Spare. Meghan Markle went on Oprah, and they've kind of bashed the family in a lot of ways, and now they're moving back. So I don't know how all that is going to work, but it'll be interesting. They're not resuming royal life. They're moving back near London.
Just moving back, yeah.
Interesting. We're going to take one more quick commercial break, but when we come back, some really crazy video of what police discovered under a person's bed. More Queen City News Plus Live after this.
Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live here on this Thursday afternoon. I want to get to some crazy video that we've got here. A suspect was found under the bed. It's a stabbing suspect that was found under someone's bed. And this is a brutal stabbing that happened, but you can imagine just finding all of a sudden someone just, hey, there they are, they're under your bed.
What I find interesting about this video is it seems like from the body cam footage, this is in London, by the way, that that they said, get out from under the bed, and they walked out of the room, and then the guy came out and they arrested him. But pretty crazy hiding spot.
Thanks for watching Queen City News Plus Live today.
Have a nice afternoon, everyone.
Hello and welcome to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I'm Stuart Pittman, Chief Photojournalist for QCN Plus, and I'm glad you're here. Now gird your loins. We're going to get political. They say politics makes for strange bedfellows. You should see the hijinks on the risers. From partisan puffery to endless security sweeps. Covering the campaign trail and where it leads can be a long, hard slog. On the upside, you do get to see democracy in action, bag that Air Force One selfie, and maybe even get blamed for it all.
15 minutes and holding.
Yes, you can get blamed for it, but we're not going to lay you blame today. We're going to talk to a couple of experts to let us know just what it's like to cover politics on the local and regional level. Joining us to do that is Turbo Tim Mullican, photog extraordinaire, and Andy Weber, political correspondent and perhaps the best hair in the business. Andy, how's your hair? Yeah.
It's doing well. I conditioned this morning, so
fantastic.
I shampooed as well. It's great.
Well, as a slightly older man with thinning hair, I don't appreciate that at all. And I just wanted to lay that out there. But we're not here to talk about my hair. We're here to talk about politics. And that's normally a thing we kind of shy away from in television news, in that we attempt to be a mirror on society without interjecting our own political thoughts. Today's discussion is really mostly about the mechanics of covering presidents, politicians. As we looked at the material for this episode, a lot of it really is the campaign trail, because that's when we get the most interaction with the candidates. Andy, give me a little bit of a background as to your campaign and political correspondent history.
Yeah, so I started covering politics my last job in Oklahoma City. I was covering for the state capitol in Oklahoma City, covering the minutia of state politics. And every 2 or 4 years, you go into covering state, local elections, stuff like that. My first presidential election, though, was 2024. And 2020 as well, but that's a little bit different because of the nature of COVID. But my first true experience on the ground with less COVID restrictions was for sure 2024. And that covering that, I think, was definitely different, with 2 assassination attempts.
Yeah,
in itself changes how things operate campaign wise.
Yeah. I'm lucky or unlucky enough to have covered or have been in a room with every president since the first George Bush. There's no trophy that goes with that, but I like talking about it. So here we go. Tim, you've covered a couple of elections, maybe more than a couple. Tell me about your experience.
Yeah, my very first one was George Bush, the Jr., and that was good. That was when I was in Chattanooga. And I've covered Obama a couple times, covered Trump 3 times.
Right.
And yeah, it's an ordeal. It's an adventure. But
let's talk about that ordeal. Say the sitting president is going to speak at 2:00 in the afternoon at the local convention center. What time, Tim, do you have to be there to cover the 2:00 p.m. presidential speech?
Usually about 5 a.m. You show up with all your gear. You go into the convention center. You drop your gear off where you're going to be, and then you got to get out. And they'll come in. They'll tell you you can come back in a couple of hours or 3 hours.
Now, who's they?
They being the Secret Service.
Right.
And they will search your stuff, do the bomb sniffing dogs and all that.
Yeah.
And then whatever time you're told to come back, you come back and you're sequestered either with your gear on the riser, or you're sequestered into a room for a while and then allowed to go to your gear.
Right.
But from that point on, you can't really exit and enter back in.
Yeah. Andy, has that been your experience as mostly a reporter as far as the getting there very early, dropping your gear off, leaving, coming back?
No, absolutely. Especially when it's a president in town or even a presidential nominee of one of the two major parties. It's a different level of security.
Sure.
Even
Yeah.
I even compared it to when J.D. Vance was vice president and President Trump wasn't reelected. His security still was far higher. You had TSA level security, no water, only over a certain amount of ounces. It was like you're at the airport with a little more seriousness to it because it was the president or soon to be president in the room in that case. Definitely 5 a.m. wake up time, and set up in a range of spaces too. You range from AC'd hotel banquet halls to my worst enemy, airport hangars.
Yes.
Because they love them. Politicians love them.
Oh,
but
they-
there's
they-
no
they
air
go
conditioning in
there.
any of them. It always gets so
And all the
hot.
audio's echoing off the
Right.
walls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. Those are things people don't think about. People shouldn't have to think about. But getting there early, dealing with bad sound, with no air conditioning. Let's talk about the crowd, because you're not the only. If the president's in town, you ain't the only one there trying to get a picture of him. I know that on the risers, so there are risers set up in the venue, certainly, and you get there early. And as locals, we get there super early because we're there in town. You wait all day. It's
And you don't get assigned spots like the network does.
Right. You got to find your spot. You got to camp out, fight off other photogs, play some elbow. But then a few minutes before the president rolls in, hey, here comes 15 network crews. And they've got 3 times more gear than you do. And what do they do? What do they do, Tim?
They elbow you out of the way. Or they get right in your way.
Usually in front of you. It's usually
Usually
right in front of
and
you. Right.
They plop
Technically, we're supposed to have 2 risers. One is to put the gear on, and then one is to stand on. That way, if you shift, the gear doesn't shift.
Yeah.
But like you say, at the last minute, in rolls all these other people, and all the risers just kind of get wherever you can stand.
Yeah.
And so every little movement, you're like grasping your camera and trying to survive the earthquake. And
in their defense, it's because they're traveling with the candidate, usually, not because they're late. But
right, no,
right,
they're coming in late because that's when the candidate is rolling into that location.
Well, you just wouldn't think standing on a riser in a room full of people would be that perilous or that much of a pain in the butt, because you're just standing there pointing a camera. I mean, it's not the hardest camera work of certainly, but the control of the venue, the access, the weight can be more than you really want to deal with. I know that if I never cover another campaign, I'll be okay. I'd much rather watch the constricted version on television without having to wait there 9 hours.
That's the best part, is condensing it down to a consumable piece for That's why I do what I do. Yeah.
I will say the visiting with news crews you don't see very often from maybe the region, not the area. That's always fun. We news crews we're all gas bags and we like to talk, especially that guy. So hanging out with news crews with nothing much to do isn't the worst. It turns into a 18-hour day.
It's a long shift, but like you say, running into old friends and old colleagues, and sooner or later you're going to run into somebody you used to work with.
Sure.
That's kind of neat.
And it helps knowing what you expect. I mean, typically there is a schedule. They don't always follow it, but you know what you're waiting for. It's the speech. It's the speakers, as opposed to a typical news story where you're like, oh, I might not know how this goes at 4 or 5 p.m. You know what to typically expect. Yeah.
I can tell you the president, in my experience, that made you wait the longest. That's Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton would roll up 5 hours late. I remember sitting at the Kinston Indians Stadium for hours waiting on Bill Clinton. He was the president at the time. I can't tell you why he was late. All I remember is everyone waiting and getting kind of irritated about it. But they're not here to please us. We're sort of flies on the wall.
Right.
There's a picture there we just saw of Air Force One. So let's say when the president comes to town, he comes into town on Air Force One. We normally have a crew at the airport, and we certainly have a crew at the venue. Tim, why do you think we have a crew at the airport every time Air Force One lands?
Well, you don't want to miss that. I mean, that plane is special, and then you want to get that walk-off shot. And there's usually a crowd down at the bottom of it, and they come down, and he shakes hands and greets people. I remember my first time covering it. The real surreal thing was looking up from the riser, because there's 15, 20 of us on our little riser for the media, and then there's the crowd and all. I remember looking up and just kind of scanning the surroundings and seeing a sniper pointing a gun at me.
Yes.
There's,
You better check
it's like,
yourself.
yeah, exactly. There's like two snipers, and one of them's covering half the riser, and the other's covering the other half of the riser in case, God forbid, the media do anything they shouldn't.
Right.
But I mean, that's a surreal feeling to see the gun pointed right at you.
And it's a surreal feeling to be within hailing distance of the leader of the free world.
Exactly.
That can't be dismissed. I mean, we in news get used to everything and we act like nothing impresses us. But when the sitting president walks into a room, you got to kind of take note of the moment.
Right.
And it doesn't matter whether you like that president or don't like that president. You're still honored and excited because, hey, I mean, like you say, you're feet away from the president of the world.
I'm equally annoyed at everybody. I mean, because I mean, by the time the president gets there, you've been there 6, 7, 8 hours. You're kind of ready to. Can we get this on? So the power of waiting is tested. Speaking of testing, have someone giving me strange gestures over here, telling me that it's time to take a break. So let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back. And welcome back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. We're talking politics, we're talking campaign trails, we're talking election day, we're talking sitting presidents coming to your town and upsetting your day. Andy, is there any one memorable, and I know there's more than one, when someone says covering the campaign trail or covering elections or covering politicians, what pops in your mind?
The big thing for me was actually very early on, before I was a political reporter in the proper terms. I was a reporter in Peoria, Illinois, and Rod Blagojevich, he's a former Illinois governor. Sure. He is known for being convicted of auctioning off President Obama's former Senate seat.
Yes.
He went to federal prison, threw the book at him pretty much, but he was eventually pardoned by President Trump. So in 2020, I think it was, maybe 2019, gosh, it was all kind of merged together at this point. He had this big press conference outside his home after his release in Chicago. So we drove the 3 hours to Chicago, and I was 21, 22, getting there. And it was like every station I grew up watching was there. Sure. Networks were there. Chinese networks were there. French networks. So being among these 20, 30 cameras, and I'm just some, child from Peoria, essentially covering it, was pretty surreal. He himself arrived a few hours late to a press conference outside his own home, right. Which was an interesting experience. They call it Blago time in Chicago, apparently. But that was quite the first real political event that I had been a part of in terms of as a reporter.
Sure. It can get surreal. Yeah. I was telling Tim earlier, I spent, I don't know how long it was. It felt like a long time. I was in a small room with our political reporter, George Bush Jr. and Charlton Heston. And that was back in the time when he was with the NRA, and he'd shake the gun and say, "You'll take this from my cold dead hands." And whether you paid attention to any of that at all, when Charlton Heston walks in the room, it's like Mount Rushmore. And I remember the room was small, and I was just on the peripheral, but I remember being afraid to talk to him. He cast such a presence that I kind of locked up and couldn't talk to him. And that's not that political, but you never know what may walk through that door, because you're given access to world leaders that no one else gets. No one gets to loiter around and interview someone that globally known. And I think we take it for granted. Tim, is there anything pops in your mind when you think of politics and covering politicians?
Well, there's probably several stories, but the one that surprised me the most was when Obama came. He was running late. He got delayed in St. Louis for some reason, and he was over an hour late. So he came in and did his spiel at this warehouse. And when he got done and doing the tour or whatever, he came over. We were usually 30, 40 feet away, and we're never any closer to the actual president. And he came over to the media to apologize. And he came within like 10 feet of us, sat down. And it wasn't like he sat down at the head of a table. It was like he just sat down and just started talking to us and apologized to us for being
That is good media training.
Yeah, very good media training. But I actually got to say hi, and he said hello to me too as well. So that was kind of a neat experience.
I'll bet.
It doesn't happen all the time.
No, because there can be some political events that you go to, and there was nothing interesting that happened the entire 12-hour time you were there.
This is true.
And
Same stump speech.
Same. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You heard it 3 hours ago in Gastonia.
Yeah. When John McCain was running for president, all I remember is his speech, having heard the same speech several times. Bill Clinton came once for Hillary Clinton when she was running, and he told a story that seemed familiar that I remember, 10 years earlier. So if you're a political junkie like I assume you are, Andy, then it's full of intrigue.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just there to make sure the television looks okay, it can be kind of a dull day. And I don't
Photos
mean
can
that
get
bad
a
way.
little bit grouchy sometimes if you're in the wrong venue, or if it can be just the same old boring speech. But
Talk to me about the photogs at a political event, because you're a reporter.
Under the gun.
Hey,
I'm outnumbered here.
I don't
Right?
like to use that language in here.
Yeah, right.
But as a non-camera carrying individual,
Yeah.
what's been your experience? I know you shoot some. What's been your experience with photographers at a political event? Anything stand out?
Well, here, I'm not just speaking because I'm outnumbered in this room. Here, it's a different ball of wax. The photogs usually want to be at the thing, or I've talked with them before, like, hey, you mind staffing this campaign event? So it's been a pretty positive experience. But there's still, as Tim was mentioning, the stressors of it's your job to get the shot, your job to elbow someone to get this framing. I thought when President Trump was in town, Brian Christensen had to deal with a network camera setting up all of their lights right over my shoulder, right in our shots. So honestly, for the most part, I'm impressed by them. And I admire their ability to not show their true frustrations. They let it out with colorful language afterwards, just not in the moment itself.
Sure.
Or they'll have a snide remark where the person can definitely hear it. It varies.
There,
yeah, right.
It can be an intimidating environment when the Globe's politicians and media elite roll in.
Mhm.
In 2012, we had the Democratic National Convention here in Charlotte. It was when Obama was running for his second term. It was a week of absolute madness at the Coliseum. But on the
That's where it was the Coliseum. Or is it at
sorry.
Spectrum?
At Spectrum.
Okay, that
Sorry,
makes a
sorry,
lot more
sorry,
sense.
sorry.
Coliseum.
Yeah. It was at
No
Spectrum
offense to
Center,
Bojangles, but that'd be quite the
Spectrum
big.
Center was
That would be
different.
That's a big difference.
Big difference. Yeah.
At any rate, on the last night, the only people allowed in the building besides the keynote speakers, who was Michelle Obama that night, was the media, and you had to go through several different checkpoints of security, and with every one, the crowd got more famous. At one point, I could have taken Katie Couric and Jesse Jackson and knocked their heads together because they're right beside me.
Yeah.
And that was just a star-studded is the wrong word, but I've never seen so many one-word named celebrity journalists in the same room. Besides that, that was amazing just to be in that room. You kind of felt like I don't belong here. I'm sort of over my head. I'm waiting for someone to escort me out. So far, I haven't been escorted out. Have you been escorted out, Tim?
I have not been escorted out. No, thank God.
I think escorted out would also result in potentially a job loss.
Yeah,
it'd get back to the higher ups. I feel if you were escorted out of a presidential appearance. Yeah,
that's not being shushed in a school auditorium, is
it's
it?
not the same thing, right?
Yeah. No, I try to get in and get out without getting in trouble. And we're back to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I want to thank Andy Weber, political reporter, and photographer Tim Mullican for giving us some insight on what it's like to cover politics. Now, however, we're joined by Jenna Pinto, another esteemed photojournalist.
Hello.
Hello, Jenna. Jenna, you haven't been doing this as long as I have, and that's a compliment, but you have covered your share of political events.
Lots of them, especially when I lived in Florida.
What'd you cover there in Florida?
Everything. Florida is a powerhouse for politics.
Yeah,
Lots. Everybody wants to go through Florida. And I grew up in Iowa, which is also a huge powerhouse for politics. So yeah, kind of born and raised in it.
Yeah. Once you got into it, was it like what you thought it would be? Was there a big surprise to you when you first covered your big political campaign stop?
I mean, I started my career right at the 2016 campaign. So
yeah,
that was a big one. And I got to go through college in the one prior than that, which was also a really, really big campaign. So I feel like I've kind of lived in the epitome of campaigning, and when people really started to like push that a lot harder, and
right.
Media coverage kind of ramped up a little bit on that as well.
What's it like? We spoke in our earlier segments about how long it takes to get set up, and you have to get there half a day beforehand and go through security, and you do an awful lot of waiting. A lot of news crews, when they wait, they just either stare at their phones or talk to the few people they know. I know you a little better than that, and I know you're probably working the crowd.
I'm a chatty Cathy. I
Chatty
like to talk to
Cathy.
people.
Trying to maybe, but you're not just chewing the fat. What is it you're doing?
It's the best networking opportunity. I mean, not just from a local perspective. I've gotten jobs from political coverage before. I've met, future chief photojournalists from that stuff, and just like meeting people and schmoozing them a little bit. It helps you out because campaigns are not a one-off, right? Like you're gonna go to multiple campaigns. You're gonna see multiple people multiple times.
Sure.
And there are days where we run out of this or we run out of that, or our cables go bad, or something goes wrong, or oh my gosh, that network guy in front of us is just a little taller than what I thought he was going to be. And I didn't bring a box for my reporter to stand on. And so those are those moments where that schmoozing, it starts to work out in your favor, because then you can go, hey, man, I'm so sorry. Is there any way that I could borrow your Apple box? Or is there any way that I could borrow that BNC cable that you have?
Sure.
I see you have, a couple things plugged into that outlet. Is there any way that I could unplug one of yours to plug something in for me? And that schmoozing works out really, really good. It works out for security too.
Yeah.
Because like they love to kind of corral you,
Mhm.
and sometimes it's just a power trip, right? But schmoozing works out in your benefit. When you're nice to them, then they're nice to you.
I think that's a good lesson anywhere you go, no matter what it is you do for a living. But I know that competing news crews have saved my bacon more times than I'm willing to admit.
Yes.
And it's always just a great thing to experience, especially because your bacon's being saved. Who doesn't like saved bacon?
And just like the camaraderie, it's so nice to that you're all equally in the same crud together. So you kind of have to be friendly. Now there are times, I will say, I know when to pick my battles.
Sure.
Most of the time. And I have actually gotten in some fights with some photojournalists before. But it's mostly because everybody, like a scrum, right? When everyone is all jumping up together.
Right.
I'm a woman. I'm a little bit smaller. They like to send the big guys, right? Because they're easier to overpower.
They do.
And so I've kind of had to like muscle in before. I've had some people kind of push me around a little bit. And I have stood my ground.
You've covered a lot of different things, a lot of very visual things. Politics isn't that visual. I mean, it's not the greatest thing to drag a TV camera to.
No.
What would your advice be to people who have yet to experience it, younger news gatherers who are about to wade into politics? What would you tell them?
I think that when you go into photojournalism in general, emphasis on journalism, you recognize that sometimes I've done some beautiful stories, some very beautiful, important stories, but there are sometimes important stories that aren't beautiful. That doesn't change the lack of importance for them.
Right.
So politics, especially holding like the higher ups accountable, making sure that people who are going to be voting are informed on what the policies that those candidates are like standing on. Like that's important. And
it's a fairly important public service.
Yeah, it's not beautiful though. It's not beautiful, but it is important. And so it's nice to like, there are days where I'm going to get those really, really beautiful stories. And then there are days where I'm going to do those really important stories, and the balance is important.
It is, and I can't think of a better note to end on, because for all the inconvenience for the news crews, that's something the viewers shouldn't have to even think about. They should just watch the news and receive the information and make whatever decision they want.
Yeah. I think that new people coming in too, it's hard. I had a high school class one time ask me, how do you follow a candidate if you don't believe in what they're doing? And that's not what we're doing.
No.
We're not, my job is to not tell you if I like them or not.
Right.
And I want you to be able to watch what I'm doing and not know if I like them or not. I want to make sure that the viewers are informed and that they're being good voters. Because I kind of like where I live, and I kind of wanted to stay that way. And having people vote on important topics makes where we live better.
Good point, Jenna. Good point. Thanks again for viewing Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. We've greatly enjoyed this segment and having you here, and we hope we'll see you next time.
A year after the deadly stabbing on Charlotte's Blue Line, the victim's family is ready to sue. Why? They now say the leaders of Charlotte's transit system share responsibility for the attack.
It's another dry and hot day here on this Thursday. Some areas, though, especially to the east of Charlotte, have cooled down just a little bit, courtesy of some heavy showers and storms. Those are moving away for now, but I'll show you coming up my pinpoint weather forecast where we could see more storms moving through later on this evening. Coming up.
All right, and have you been flocked? The nationwide action one group is now taking against the technology as the discussion around automatic license plate readers grows. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Well, Saturday will mark 1 year since the deadly stabbing on Charlotte's light rail, where it killed a Ukrainian refugee. Irina Zarutska's name has since made headlines all around the world, and now her family is seeking accountability in her death. They plan to be able to file a lawsuit as we now near that 1 year since the tragedy happened, and the family's attorney spoke with chief political correspondent Andy Weber about what's next.
Attorney Laura Newton, who represents the Zarutska family, says Katz is at fault for not doing enough to keep passengers safe across the system. And she says that starts with fair enforcement.
We know that violent crime was already an issue, and you can't turn a blind eye. You have to do something.
Newton telling Queen City News that she will soon file a civil lawsuit against the Charlotte Area Transit System, or CATS, arguing the agency is at fault for the stabbing death of Irina Zarutska. DeCarlos Brown Jr. is accused of murdering the 23-year-old while they both were riding the Blue Line on a Friday night last August. Newton argues a recent state audit of the agency proves CATS failed to do enough to maintain safety on the train.
You have to keep people safe, and the way you do that at a basic level is you enforce fares. You have physical barriers, you have validators, you have to collect the fares, you have to have a plan, you have to have the guards on the train, you have to have something for deterrence.
That audit released Monday argued CATS failed to adequately prevent fare evasion. CATS did not respond to a request for comment on the incoming lawsuit, but interim CEO Brandon Cagle did discuss the audit during an interview with our Brian Blakely on Wednesday.
Our goal is to reduce and or eliminate all fare evasion. We are adding block by block a contractor who will bring 60 personnel whose sole job is to check tickets.
Newton says they plan to file the suit within the next few days.
It's a crude system and it's not perfect, but it's all we have. And we intend to make sure that this family gets justice both through the criminal justice system and the civil justice system.
In Dilworth, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Well, we also spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes about the hurdles that the family could face when proving negligence from Charlotte Transit leaders. Take a listen.
Do they have a duty to protect riders from third-party violent attacks? That's going to be the first question. Whether the attacks were reasonably foreseeable, that's going to be probably the hardest portion to prove. And then were the security failures that you're alleging that they failed to comply with or needed to have there, were they the proximate cause? And then if they are sued and it's a government entity, would they waive some future government immunity? So there's a number of hurdles that I will look at, but those foreseeability and proximate cause will probably be the two that make this the hardest case, the hardest portion of the case when looking at it for sure.
Mm-hmm. So our full coverage of the stabbing on the Charlotte light rail system, as well as the fallout since, can all be found on our website at qcnews.com. All right, taking a live look now over at Uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. Woo, still hot outside, yes, and humid. And those pop-up showers are now possible this evening. Let's check in now with Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane, who's in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Tara, you're also tracking a cold front that will bring more widespread rain to the area to kick off the weekend.
You got it, Alicia. Yes, we are going to get likely more coverage, so more of us getting in on some of the heavier showers and storms. By this time tomorrow, we could start to see more of that developing. As for now, most of us are nice and dry across the region. We saw that live picture, just nothing but Carolina blue sky mixing in with some of the cloudiness that we saw more of earlier today that's since kind of cleared out. But we have been tracking some heavier showers and storms off to the east of Charlotte, especially Richmond County, Chesterfield County. All of those are moving away for now, but check out Futurecast here. As that front continues its approach out of the north and west, you can see by 8 to 9 o'clock, we could see some blossoming heavy showers and storms developing over the foothills and heading down toward Lincolnton, Shelby, Statesville area, maybe Salisbury getting a little bit of rain and possibly holding together and crossing over parts of the Charlotte metro prior to midnight or so here tonight. And still a few more showers and storms can't be ruled out overnight while we're sleeping and heading into early tomorrow morning. So there's a front on the move here heading in from the north and west. Out ahead of it, we are still feeling the hot temperatures today, up to 92 degrees. You've got low 90s, mid 90s in spots there to the east of Charlotte. That heat advisory goes until Richmond County, but ironically, that's one of the cooler spots after seeing some of that rain earlier. Still, though, just to the west of there, it feels like 104 with the humidity factored in Wadesboro. We do have some of that heat relief on the way as well, and some lower humidity to talk about too. Check it out in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Tara. So the first week of high school football is kicking off early. So this is all due to tomorrow's wet weather that Tara was just talking about. Several games in Mecklenburg County, which are on your screen right now, are now being played tonight instead of tomorrow. So we are expecting widespread storms tomorrow evening. School leaders say that the decision was made to prioritize safety. We're also working now to be able to learn more details in the investigation into a shooting that killed 2 people in Chester County. So this all happened just after midnight on Mays Drive outside of the town of Edgemoor. So a third person was sent to the hospital. Deputies say the suspected shooter is one of the 2 people that were killed, and the gunfire erupted during a fight between the trio. An Avery County man is facing charges for a deadly crash involving a university cycling team in Tennessee. John Benfield from Newland is now facing vehicular homicide and aggravated assault charges. Investigators say that the crash happened yesterday morning in Hampton, Tennessee. Troopers say members of the Milligan University cycling team were training when Benfield hit several of them. 2 team members died and 4 others are still reportedly in critical condition. A website that allows drivers to find out if their license plate has been searched in flock camera databases is now gaining some popularity. This all comes amid what's called National Week of Action Against License Plate Readers. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell spoke with organizers behind the week and a local police chief that says flock cameras were a brilliant idea for his town.
We want to make sure communities are safe. We also understand that license plate readers don't actually make anyone safer.
Ed Vogel with the group DFLOC says that's what National Week of Action Against Automatic License Plate Readers is all about. The group is also promoting a new website called HaveIBeenFlocked.com, where drivers can look up if their plates have been searched by law enforcement through flock databases.
You can also go in there and search the data from your local police, your local sheriff.
The info is based on public records requests, department audit logs, and it might not be the most up to date, but Vogel calls it a tool for those concerned about their privacy.
It's imperfect, it's not complete, but it's a form of accountability, and it's a starting point for a conversation about whether or not these are actually meaningful tools that we should have in our communities.
But down in Union County, Waxhaw Police Chief Dexter Wilson believes flock cameras are a tool that prevents repeat offenders.
Each officer can put in their own matrix into that system on what they want to be alerted for. Stolen vehicle, stolen tag, sex offender. If it's a person with a warrant for arrest and it alerts those officers, or a domestic violence protection order.
Wilson's department operates at least 5 flock cameras within town limits.
It has helped us solve so many crimes, everything from car B&Es all the way to rapes.
But it is one of only a handful of agencies within the Charlotte area that has an online flock transparency portal, which allows people to see how many tags the department has searched and what other agencies Waxhaw is sharing its data with.
We have nothing to hide. We're not running your information for bad intentions.
And when it comes to those officers accused of misuse that some would call bad apples, Wilson tells us he's been very upfront with the men and women who wear a Waxhaw badge.
All of our officers here know that it is not for personal use.
In Waxhaw, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
And you can find out if your vehicle's license plate has been recorded or entered into the flock system online. A link is on our website about the story at qcnews.com. North Carolina judge is denying compensation in a lawsuit filed against a man connected with a viral horse crash in Uptown. Many of you might remember this story. So we first brought you the story of this video that went viral back in April. Tracy Bogan sued Desmond Moore, the owner of a horse stable, over an injury to her horse's eye. So Moore became well known for his involvement in the viral video where a horse got loose in Uptown and then was hit by a car. So Bogan says that her horse's eye was blinded while it was boarded at Moore's stable. Well, a judge initially ordered Moore to pay Bogan more than $1,200 for the incident, but then Moore appealed. And the judge overseeing the appeal now ruled that he owes Bogan nothing. North Carolina elections leaders continue to be able to process now the process of approving county plans for the midterms. So we're going to see if concerns about Sunday voting and polling places are now still an issue with county officials. And the debate continues over the support for the scrapped I-77 expansion plans. So which way local transportation leaders are leaning ahead of a final September vote? Tara.
You've been outside today. You already know that it is hot once again. We have those feels-like temperatures with the heat and humidity factored in up around 100 plus in so many neighborhoods. Little relief is coming with a cold front, and that's going to lead to more showers and storms, some of which could turn severe as well tonight and into tomorrow. I'll show you a timeline next.
Well, you're watching Queen City News. Your time now is 4:11, 89 degrees outside in the Queen City. And you're watching the most honored and the most local news right here in Charlotte. Members of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization have about a month to decide if they will reinstate their support for the I-77 toll lane project. So they met last night for the last time before next month's vote. And the project was scrapped after local officials pulled their support, but some have since flipped their decision. So provision in the state budget could require the governments to pay back a share of $60 million spent on the designs. After last night's meeting, though, looks like there will not be enough support to reinstate the project.
The position of Charlotte remains unchanged that we are not in support of reinstating the P3 project.
CRTPO members will formally vote on September the 23rd on whether to support the toll lane project. A deadline on the decision from local leaders is now set for October the 5th. Charlotte City leaders are now celebrating the launch of another digital kiosk. So the interactive device is now set up at the corner of Beatties Ford Road and West 5th Street near Johnson C. Smith University. 30 kiosks in total are now being rolled out this year, and they offer neighbors an interactive map, public information, and free Wi-Fi.
They put useful information right here where people are, on the sidewalk, near the bus stop, and in the heart of Beatties Ford Road, 5 Point community.
Pretty good to share information, like people coming in and out of town, they know exactly where you're at and exactly where you want to be.
Device was installed at this location because it is one of the city's corridors of opportunity. And the other digital kiosks can be found in prominent neighborhoods like South End, South Park, and University City. An investigation now underway into a mid-air collision between a Cessna plane and a state police helicopter. So this incident happened yesterday evening at an airport east of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. The pilot of the plane died. Both troopers aboard the helicopter were airlifted to a hospital but are expected to recover. Investigators say the helicopter was hovering over an area next to a runway when the plane veered off and then crashed into the troopers from behind. Two more tropical systems in the Pacific could impact Hawaii as the island state continues to be able to clean up from Hurricane Lala. 2 deaths have already been connected with the hurricane that narrowly just avoided making landfall in Hawaii over the weekend. However, just look at all this damage and debris there still in this area. The rain and the winds from the Category 1 storm also caused widespread outages and damage. Well, Hawaii electric officials say they expect most of the power to be restored in this area for customers living on Oahu and Maui today. All right, take a live look here outside, bringing you better close to home back here in the West Charlotte area, looking at our tower camera. So temperatures scorching outside, and hit or miss showers and storms are also possible. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is here keeping an eye on the system that could bring widespread, and you said possibly severe weather too. And
Possibly.
so that's why you're having a lot of these high school games being moved for tonight versus tomorrow.
And that threat of lightning coming up for tomorrow afternoon and evening, and also the possibility of some with the downpour, some flooding that we'll be having to watch for as well. We're not seeing any of that happening out there right now, even though we have had some stronger storms, mainly to the east of Charlotte here so far today. But a live look in downtown Monroe, Union County shows kind of a mix of clouds and sun. We've been in and out of some of that cloud cover out there today, but still not preventing temperatures. Now the sun is out more in full force, from recovering back up into the mid-90s at times. We're now back down to 89 outside of our studios here, but yeah, you can see how it's mostly a clean sweep as we scan around on radar. We had some of those stronger storms from earlier over parts of especially Richmond, Anson County, Chesterfield County that have now exited the area, but dropping temperatures out that way here, at least briefly. Rockingham is now down to 82, rain-cooled reading. Meanwhile, just off to the west along Highway 74, it's still a hot 96 in Wadesboro. We've got 92 from out of the airport in Charlotte, and on either side of 80 up there in the mountains where we do not have a heat advisory in effect. The only advisory was going for Richmond County because before that rain moved in, we were calling for the potential of those around 105 heat index readings, which they are feeling out there in Wadesboro without the rain. Feels like that around the Queen City too. Feels like 102 in Albemarle, and another day with those 100 plus degree feels like temperatures down to parts of South Carolina. If you're grilling out for maybe dinner time this evening, I would say have at it, because again, most of us will stay dry for another couple of hours or so, but then later we get into the evening, we do pick up a chance of maybe a few developing showers and storms. So just when thunder roars, go indoors. May have to do that and take some shelter briefly if you're doing it later on tonight, with temperatures still hovering in the mid to lower 90s. Now tomorrow, so currently we have a front moving in. It's going to kind of stall right over the region here and across parts of the southeast, and so that will just continue to plump in all that moisture, leading to a flooding threat and the possibility of some severe weather too, especially from around the Queen City east, where you see this yellow shading here. We're expecting some of those downpours leading to anywhere from around an inch of rain. We could see that around parts of the Charlotte metro to as much as 2, even close to 3 or so inches. Even some locally higher totals are possible with those repeated downpours that could be moving through the area. Tomorrow, best chance of rain comes in the typical afternoon and evening, but even after midnight tonight, we can get some heavier showers or some rumbles rolling through. We do have that severe risk that will continue into tomorrow. Level 1 out of 5. Damaging wind gusts and hail will be the main threats. And let's check out Futurecast. So this is what I was talking about, the rain chance for the rest of this evening. By 6, 7, 8 o'clock, a couple of showers or an isolated storm can't be ruled out. We may see another round of some heavier showers or a storm rolling in, especially from the Queen City north later on tonight while many of you are sleeping. And then you can see by noon or so tomorrow, after we get some dry time around the morning drive time tomorrow, that's when we'll likely be tracking redevelopment of some of those vigorous showers and storms. One round moves through. We could get that next round later in the evening up until about 11 o'clock midnight or so. And then that will move out, leaving us with the dry start to the day on Saturday to kick off the weekend. Saturday's rain chance is lower, but you can still see a couple little isolated showers or a storm. Still just can't be totally ruled out. At this point, Sunday is still looking like the overall drier and less humid half of the weekend. Quick check the tropics. We do have way out here over the open waters of the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, this is off the coast of Portugal and Spain at this point, but there is a low chance we could see some brief subtropical or tropical development with that system. That will not whip out to the west and out toward the east coast. That's going to head toward Portugal and Spain over the next few days. Otherwise, it's looking quiet out there across the Atlantic Ocean basin at least. A 7-day forecast shows back to full sunshine to wrap up the weekend on Sunday with that brief break in the humidity before it's back on the rise later next week. At least we'll be feeling less heat, those highs back in the upper 80s.
All right, thank you, Tara. So a Belmont man went from the depths of depression to living a dream. David Van Dyke is the co-creator of a comic series called Mercer. So more than 20 years ago, he was in an accident while working as a mechanic. It broke his back and then shattered his music dream.
The doctor literally came into the room and said, "Your life as you know it is over."
Well, he eventually set sights on another dream, drawing comics. He can find out what he now hopes that we can call what we can learn from this whole story. You can watch Faces of the Carolinas tonight on Queen City News, and that is at 10 p.m. Increasing the chance for success for the backbone of America's healthcare system, Novant Health's new investment that aims to improve the nursing workforce before they begin their careers. We'll talk about it all next. Stay with us. You're watching Queen City News. Your time now is 4:21. And you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. Leaders at Novant Health and UNC Charlotte are now announcing a partnership to help improve resources for nursing students. And the healthcare company is investing $500,000 to expand the College of Health and Human Services. So this money would go toward improving UNC Charlotte's 15 nursing labs where students take part in simulations of different healthcare situations. School leaders tell us how important these simulations are to the students.
Can provide an immersive, experiential scenario for our nursing students where they take care of these high-fidelity patient simulators as if they would take care of a live patient in the hospital and at no risk to the patient or themselves.
Novant leaders hope that the investment helps to grow the healthcare workforce in the Charlotte area, with about half of all UNC Charlotte nursing students graduating remaining in the region to be able to begin their careers. Two of North Carolina's top college basketball teams now set to be able to face off in the inaugural Tobacco Road Classic. UNC and NC State will play each other in a non-conference game on December the 15th at First Horizon Coliseum in Greensboro. So this game will serve as the first of two games between the Wolfpack and the Tar Heels this upcoming season. Charlotte FC now ending its trip to Canada with 1 point in the standings. So despite plenty of scoring, the team finished with a 3-3 draw. Last night in Toronto, Charlotte held a lead. Wow, look at that flip for most of the match. But despite being a man down, Toronto scored a 90th minute goal to finish the game in a tie. Charlotte FC is also back in action at Bank of America Stadium this weekend, so there is plenty to be able to do around the region, and we have a list of what you can be able to get into in the Queen City all on our website. You can scan this QR code that'll bring you to this story on QCnews.com. An Avery County man charged in a crash that killed multiple members of a college cycling team. Why investigators now believe the crash could have been avoided. And why the owner of the horse at the center of this viral Uptown video may not get any compensation from a lawsuit filed for a separate incident. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Saturday will mark 1 year since the deadly stabbing on Charlotte's light rail killed a Ukrainian refugee, Irina Zarutska. Her name has now since made headlines all around the world, and now her family is seeking accountability in her death. So they plan to be able to file a lawsuit as we near 1 year since this horrific tragedy. The family's attorneys spoke with chief political correspondent Andy Weber about what's next.
Attorney Laura Newton, who represents the Zarutska family, says Katz is at fault for not doing enough to keep passengers safe across the system. And she says that starts with fair enforcement.
We know that violent crime was already an issue, and you can't turn a blind eye. You have to do something.
Newton telling Queen City News that she will soon file a civil lawsuit against the Charlotte Area Transit System, or CATS, arguing the agency is at fault for the stabbing death of Irina Zarutska. DeCarlos Brown Jr. is accused of murdering the 23-year-old while they both were riding the Blue Line on a Friday night last August. Newton argues a recent state audit of the agency proves CATS failed to do enough to maintain safety on the train.
You have to keep people safe, and the way you do that at a basic level is you enforce fares. You have physical barriers, you have validators, you have to collect the fares, you have to have a plan, you have to have the guards on the train, you have to have something for deterrence.
That audit released Monday argued CATS failed to adequately prevent fare evasion. CATS did not respond to a request for comment on the incoming lawsuit, but interim CEO Brent Cagle did discuss the audit during an interview with our Brian Blakely on Wednesday.
Our goal is to reduce and or eliminate all fare evasion. We are adding block by block a contractor who will bring 60 personnel whose sole job is to check tickets.
Newton says they plan to file the suit within the next few days.
It's a crude system, and it's not perfect, but it's all we have. And we intend to make sure that this family gets justice both through the criminal justice system and the civil justice system.
In Dilworth, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Well, we also spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Clive Rhodes about the hurdles that the Zarutska family could face when providing negligence, and also trying to be able to just figure out if they could win this case from Charlotte Transit leaders. Take a listen.
Do they have a duty to protect riders from third-party violent attacks? That's going to be the first question. Whether the attacks were reasonably foreseeable, that's going to be probably the hardest portion to prove. And then were the security failures that you're alleging that they failed to comply with or needed to have there, were they the proximate cause? And then if they are sued and it's a government entity, would they waive some future government immunity? So there's a number of hurdles that I will look at, but those foreseeability and proximate cause will probably be the two that make this the hardest case, hardest portion of the case when looking at it for sure.
Our full coverage of the stabbing on Charlotte's light rail, as well as the fallout since, can be found on our website at qcnews.com. All right, taking a live look now over uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. So it continues to be hot and humid, and pop-up showers are possible this evening. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Tara, you're also tracking a cold front that then will bring more widespread rain to the area to kick off the weekend.
Yes, so tomorrow is going to feature the highest chance of rain out of the weekend days here coming up. Tomorrow, of course, the just kind of kickoff to the weekend as we wrap up this work and school week for some kids already out there here. So the weekend overall is looking a little bit drier. As we are here today, mostly dry. We did have some pretty strong storms over parts of Richmond County, Chesterfield County earlier. All of those have since pushed off to the east, but still lines and clusters of severe storms continue to break out at times, especially just to the northeast of Fayetteville here. So as expected, most of those focused here this afternoon over the central and eastern portion of the Tar Heel State. But that's not to say that we couldn't see some developing heavy showers and even a couple of stronger storms get going later on this evening. Notice on Futurecast picking up on that here with that front continuing to close in on the area. By 8 to 9 o'clock, we could see some activity getting going around parts of Gaston or Lincoln County, Cleveland County, and then moving off to the east over parts of the Charlotte Metro before it gradually fades away later on tonight. So again, as Alicia mentioned, all of this ahead of an incoming cold front. We're on the hot side today, 92 in the Queen City, but still with these temperatures well into the 90s. Still feels like up around 100 plus with all that humidity factored in. Some relief from the heat on the way, lower humidity too, but again, that will come with some higher rain chances tomorrow. So I'll show you a more specific look at that timeline in a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Tara. So the first week of high school football kicking off early, and this is due to what Tara was just talking about, tomorrow's wet weather. Several games in the Mecklenburg County area, which are on your screen right here, are being played tonight instead of tomorrow. So we are expecting the widespread storms tomorrow evening. School leaders say the decision was made to prioritize safety. An Avery County man is now facing charges for a deadly crash involving a university cycling team in Tennessee. John Benfield from Newland is now facing vehicular homicide and aggravated assault charges. Investigators say the crash happened yesterday morning in Hampton, Tennessee. The troopers say that members of Milligan University's cycling team were training when Benfield hit several of them. 2 team members died and 4 others are still reportedly in critical condition. A website that allows drivers to find out if their license plate has been searched in flock camera databases is gaining in popularity. So this all comes amid what's called National Week of Action Against License Plate Readers. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell spoke with organizers behind the week and also a local police chief who says that the flock cameras were a brilliant idea for his town.
We want to make sure communities are safe. We also understand that license plate readers don't actually make anyone safer.
Ed Vogel with the group DFLOC says that's what National Week of Action Against Automatic License Plate Readers is all about. The group is also promoting a new website called HaveIBeenFlocked.com, where drivers can look up if their plates have been searched by law enforcement through flock databases.
You can also go in there and search the data from your local police, your local sheriff.
The info is based on public records requests, department audit logs, and it might not be the most up to date, but Vogel calls it a tool for those concerned about their privacy.
It's imperfect, it's not complete, but it's a form of accountability, and it's a starting point for a conversation about whether or not these are actually meaningful tools that we should have in our communities.
But down in Union County, Waxhaw Police Chief Dexter Wilson believes flock cameras are a tool that prevents repeat offenders.
Each officer can put in their own matrix into that system on what they want to be alerted for. Stolen vehicle, stolen tag, sex offender. If it's a person with a warrant for arrest and it alerts those officers, or a domestic violence protection order.
Wilson's department operates at least 5 flock cameras within town limits.
It has helped us solve so many crimes, everything from car B&Es all the way to rapes.
But it is one of only a handful of agencies within the Charlotte area that has an online flock transparency portal, which allows people to see how many tags the department has searched and what other agencies Waxhaw is sharing its data with.
We have nothing to hide. We're not running your information for bad intentions.
And when it comes to those officers accused of misuse that some would call bad apples, Wilson tells us he's been very upfront with the men and women who wear a Waxhaw badge.
All of our officers here know that it is not for personal use.
In Waxhaw, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
And guess what? You can actually find out if your vehicle's license plate has been recorded or entered into the flock system online. A link on our website is now set up so you can go to this story at qcnews.com. A North Carolina judge is now denying compensation in a lawsuit filed against a man connected with a viral horse crash in Uptown. So we first brought you this story and this video back in April. You might remember this. Tracy Bogan sued Desmond Moore, the owner of a horse stable, over an injury to her horse's eye. So Moore became very well known for his involvement in this viral video where a horse got loose in Uptown and then was hit by a car. Bogan says that her horse's eye was blinded while it was boarded at Moore's stable. A judge initially ordered Moore to pay Bogan more than $1,200 for the incident, for it all happening, but then Moore appealed. So the judge overseeing the appeal ruled that he owes Bogan nothing. All right, heading to Raleigh right now. Disputes over Sunday voting are now front and center at today's North Carolina State Board of Elections meeting. Board members are hearing dueling plans from 20 counties that have yet to finalize their early voting plans. So the disputes today have now centered on whether to offer Sunday voting. So far, plans without Sunday voting have been approved in several counties, including Union and Anson. Well, Sunday voting was also added as a compromise in Rowan County. And then some supporters of Sunday voting say it's especially popular among Black voters. Republican board members question whether Sunday voting is necessary, while Democrats argued the hours offered don't matter if voters cannot use them.
To say that there's somehow an unnecessary hardship that's imposed because the consistency of a Saturday is adopted over changing a date to be a Sunday, I don't find that to be a compelling reason to support the minority plan in this case.
And time and opportunity do not always go together. So you create more hours for people to come in, but if those hours are during times when people can't make it, it doesn't work.
Democratic board member Jeff Carmen has also been pressing local election officials about contact with the state's auditor's office. So that comes amid questions over whether Dallas Woodhouse, the auditor's now former elections liaison, tried to influence local early voting plans. Tomorrow is the last day for early voting in South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff. So Senator Darlene Graham and Congressman Ralph Norman are now facing off to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. You can scan this QR code right here with your phone for a list of polling places on our website, and that is at qcnews.com. And they're open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. tomorrow. The runoff election, though, is next Tuesday. President Trump will be in Myrtle Beach tomorrow for a rally supporting Senator Darlene Graham for Senate. This is all happening at 7 p.m. at the Myrtle Beach Convention Center. So the president endorsed Graham before the special primary, but has since said that he would be happy with any of the Republican candidates because they are his supporters.
Well, just inland of the Myrtle Beach area, they have some showers and storms ongoing here, and over land and here and across the Charlotte Metro, we are mostly in the clear. We had some heavy storms over parts of Richmond County, for example, earlier today, but an incoming front could bring us more stormy weather later on this evening. More to come tomorrow before we get a little bit of a break from this higher level of heat and humidity. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
And the debate continues over support for the scrapped I-77 expansion plan. So which way? Local transportation leaders are now leaning ahead of a final September vote. You're watching Queen City News at 4. Your time now is 4:41. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. As the fighting with Iran now inches toward the 6-month mark, President Trump is now calling on U.S. allies to ramp up the pressure on Iran, now looking at their financial fiscality. So he argues that the move could further isolate the country and then also force a deal to end the war. As our Raquel Martin reports this afternoon, the message also came with a threat.
On Truth Social, President Trump threatened quote-unquote tremendous economic consequences to any country that lends Iran a lifeline. President Trump is promising to launch so-called economic D-Day against Iran. Online in all caps, he vowed to unleash the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country, an effort aimed at drawing the nearly 6-month war to an end. Tehran quickly dismissed the president's threats aimed not just at Iran, but any country that does business with them, calling it economic terrorism. On X, Iran's foreign minister poked fun at the United States' growing $40 trillion debt problem, stating the threat would only result in further defeat for the U.S. The White House offered little detail about its renewed pressure campaign Thursday. Iran already faces aggressive global sanctions, the Treasury Secretary only telling reporters,
I think that the economic action will mean that oil prices will come down sooner.
Oil prices spiked Thursday as the two sides wrestle over control of the Strait of Hormuz.
The blockade has been 100% successful.
Right now, President Trump is trying to strong-arm Tehran back to the negotiation table. He's threatening Oman not to interfere. Oman is on the verge of striking its own deal with Iran to move ships through the strait. Oman is one of few countries still doing business with Iran. Others include Turkey, Iraq, India, Russia, and of course, its biggest customer, China. Their sustained economic partnership presents a potential ripple ahead of President Xi's visit to the White House next month. In response to the president's economic threats, China's foreign minister weighing in, saying that more sanctions and pressure will not solve the problem. For now in Washington, Raquel Martin, back to you.
Thank you, Raquel. Some members of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization have about a month to decide if they will now reinstate their support for the I-77 toll lane project here in the Queen City. So they met last night for the first time before next month's vote. The project was scrapped after local officials pulled their support, but some have since flipped their decisions. So a provision in the state budget could require the government to pay back a share of the $60 million spent on designs. After last night's meeting, though, it looks like there will not be enough support to reinstate the project. Take a listen.
The position of Charlotte remains unchanged that we are not in support of reinstating the P3 project.
CRTPO members will formally vote on September 23rd on whether to support the toll lane project. A deadline, though, on the decision from local leaders is set for October the 5th. Let's take a live look now over West Charlotte from our tower cameras. Look at this. Temperature is scorching outside, and the hit or miss showers or storms are actually possible. Also looking at that kind of traffic, look very, very heavy in that area, in the West Charlotte area. But let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane. Tara, you're keeping an eye on that system that we're talking about that's coming tomorrow is really the big concern.
Yes, front moving in, and it's not going to move through quickly and give us just a quick chance of some showers and storms. It's going to kind of stall out nearby, and so that will keep these waves of heavy, at times, rain coming in through the afternoon and evening, and maybe some severe weather as well. And with those downpours, could have some at least brief or minor flooding issues developing in parts of the area too. So watching for that. Tomorrow basically turning into more of an active day compared to what we have going so far this afternoon and heading into early evening. Most of us are still nice and dry. We did though have some heavier showers and storms located over parts of Richmond County, Chesterfield County earlier today. Most of the activity as expected here, at least through the afternoon, focused over central and eastern portions of the Carolinas. But front is on the move, and so still working with the leftover daytime heating, and later on tonight we could still get a few blossoming showers and storms even over parts of the Charlotte metro breaking out. 94 hot degrees top temperature today in the Queen City, so above average, still far and away enough from the record of 103 on this day from back in the mid-1920s. It was a warm and humid start. Of course, we're used to that lately. This morning with that low of 74. We have 91 right now Salisbury, most spots low mid-90s. There's that rain cooled upper 80s in Richmond County. Ironically, they were the only ones under that heat advisory today, but that temperature cooled down just a little bit earlier, of course, and it feels like temperature as well with some of that rain, heavier rain pushing through, but it still feels like 100 plus from around the Queen City and points east out toward Monroe, Wadesboro, Lancaster County. Feels like 102 in Albemarle there in Stanley County, escaping the heat up there in the high country with those temperatures only around 80 or so degrees. Tomorrow and really for the next several days, the heat, notice, backs off even more. This is more seasonable level of heat. I showed you that average high, which is 88, so we'll be closer to that number in the days to come and right on into the weekend. We get the showers and storms tomorrow. That's the highest chance. Some spotty activity will still be possible on Saturday, but then behind the front, Sunday, everything clears out. It's back to low humidity, and it looks like just a drier wrap to the weekend. But as I said, tomorrow, the flash flood risk now it looks like overspreads more of our area. Level 2 risk of some flooding that could happen with some of those repeated downpours that could develop in some of these neighborhoods over and over again. And the severe risk continues for tomorrow as well, with the threat of damaging wind gusts and hail. Let's check it out now. Futurecast does depict still the development of at least some isolated showers or maybe an isolated storm later on this evening through about 7, 8, 9 o'clock or so. And we could see another round of some rain, heavier showers in spots passing through while we're sleeping tonight, early tomorrow morning. By 7 a.m., most of that looks to have cleared out, but then we get another couple rounds of downpours and storms coming in, possibly affecting around parts of the Charlotte metro lunchtime, points east. And notice all the bright colors indicating that heavy rain, some strong storms through about 2 to 4 o'clock. And then another round expected to come on through later in the evening. So that's why, again, those repeated downpours that could lead to some flooding and maybe some severe weather at the same time. Just some spotty activity could develop into Saturday afternoon and evening. Again, Sunday is drier, and we'll stick with that. Still mostly dry to kick off next week. We just get back into kind of a typical summertime pattern. After a break from the humidity on Sunday, it's going to be back later on next week, and temperatures heating up right around 90 degrees. Unless you're up there in the mountains, definitely much more pleasant conditions, more comfortable and cooler weather expected after tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Lots of sunshine, and look at those low temperatures, mid-50s, low to mid-50s in the higher elevations going into early next week with those highs only in the 70s. So our theme will be upper 80s to near 90 over the next 7 days. So there's that little bit of heat relief I was talking about, low humidity to wrap up the weekend on Sunday.
All right, thank you, Tara, for that. So increasing the chance for success for the backbone of America's healthcare system, Novant Health's new investment that aims to improve the nursing workforce before they begin their careers. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
The back-to-school season is here, and we're looking beyond this school year.
Declining birth rates, changing classrooms, and a generation making different choices about having children. What does it all mean for the future of education?
Watch Taking Attendance, a Queen City News back-to-school special airing Monday, August 24th at 7 p.m.
Leaders at Novant Health and UNC Charlotte are now announcing a partnership to help improve resources for nursing students. And the healthcare company is investing $500,000 to expand the College of Health and Human Services. So this money will go toward improving UNC Charlotte's 15 nursing labs where students take part in simulations of different healthcare situations. The school leaders tell us how important these simulations are to the students.
Can provide an immersive experiential scenario for our nursing students where they take care of these high fidelity patient simulators as if they would take care of a live patient in the hospital and at no risk to the patient or themselves.
Lots of learning. Novant leaders hope that the investment helps to be able to grow the healthcare workforce in the Charlotte area, with about half of all UNC Charlotte nursing school graduates remaining in the region to begin their careers. Well, only on Queen City News Plus. So some forecasters believe the ongoing dry conditions that we're seeing now could clear up by this fall. As meteorologist Brandon Lawson learns, though, the historic El Nino could help speed up the process.
Once we get into the fall, we expect those typical El Nino impacts to start emerging. Usually that means a stronger jet stream and a stronger storm track to our south. That's bringing weather systems up out of the Gulf and along our coast. It's picking up lots of moisture. So these strong El Nino events usually tend to be pretty wet.
You can be able to watch the full episode of Pinpoint Weather University right now for free. All you have to do is download the Queen City News Plus app on your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. On Queen City News at 5, an Avery County man charged in a crash that killed multiple members of a college cycling team. Why investigators now say they believe the crash could have been avoided. And why the owner of the horse at the center of this viral Uptown video may not get any compensation from a lawsuit filed for a separate incident. You're watching Queen City News. I'm Alicia Barnes. Up next, Morgan Francis is with you at 5, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
Right now on Queen City News, nearly a year after a deadly stabbing on Charlotte's Blue Line, the victim's family is ready to sue. Why they say leaders of Charlotte's transit system share responsibility for the attack.
We're feeling the heat, of course, again today with many feels-like temperatures up around the triple digits and even above 100 at times. But I'm tracking a cold front on the move, bringing more scattered showers and storms, especially tomorrow, and some relief from this heat. That's coming up.
And have you been flocked? The nationwide Action One group is taking against the technology as the discussion around automatic license plate readers grows. Good evening to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Saturday will mark 1 year since a deadly stabbing on Charlotte's light rail killed a Ukrainian refugee. Irina Zarutska's name has since made headlines around the world, and now her family is seeking accountability in her death. They plan to file a lawsuit as we near 1 year since the tragedy. The family's attorney spoke with Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber about what's next.
Attorney Laura Newton, who represents the Zarutska family, says Katz is at fault for not doing enough to keep passengers safe across the system. And she says that starts with fair enforcement.
We know that violent crime was already an issue, and you can't turn a blind eye. You have to do something.
Newton telling Queen City News that she will soon file a civil lawsuit against the Charlotte Area Transit System, or CATS, arguing the agency is at fault for the stabbing death of Irina Zarutska. DeCarlos Brown Jr. is accused of murdering the 23-year-old while they both were riding the Blue Line on a Friday night last August. Newton argues a recent state audit of the agency proves CATS failed to do enough to maintain safety on the train.
You have to keep people safe, and the way you do that at a basic level is you enforce fares. You have physical barriers, you have validators, you have to collect the fares, you have to have a plan, you have to have the guards on the train, you have to have something for deterrence.
That audit released Monday argued CATS failed to adequately prevent fare evasion. CATS did not respond to a request for comment on the incoming lawsuit, but interim CEO Brandon Cagle did discuss the audit during an interview with our Brian Blakely on Wednesday.
Our goal is to reduce and or eliminate all fare evasion. We are adding block by block a contractor who will bring 60 personnel whose sole job is to check tickets.
Newton says they plan to file the suit within the next few days.
It's a crude system and it's not perfect, but it's all we have. And we intend to make sure that this family gets justice both through the criminal justice system and the civil justice system.
In Dilworth, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
We also spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Kalev Rhodes about the hurdles Zarutska's family could face when proving negligence from Charlotte transit leaders.
Do they have a duty to protect riders from third-party violent attacks? That's going to be the first question. Whether the attacks were reasonably foreseeable, that's going to be probably the hardest portion to prove. And then were the security failures that you're alleging that they failed to comply with or needed to have there, were they the proximate cause? And then if they are sued and it's a government entity, would they waive some future government immunity? So there's a number of hurdles that I will look at, but those foreseeability and proximate cause will probably be the two that make this the hardest case, the hardest portion of the case when looking at it for sure.
Our full coverage of the stabbing on Charlotte's light rail, as well as the fallout since, can be found on our website, qcnews.com. Taking a live look now at uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. It continues to be hot and humid out there, and some pop-up showers are possible this evening. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, you're also tracking a cold front, right?
Yes, a cold front that will deliver, believe it or not, some more comfortable feeling, less humid air, not until the end of the weekend. And yeah, some slightly lower temperatures as well. Now, it's still going to be hot, but at least this higher level of heat and some of that high humidity will be backing off a little bit in the days to come. But we have to get through some scattered showers and storms first. Most of us are still dry. You can see as we look around the region right now, we did have some heavier activity affecting parts of Richmond County, Chesterfield County earlier today. And I was talking about this yesterday when I was showing you Futurecast, how it was looking looking like the majority of the storms through this afternoon and at least early this evening would be focused over central and eastern North Carolina, and sure enough, they are, and they're pushing on off to the east. However, notice on latest run of Futurecast here, this simulated computer model you can see through 10 o'clock later on tonight, it is possible we could get some developing heavy showers and a couple storms affecting, say, Cleveland, Gaston County, parts of the Charlotte metro, and then pushing off to the east. A little more rain or a thunderstorm still possible overnight, too. All of this as a front gets closer and closer into our area. 94 hot ones right now in the Queen City, but again, factoring in the humidity, it feels hotter. Ironically, where we have the heat advisory going until 8 p.m., that's one of the slightly cooler spots after the rain in Richmond County, but it still feels like 100 plus around parts of the Charlotte metro. I'll show you just how much lower those temperatures will go and a more specific look at the timing on more rain that's to come tomorrow. That's ahead in a few minutes.
Speaking of, the first week of high school football is kicking off early due to tomorrow's wet weather. Several games in Mecklenburg County, which are on your screen now, are being played tonight instead of tomorrow. We are expecting widespread storms tomorrow evening, and school leaders say the decision was made to prioritize safety. We're working to learn more details in the investigation into a shooting that killed 2 people in Chester County. It happened just after midnight on Mays Drive outside the town of Edgemoor. A third person was sent to the hospital. Deputies say the suspected shooter is one of the 2 people that were killed, and the gunfire erupted during a fight between the trio. An Avery County man is facing charges for a deadly crash involving a university cycling team in Tennessee. John Benfield from Newland is facing vehicular homicide and aggravated assault charges. Investigators say the crash happened yesterday morning in Hampton, Tennessee. Troopers say members of Milligan University's cycling team were training when Benfield hit several of them. 2 team members died and 4 others are still reportedly in critical condition.
11 of our cyclists were on a training ride this morning. They were struck by a vehicle. 2 of them died in the accident, Halen Ingdahl and Braden Rogers. I'd like to invite the entire community into prayer with us, into grief with the families, with us, and into deep prayer for the families of those we have lost.
Court documents show there is no evidence showing Benfield tried to stop or avoid the crash before it happened. The university is planning a campus-wide vigil to be held later this week. A website that allows drivers to find out if their license plate has been searched in flock camera databases is gaining popularity. It comes amid what's called National Week of Action Against License Plate Readers. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell talked with organizers behind the week and a local police chief who says flock cameras were a brilliant idea for his town.
We want to make sure communities are safe. We also understand that license plate readers don't actually make anyone safer.
Ed Vogel with the group DFLOC says that's what National Week of Action Against Automatic License Plate Readers is all about. The group is also promoting a new website called HaveIBeenFlocked.com, where drivers can look up if their plates have been searched by law enforcement through flock databases.
You can also go in there and search the data from your local police, your local sheriff.
The info is based on public records requests, department audit logs, and it might not be the most up to date, but Vogel calls it a tool for those concerned about their privacy.
It's imperfect, it's not complete, but it's a form of accountability, and it's a starting point for a conversation about whether or not these are actually meaningful tools that we should have in our communities.
But down in Union County, Waxhaw Police Chief Dexter Wilson believes flock cameras are a tool that prevents repeat offenders.
Each officer can put in their own matrix into that system on what they want to be alerted for. Stolen vehicle, stolen tag, sex offender. If it's a person with a warrant for arrest and it alerts those officers, or a domestic violence protection order.
Wilson's department operates at least 5 flock cameras within town limits.
It has helped us solve so many crimes, everything from car B&Es all the way to rapes.
But it is one of only a handful of agencies within the Charlotte area that has an online flock transparency portal, which allows people to see how many tags the department has searched and what other agencies Waxhaw is sharing its data with.
We have nothing to hide. We're not running your information for bad intentions.
And when it comes to those officers accused of misuse that some would call bad apples, Wilson tells us he's been very upfront with the men and women who wear a Waxhaw badge.
All of our officers here know that It is not for personal use.
In Waxhaw, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
You can find out if your vehicle's license plate has been recorded or entered into the Flock system online. A link is on our website, qcnews.com. A North Carolina judge is denying compensation in a lawsuit filed against a man connected to a viral horse crash in Uptown. We first brought you the story and this video back in April. Tracy Bogan sued Desmond Moore, the owner of a horse stable, over an injury to her horse's eye. Moore became well known for his involvement in a viral video where a horse got loose in Uptown and was hit by a car. Bogan said her horse's eye was blinded while it was boarded at Moore's stable. A judge initially ordered Moore to pay Bogan more than $1,200 for the incident, but Moore appealed. The judge overseeing the appeal ruled that he owes Bogan nothing. Tomorrow is the last day for early voting in South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff. Senator Darlene Graham and Congressman Ralph Norman are facing off to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. Scan this QR code with your phone for a list of polling locations on our website, qcnews.com. They're open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. tomorrow. The runoff election is on Tuesday. President Trump will be in Myrtle Beach tomorrow for a rally supporting Senator Darlene Graham for Senate. It's happening at 7 p.m. at the Myrtle Beach Convention Center. The president endorsed Graham before the special primary, but has since said that he would be happy with either of the Republican candidates because they are his supporters. North Carolina election leaders continue the process of approving county plans for the midterms. We see if concerns about Sunday voting and polling places are still an issue with county officials. And the debate continues over support for the scrapped I-77 expansion plans. Which way local transportation leaders are leaning ahead of a final September vote.
Feeling kind of tough being outside for a long period of time again today with that high heat and humidity. Feels like temperatures 100 plus in many neighborhoods, but I am tracking some relief on the way, coming with a cold front and more showers and storms as we start to head into the weekend. Pinpoint weather forecast is next.
You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Disputes over Sunday voting are front and center at today's North Carolina State Board of Elections meeting. Board members are hearing dueling plans from 20 counties that have yet to finalize their early voting plans. Our Shabnam Dinesh has been watching all day. Shab, what's the latest on this process?
Well, so far the board has approved early voting plans for 11 of those 20 counties, and the disputes in those counties have centered on whether or not to offer Sunday early voting. Now, so far, plans without Sunday early voting have been approved in 9 of those counties. Sunday voting was added, though, as a compromise in Rowan and Lee counties. Now, some supporters of Sunday voting say it's especially popular among black voters as part of Souls to the Polls, while congregations go vote together after Sunday services. Republican board members questioned whether Sunday voting is necessary, while Democrats argued the hours offered don't matter if the voters can't use them.
To say that there's somehow an unnecessary hardship that's imposed because the consistency of a Saturday is adopted over changing a date to be a Sunday, I don't find that to be a compelling reason to support the minority plan in this case.
And time and opportunity do not always go together. So you create more hours for people to come in, but if those hours are during times when people can't make it, it doesn't work.
Now, Democratic board member Jeff Carmen has also been pressing local election officials about their contact, if any, with the state auditor's office. Now, this comes amid questions over whether Dallas Woodhouse, the auditor's now former elections liaison, tried to influence local early voting plans. Now, the marathon meeting still continues, with the board also set to resolve high-profile disputes over college voting sites in Guilford County. Live in Raleigh, Shabnam Dinesh, Queen City News.
Shab, thanks for that. Members of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization have about a month to decide if they will reinstate their support for the I-77 toll lane project. They met last night for the last time before next month's vote. The project was scrapped after local officials pulled their support, but some have since flipped their decision. A provision in the state budget could require the governments to pay back a share of $60 million spent on designs. After last night's meeting, it looks like there will not be enough support to reinstate the project.
The position of Charlotte remains unchanged, that we are not in support of reinstating the P3 project.
CRTPO members will formally vote on September 23rd on whether to support the toll lane project. A deadline on a decision from local leaders is set for October 5th. All right, taking a live look outside from our West Charlotte camera. Temperatures are scorching out there, and hit or miss showers and storms are possible, especially tomorrow. But Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is keeping an eye on a system that could bring that widespread rain tomorrow, which is, as we know, impacting some of the high school football games, the first games that are supposed to happen, some of them happening tonight.
Right, exactly. And even here tonight, we could get maybe some isolated activity developing by 8 p.m. or so. And mainly it looks like west of the Queen City, so some spotty showers and storms still possible, even though it's totally dry out there right now. But yes, tomorrow definitely the much better chance as we get into the afternoon and evening, and then most of it will clear out for the weekend. Now, Saturday could still be a little iffy in spots with a few spotty pop-up showers or a thunderstorm possible, but Sunday is looking drier. It's going to feel pretty nice out there with some lower humidity that's expected to filter in behind the front. Lots of sunshine out there right now. Looking live over downtown Monroe. Traffic picking up there in this 5 o'clock hour, and hot outside. A lot of people still cranking the AC, of course, because it feels like even 100 plus still in so many communities. But no weather issues here so far. Now, earlier in parts of Richmond, Chesterfield County, we did have some heavier showers and storms, which really knocked back the heat a little bit there. You can see down to 88 still in Rockingham, only 88 compared to the 94 just to the west in Wadesboro. Queen City too, Charlotte area right at 94. We've got some low 90s for you all on the I-40 corridor, and only around 80 or so degrees up in the high country. But once you factor in the humidity, it still feels like 100 plus there in Monroe, and 102 that feels like temperature in Wadesboro, feels like 103 outside in Charlotte. So this evening, obviously warm and humid out there, and later we get into the evening, we will pick up that chance of showers and a few thunderstorms as this incoming front continues to get closer and closer. And then here's a setup for tomorrow, kind of stalls across the area. So that gives us that continuous feed of moisture here, a flood threat too, and scattered even severe thunderstorm threat across the area. Flash flood risk has actually been increased and now expanded to include more of our area, pretty much all of us, where you see that yellow level 2 out of 4. Risk of seeing some flash flooding with those just off and on downpours that could be moving over some of the same areas over and over again. Tomorrow's highs not quite as hot because of all of this, upper 80s to around 90. It's still hot and it's still humid, but not as hot as it's felt lately. And again, level 1 risk of severe storms, damaging wind and hail will be possible. So let's check things out. You can see we fast forward in time here later on this evening, some isolated showers, thunderstorms possible. We could see another round of some heavy at times rain moving through parts of the area from Charlotte north and up toward the Triad overnight while we're sleeping, but still plenty of dry time for the morning drive into work. Any kids that are already back in school, going back to school tomorrow morning, but then by lunchtime, early part of the afternoon, expecting this one round of some heavy showers and storms, especially east of Charlotte. Then we could see more clusters of heavy rain and thunderstorms breaking out in the mountains and then dropping down through the foothills in Piedmont. Later we get into the evening. So most of that moves out, giving us some dry time to kick off the weekend Saturday morning and just some spotty activity possible for Saturday afternoon. Meanwhile, in the tropics, a little bit of development out there, not anything close at all as we look across the wide open basin of the Atlantic Ocean. This system here, tropical wave disturbance, shows a only low 20% chance of development, but that will be approaching parts of coastal Spain and Portugal over the next few days. So obviously no threat to the U.S. there. All right, so low temperatures tonight dropping down into the low and mid 70s with those low 60s up in the mountains early tomorrow, upper 70s for you all in the high country tomorrow afternoon. Still a little bit hotter ahead of any of that cooling rain, low to mid 90s south and east of the Queen City. Later tomorrow we'll hit about 89 in Charlotte and keep those temperatures generally around normal for this time of the year, which is down to 88 degrees, typical high temperature for heading into the latter part of August. Low humidity, lots of sunshine. Sunday looks gorgeous. We'll see a return of those spotty shower and storm chances later on next week.
80s are more like it. Thanks,
Yeah.
Tara. A Belmont man went from the depths of depression to living the dream. David Van Dyke is the co-creator of a comic series called Mercer. More than 20 years ago, he was in an accident while working as a mechanic. It broke his back and shattered his music dream.
The doctor literally came into the room and said, "Your life as you know it is over."
He eventually set sights on another dream, drawing comics. Find out what he hopes we can all learn from his story. Watch Faces of the Carolinas tonight on Queen City News at 10. Increasing the chance for success for the backbone of America's healthcare system, Novant Health's new investment that aims to improve the nursing workforce before they begin their careers. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Leaders at Novant Health and UNC Charlotte are announcing a partnership to help improve resources for nursing students. The healthcare company is investing $500,000 to expand the College of Health and Human Services department. The money will go toward improving UNC Charlotte's 15 nursing labs, where students take part of simulations of different healthcare situations. School leaders tell us how important these simulations are to students.
Can provide an immersive, experiential scenario for our nursing students where they take care of these high-fidelity patient simulators as if they would take care of a live patient in the hospital and at no risk to the patient or themselves.
Novant leaders hope the investment helps to grow the healthcare workforce in the Charlotte area, with about half of all UNC Charlotte nursing school graduates remaining in the region to begin their careers. An Avery County man charged in a crash that killed multiple members of a college cycling team. Why investigators believe the crash could have been avoided. And why the owner of the horse at the center of this viral Uptown video may not get any compensation from a lawsuit filed for a separate incident. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Saturday will mark 1 year since a deadly stabbing on Charlotte's light rail killed a Ukrainian refugee. Irina Zarutska's name has since made headlines around the world, and now her family is seeking accountability in her death. They plan to file a lawsuit as we near 1 year since the tragedy. The family's attorney spoke with Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber about what's next.
Attorney Laura Newton, who represents the Zarutska family, says Katz is at fault for not doing enough to keep passengers safe across the system. And she says that starts with fair enforcement.
We know that violent crime was already an issue, and you can't turn a blind eye. You have to do something.
Newton telling Queen City News that she will soon file a civil lawsuit against the Charlotte Area Transit System, or CATS, arguing the agency is at fault for the stabbing death of Irina Zarutska. DeCarlos Brown Jr. is accused of murdering the 23-year-old while they both were riding the Blue Line on a Friday night last August. Newton argues a recent state audit of the agency proves CATS failed to do enough to maintain safety on the train.
You have to keep people safe, and the way you do that at a basic level is you enforce fares. You have physical barriers, you have validators, you have to collect the fares, you have to have a plan, you have to have the guards on the train, you have to have something for deterrence.
That audit released Monday argued CATS failed to adequately prevent fare evasion. CATS did not respond to a request for comment on the incoming lawsuit, but interim CEO Brent Cagle did discuss the audit during an interview with our Brian Blakely on Wednesday.
Our goal is to reduce and or eliminate all fare evasion. We are adding block by block a contractor who will bring 60 personnel whose sole job is to check tickets.
Newton says they plan to file the suit within the next few days.
It's a crude system and it's not perfect, but it's all we have. And we intend to make sure that this family gets justice both through the criminal justice system and the civil justice system.
In Dilworth, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
We also spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rhodes about the hurdles Zarutska's family could face when proving negligence from Charlotte transit leaders.
Do they have a duty to protect riders from third-party violent attacks? That's going to be the first question. Whether the attacks were reasonably foreseeable, that's going to be probably the hardest portion to prove. And then were the security failures that you're alleging that they failed to comply with or needed to have there, were they the proximate cause? And then if they are sued and it's a government entity, would they waive some future government immunity? So there's a number of hurdles that I will look at, but those foreseeability and proximate cause will probably be the two that make this the hardest case, hardest portion of the case when looking at it for sure.
Our full coverage of the stabbing on Charlotte's light rail as well as the fallout since can be found on our website, qcnews.com. Taking a live look now at uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. It continues to be hot and humid, and pop-up showers are possible this evening. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is in the Pinpoint Weather Center. Tara, you're also tracking a cold front that's going to bring more widespread rain to the area to kick off the weekend.
Yes, Morgan, some widespread showers and storms expected for tomorrow, and at the same time, some relief from these higher 90s and all this humidity, which has pushed those heat indices and feels like temperatures for another day today up above 100 in some cases. And now, as we look around right now on radar, and as we saw from the live picture, it doesn't look like rain, does it? Yeah, just lots of sunshine and blue sky over the Queen City. We did, though, have some heavier showers and storms over parts of Richmond, Chesterfield County earlier. All of those continuing to push out down east and out through the Sand Hills south of Fayetteville. They've had lots of severe weather at times over central and eastern North Carolina. A lot of that now heading into the coastal plain there as well. But still later on this evening, and it's possible, as you can see on Futurecast, that by 8, 9, 10 o'clock, we could get some heavier showers or storms trying to break out in places like maybe near Morganton, Cleveland County, Gaston County, and then moving off to the east and likely weakening with time. So a few more showers and storms still possible before the evening's out. But a hot 94 right now in the Charlotte area, widespread low mid-90s. There's that rain cooled from earlier 86 in Rockingham, but it still feels like 100 plus. Again, that cold front on the move will give us some relief from the heat, but also much better chance of rain tomorrow. We'll check that out in my Pinpoint weather forecast in a few minutes.
Speaking of tomorrow, the first week of high school football is kicking off early, actually, because of tomorrow's wet weather. Several games in Mecklenburg County, which are on your screen right now, are being played tonight instead of tomorrow. We are expecting the widespread storms tomorrow evening, and school leaders say the decision was made to prioritize safety. We're working to learn more details in the investigation into a shooting that killed 2 people in Chester County. It happened just after midnight on Mays Drive outside the town of Edgemoor. A 3rd person was sent to the hospital. Deputies say the suspected shooter is one of the 2 people that were killed, and the gunfire erupted during a fight between the trio. An Avery County man is facing charges for a deadly crash involving a university cycling team in Tennessee. John Benfield from Newland is facing vehicular homicide and aggravated assault charges. Investigators say the crash happened yesterday morning in Hampton, Tennessee. Troopers say members of the Milligan University's cycling team were training when Benfield hit several of them. 2 team members died and 4 others are still reportedly in critical condition.
11 of our cyclists were on a training ride this morning. They were struck by a vehicle. 2 of them died in the accident, Halen Ingdahl and Braden Rogers. I'd like to invite the entire community into prayer with us, into grief with the families, with us, and into deep prayer for the families of those we have lost.
Court documents show there is no evidence showing Benfield tried to stop or avoid the crash before it happened. The university is planning a campus-wide vigil to be held later this week. A website that allows drivers to find out if their license plate has been searched in Flock camera databases is gaining popularity. It comes amid what's called National Week of Action Against License Plate Readers. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell talked with organizers behind the week and a local police chief who says Flock cameras were a brilliant idea for his town.
We want to make sure communities are safe. We also understand that license plate readers don't actually make anyone safer.
Ed Vogel with the group DFLOC says that's what National Week of Action Against Automatic License Plate Readers is all about. The group is also promoting a new website called HaveIBeenFlocked.com, where drivers can look up if their plates have been searched by law enforcement through Flock databases.
You can also go in there and search the data from your local police, your local sheriff.
The info is based on public records requests, department audit logs, and it might not be the most up to date, but Vogel calls it a tool for those concerned about their privacy.
It's imperfect, it's not complete, but it's a form of accountability, and it's a starting point for a conversation about whether or not these are actually meaningful tools that we should have in our communities.
But down in Union County, Waxhaw Police Chief Dexter Wilson believes Flock cameras are a tool that prevents repeat offenders.
Each officer can put in their own matrix into that system on what they want to be alerted for. Stolen vehicle, stolen tag, sex offender. If it's a person with a warrant for arrest and it alerts those officers, or a domestic violence protection order.
Wilson's department operates at least 5 Flock cameras within town limits.
It has helped us solve so many crimes, everything from car B&Es all the way to rapes.
But it is one of only a handful of agencies within the Charlotte area that has an online Flock transparency portal, which allows people to see how many tags the department has searched and what other agencies Waxhaw is sharing its data with.
We have nothing to hide. We're not running your information for bad intentions.
And when it comes to those officers accused of misuse that some would call bad apples, Wilson tells us he's been very upfront with the men and women who wear a Waxhaw badge.
All of our officers here know that it is not for personal use.
In Waxhaw, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
You can find out if your vehicle's license plate has been recorded or entered into the Flock system online. A link is on our website, qcnews.com. A North Carolina judge is denying compensation in a lawsuit filed against a man connected to a viral horse crash in Uptown. We first brought you the story and this video back in April. Tracy Bogan sued Desmond Moore, the owner of a horse stable, over an injury to her horse's eye. Moore became well known for his involvement in that viral video where the horse got loose in Uptown and was hit by a car. Bogan said her horse's eye was blinded while it was boarded at Moore's stable. A judge initially ordered Moore to pay Bogan more than $1,200 for the incident, but Moore appealed. The judge overseeing the appeal ordered that Bogan owes nothing. Tomorrow is the last day for early voting in South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff. Senator Darlene Graham and Congressman Ralph Norman are facing off to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. Scan this QR code with your phone for a list of polling places on our website, qcnews.com. They're open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. tomorrow. The runoff election is on Tuesday. President Trump will be in Myrtle Beach tomorrow for a rally supporting Senator Darlene Graham. It's happening at 7 p.m. at the Myrtle Beach Convention Center. The president endorsed Graham before the special primary, but has since said that he would be happy with either of the Republican candidates because they are his supporters.
Checking that weather here after a hot Thursday. Once again, another day with those feels-like temperatures even above 100 in some neighborhoods. We do have some relief on the way. Incoming cold front also bringing us a much better chance of widespread showers and storms tomorrow. I'll show you a closer look at that timeline next.
The debate continues over support for the scrapped I-77 expansion plans, which way local transportation leaders are leaning ahead of a final September vote. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. As the fighting with Iran inches toward the 6-month mark, President Trump is calling on U.S. allies to ramp up the pressure on Iran financially. He argues the move could further isolate the country and force a deal to end the war. As our Raquel Martin reports, the message also came with a threat.
On Truth Social, President Trump threatened quote-unquote tremendous economic consequences to any country that lends Iran a lifeline. President Trump is promising to launch so-called economic D-Day against Iran. Online in all caps, he vowed to unleash the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country, an effort aimed at drawing the nearly 6-month war to an end. Tehran quickly dismissed the president's threats aimed not just at Iran, but any country that does business with them, calling it economic terrorism. On X, Iran's foreign minister poked fun at the United States' growing $40 trillion debt problem, stating the threat would only result in further defeat for the U.S. The White House offered little detail about its renewed pressure campaign Thursday. Iran already faces aggressive global sanctions, the Treasury Secretary only telling reporters,
I think that the economic action will mean that oil prices will come down sooner.
Oil Prices spiked Thursday as the two sides wrestle over control of the Strait of Hormuz.
The blockade has been 100% successful.
Right now, President Trump is trying to strong-arm Tehran back to the negotiation table. He's threatening Oman not to interfere. Oman is on the verge of striking its own deal with Iran to move ships through the strait. Oman is one of few countries still doing business with Iran. Others include Turkey, Iraq, India, Russia, and of course its biggest customer, China. Their sustained economic partnership presents a potential ripple ahead of President Xi's visit to the White House next month. In response to the president's economic threats, China's foreign minister weighing in, saying that more sanctions and pressure will not solve the problem. For now in Washington, Raquel Martin, back to you.
Members of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization have about a month to decide if they will reinstate their support for the I-77 tolling project. They met last night for the last time before next month's vote. The project was scrapped after local officials pulled their support, but some have since flipped their decision. A provision in the state budget could require the governments to pay back a share of $60 million spent on designs. After last night's meeting, it looks like there will not be enough support to reinstate the project.
The position of Charlotte remains unchanged, that we are not in support of reinstating the P3 project.
CRTPO members will formally vote on September 23rd on whether to support the toll lane project. A deadline on a decision from local leaders is set for October 5th. Two more tropical systems in the Pacific could hit Hawaii as the island state continues to clean up from Hurricane Lala. 2 deaths have been connected with the hurricane that narrowly avoided making landfall in Hawaii over the weekend. However, the rain and winds from the Category 1 storm has caused widespread outages and damage. Hawaiian electric officials say they expect most of the power to be restored for customers living on Oahu and Maui today. A little bit closer to home, taking a live look outside from our West Charlotte tower camera. Temperatures are scorching out there and hit or miss showers and storms are possible. But Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is keeping an eye on a system that could bring widespread rain to the area tomorrow, and then on the back end, a cool down.
Yes, a cool down as in, well, mid and
couple
upper
degrees.
80s, so I know. But you know what? We get a nice treat with the low humidity on Sunday.
That's the difference maker,
Yeah.
right? It's
And
not about the heat, it's always about the humidity.
that's going to be one of those mornings you want to go outside maybe with a cup of coffee and it'll feel just
Okay,
a little more
noted,
comfortable.
noted.
So, okay, yeah, let me know once we get back to work on Monday if you did that. But yeah, we do have a nice little break from all of this just stifling heat and humidity on the way over the next couple of days. For now, though, it's hot, it's humid as we look live there in downtown Monroe and Union County. Blazing sunshine. I know it doesn't look like rain, does it? I mean, not even in some cases, hardly even a cloud in the sky at this point in time. We did see some clouds rolling in earlier from an earlier disturbance upstream and up to our north and west. And we did have some heavier showers and storms over parts of Richmond County, Chesterfield County earlier today. Most of that activity now focused over the central and eastern portions of the Carolinas. You can see there, but the front is just off to our north and west. And so as that inches closer in, we will still hold on to the chance of maybe a few isolated showers and storms even later on this evening prior to midnight and even after midnight. And after you go to bed tonight, a little more rain is possible, maybe some rumbles overnight. 94 hot ones today, above the average of 88, still far and away from hitting that record of 103 on this day from a long time ago. We've got a rain-cooled 88 there in Richmond County. Most spots sitting in the low to mid 90s outside of the mountains. And ironically, Richmond County is under the heat advisory, calling for those feels-like temperatures up around 105 for several hours today. And earlier, yes, before the rain rolled in, it was hotter, but it's not feeling quite as hot there compared to, say, the 102 in the Queen City. That's how it feels with that humidity factored in. Same goes for Albemarle, Stanley County. Still feels like it's in the upper 90s. Places like Lincolnton, Statesville, again, the mountains, place to be to escape the heat there. But we do have less heat coming up. Those high temperatures only around the upper 80s over the next few days heading into the weekend. And notice by Sunday morning, lower humidity, so that allows temperatures to cool down just a few more degrees as well, starting in the mid to upper 60s, 50s in the mountains come early Sunday morning. But we have to get through more widespread showers and storms first, mainly for tomorrow. So check out how much rain we could be tallying up here over the next couple of days. And this is mainly for tomorrow tomorrow and heading into tomorrow night. Upwards of an inch, inch and a half to even 2 to 3 inches. Some even isolated higher totals are possible just depending on where those downpours end up setting up. And so that could lead to some flooding. We're currently under a level 2 risk of some flash flooding developing with any of those repeated downpours tomorrow, and a level 1 risk of severe weather. So some of those storms could tomorrow try and produce some damaging wind gusts or hail. As for the rest of tonight, you can see some spotty activity still possible. Scattered showers or a thunderstorm into the overnight. That can't be ruled out, especially north of Charlotte, heading up toward Greensboro, Winston-Salem, Triad area. 8 a.m. tomorrow. We still do get several hours of dry time around the morning drive time tomorrow before those storms and heavier showers get going, even as early as lunchtime, early part of the afternoon. That's just one round, and then expecting another round to develop in the mountains and foothills later on toward the evening, passing over parts of the Charlotte metro around midnight or so tomorrow night. That pushes out. Saturday morning is dry. Saturday afternoon, rain chance, storm chance is much lower, so just hit or miss type activity. Sunday is dry. It's looking good, and just looking at those typical low rain chances and isolated pop-up storm chances heading into next week. Mountain forecast looks delightful for you all after tomorrow. Those temperatures mid 70s through the weekend, heading into early next week, and low temperatures in the morning, waking up to low and mid 50s. So feeling pretty nice up there. 7-day forecast shows that low humidity break for Sunday, then it starts to rise again going into next week. Highs around 90, and that will help lead to some spotty shower and storm chances.
All right, Tara, thanks for that. Increasing the chance for success for the backbone of America's healthcare system. Novant Health's new investment that aims to improve the nursing workforce before they begin their careers. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.
The back-to-school season is here, and we're looking beyond this school year.
Declining birth rates, changing classrooms, and a generation making different choices about having children. What does it all mean for the future of education?
Watch Taking Attendance, a Queen City News back-to-school special airing Monday, August 24th at 7 p.m.
Leaders at Novant Health and UNC Charlotte are announcing a partnership to help improve resources for nursing students. The healthcare company is investing $500,000 to expand the College of Health and Human Services. The money will go toward improving UNC Charlotte's 15 nursing labs, where students take part in simulations of different healthcare situations. School leaders tell us how important these simulations are to the students.
Can provide an immersive, experiential scenario for our nursing students where they take care of these high-fidelity patient simulators as if they would take care of a live patient in the hospital and at no risk to the patient or themselves.
Novant leaders hope the investment helps to grow the healthcare workforce in the Charlotte area, with about half of all UNC Charlotte nursing school graduates remaining in the region to begin their careers. Two of North Carolina's top college basketball teams are set to face off in the inaugural Tobacco Road Classic. UNC and NC State will play each other in a non-conference game on December 15th at First Horizon Coliseum in Greensboro. This game will serve as the first of two games between the Wolfpack and Tar Heels this upcoming season. Charlotte FC is ending its trip to Canada with 1 point in the standings. Despite plenty of scoring, the team finished with a 3-3 draw last night in Toronto. Charlotte held a lead for most of the match, but despite being a man down, Toronto scored a 90th minute goal to finish the game in a tie. Charlotte FC is back in action at Bank of America Stadium this weekend. Plenty to do around town, and we have a list on our website. Scanning this QR code will bring you to the story at qcnews.com. Only on Queen City News Plus, some forecasters believe the ongoing dry conditions we're seeing could clear up by this fall. As meteorologist Brandon Lawson learns, the historic El Nino could help speed up the process.
As we get into the fall, we expect those typical El Nino impacts to start emerging. Usually that means a stronger jet stream and a stronger storm track to our south. That's bringing weather systems up out of the Gulf and along our coast. It's picking up lots of moisture. So these strong El Nino events usually tend to be pretty wet.
You can watch the full episode of Pinpoint Weather University right now for free. Download the Queen City News Plus app on your Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. On Queen City News at 6, an Avery County man charged in a crash that killed multiple members of a college cycling team. Why investigators believe the crash could have been avoided. And a man at the center of this viral Uptown video sued for a separate incident, but why the plaintiff may not get any compensation. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.
Now on Queen City News, nearly a year after the deadly stabbing on Charlotte's Blue Line, the victim's family is ready to sue. Why they say leaders of Charlotte's transit system share the responsibility for the attack.
Well, the heat goes on here on this Thursday. Many feels like temperatures up above 100 for yet another day. But we do have a cold front on the move here, tracking the chance of some showers and storms. Some of that rain could produce flooding, maybe some severe weather into tomorrow. I'm timing it all out, my pinpoint weather forecast.
And have you been flocked? The nationwide action one group is taking against the technology as the discussion around the automatic license plate readers grow. Good evening, I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News at 6 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Saturday will mark 1 year since the deadly stabbing on Charlotte's light rail. It killed a Ukrainian refugee. Irina Zarutska's name has since made headlines around the world, and now her family is seeking accountability in her death. They plan to file a lawsuit as we near the 1 year since the tragedy. The family's attorney spoke with chief political correspondent Andy Weber about what is next.
Attorney Laura Newton, who represents the Zarutska family, says Katz is at fault for not doing enough to keep passengers safe across the system. And she says that starts with fair enforcement.
We know that violent crime was already an issue, and you can't turn a blind eye. You have to do something.
Newton telling Queen City News that she will soon file a civil lawsuit against the Charlotte Area Transit System, or CATS, arguing the agency is at fault for the stabbing death of Irina Zarutska. DeCarlos Brown Jr. is accused of murdering the 23-year-old while they both were riding the Blue Line on a Friday night last August. Newton argues a recent state audit of the agency proves CATS failed to do enough to maintain safety on the train.
You have to keep people safe, and the way you do that at a basic level is you enforce fares. You have physical barriers, you have validators, you have to collect the fares, you have to have a plan, you have to have the guards on the train, you have to have something for deterrence.
That audit released Monday argued CATS failed to adequately prevent fare evasion. CATS did not respond to a request for comment on the incoming lawsuit, but interim CEO Brent Cagle did discuss the audit during an interview with our Brian Blakely on Wednesday.
Our goal is to reduce and or eliminate all fare evasion. We are adding block by block a contractor who will bring 60 personnel whose sole job is to check tickets.
Newton says they plan to file the suit within the next few days.
It's a crude system, and it's not perfect, but it's all we have. And we intend to make sure that this family gets justice both through the criminal justice system and the civil justice system.
In Dilworth, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
We also spoke with Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Roj about the hurdles Zarutska's family could face when proving negligence from Charlotte Transit leaders.
Do they have a duty to protect riders from third-party violent attacks? That's going to be the first question. Whether the attacks were reasonably foreseeable, that's going to be probably the hardest portion to prove. And then were the security failures that you're alleging that they failed to comply with or needed to have there, were they the proximate cause? And then if they are sued and it's a government entity, would they waive some future government immunity? So there's a number of hurdles that I will look at, but those foreseeability and proximate cause will probably be the two that make this the hardest case, hardest portion of the case when looking at it for sure.
Our full coverage of the stabbing on Charlotte's light rail, as well as the fallout since, can be found on our website, qcnews.com. Let's get to the weather on this Thursday evening as we take a live look over uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. It continues to be hot and humid outside as those pop-up showers are possible this evening. Let's get over to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane in the Pinpoint Weather Center. You're also tracking a little bit of a cold front that's going to bring some more widespread rain to the area.
Widespread rain, Brian, and a little bit of heat and humidity relief, too, by the end of the weekend. For now, though, it's hot, it's humid all around. And with that came some heavier showers and storms earlier over parts of Richmond and Chesterfield County. But I know it doesn't look like rain right now. All of that is pushed off and out toward the coastal plain and down east here and out toward the Sandhills, moving away from Fayetteville and Lumberton right now and out toward the Sounds and near the Outer Banks. And so looking here a little closer in, taking it out over the next few hours, it is still possible that we could get a few isolated heavy showers or a couple of even stronger thunderstorms breaking out by, say, 9, 10, 11 o'clock. Places like Cleveland County, Gaston County, those will develop and then push off to the east with time. And a little more rain or some rumbles still possible even overnight while we're trying to stay asleep, and through about maybe 3 o'clock in the morning or so, we could see more of that rain moving north of Charlotte. All of this coming in ahead of a front, obviously ahead of that system today. Yes, back on the hot side, 94 degrees. We've got 91 up in Salisbury. We've had that heat advisory for Richmond County. Ironically, that's one of the slightly cooler spots after the rain earlier. Dropped that temperature a little bit, but it still feels like 100 plus around parts of the Piedmont down to South Carolina. Again, some relief on the way, and I'll show you a closer look at the timing on when more of that rain arrives tomorrow. That's ahead in a few minutes.
Tara, thanks. The first week of high school football is kicking off early due to tomorrow's expected wet weather. Several games in Mecklenburg County, which are on your screen right now, are being played tonight instead of tomorrow. As we are expecting those storms, school leaders say the decision was made to prioritize safety. We are working to learn some more details in that investigation into a shooting that killed 2 people in Chester County. It happened just after midnight on Mays Drive in the town of Edgemoor. A third person was sent to the hospital. Deputies say the suspected shooter is one of the 2 people that were killed, and the gunfire erupted during a fight between the 3. An Avery County man is facing charges for a deadly crash involving a university cycling team in Tennessee. John Benfield from Newland is facing vehicular homicide and aggravated assault charges. Investigators say the crash happened yesterday morning in Hampton, Tennessee. Troopers say members of the Milligan University's cycling team were training when Benfield hit several of them. 2 team members died and 4 others are still in reportedly critical condition.
11 of our cyclists were on a training ride this morning. They were struck by a vehicle. 2 of them died in the accident, Halen Ingdahl and Braden Rogers. I'd like to invite the entire community into prayer with us, into grief with the families, with us, and into deep prayer for the families of those we have lost.
Court documents show there is no evidence showing Benfield tried to stop or avoid the crash before it happened. The university is planning a campus-wide vigil to be held later this week. A website that allows drivers to find out if their license plate has been searched in flock camera databases is gaining popularity. It comes amid what's called National Week of Action against license plate readers. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell talked with organizers behind the week and also a local police chief that says flock cameras were a brilliant idea for his town.
We want to make sure communities are safe. We also understand that license plate readers don't actually make anyone safer.
Ed Vogel with the group DFLOC says that's what National Week of Action Against Automatic License Plate Readers is all about. The group is also promoting a new website called HaveIBeenFlocked.com, where drivers can look up if their plates have been searched by law enforcement through flock databases.
You can also go in there and search the data from your local police, your local sheriff.
The info is based on public records requests, department audit logs, and it might not be the most up to date, but Vogel calls it a tool for those concerned about their privacy.
It's imperfect, it's not complete, but it's a form of accountability, and it's a starting point for a conversation about whether or not these are actually meaningful tools that we should have in our communities.
But down in Union County, Waxhaw Police Chief Dexter Wilson believes flock cameras are a tool that prevents repeat offenders.
Each officer can put in their own matrix into that system on what they want to be alerted for. Stolen vehicle, stolen tag, sex offender. If it's a person with a warrant for arrest and it alerts those officers, or a domestic violence protection order.
Wilson's department operates at least 5 flock cameras within town limits.
It has helped us solve so many crimes, everything from car B&Es all the way to rapes.
But it is one of only a handful of agencies within the Charlotte area that has an online flock transparency portal which allows people to see how many tags the department has searched and what other agencies Waxhaw is sharing its data with.
We have nothing to hide. We're not running your information for bad intentions.
And when it comes to those officers accused of misuse that some would call bad apples, Wilson tells us he's been very upfront with the men and women who wear a Waxhaw badge.
All of our officers here know that it is not for personal use.
In Waxhaw, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
You can find it out if your license plate has been recorded or entered into the Flock system online. A link is on our website, qcnews.com. North Carolina judge is denying compensation in a lawsuit filed against a man convicted with a viral horse crash in Uptown. We first brought you this story with this video back in April. Tracy Bogan sued Desmond Moore, the owner of a horse stable, over an injury to her horse's eye. Moore became well known for his involvement in the viral video where the horse got loose in Uptown and then was struck by a car. Bogan says her horse's eye was blinded while it was boarded at Moore's stable. A judge initially ordered Moore to pay Bogan more than $1,200 for the incident, but Moore appealed. The judge overseeing the appeal ruled that he owes Bogan nothing. Tomorrow is the last day for early voting in South Carolina's special Republican primary runoff. Senator Darlene Graham and Congressman Ralph Norman are facing off to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. Scan this QR code with your phone for a list of the polling places on our website, qcnews.com. Polls are open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. tomorrow. The runoff election is next Tuesday. President Trump's going to be in Myrtle Beach tomorrow for a rally supporting Senator Darlene Graham for the Senate, and it's happening at 7 p.m. at the Myrtle Beach Convention Center. President endorsed Graham before the special primary, but has since said that he would be happy with any of the Republican candidates because they are his supporters. North Carolina elections leaders continue the process of approving county plans for the midterms. We see if concerns about Sunday voting and polling places are still an issue with county officials. And the debate continues over the support for the scrapped I-77 expansion plans. Which way local transportation leaders may be leading ahead of the final September vote. Tara?
It's been about 55 days now in the Queen City with temperatures reaching 90 degrees or above. Of course, feeling even hotter with 100+ degree heat indices in place across the region today. But I am tracking some relief with the cold front. That'll bring us some better rain chances too for tomorrow. I'll show you a more specific look at the timeline. That's next.
You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Disputes over Sunday voting are front and center at today's North Carolina State Board of Elections meeting. Board members are hearing dueling plans from 20 counties that have yet to finalize their early voting plans. The disputes today have centered on whether to offer Sunday voting. So far, plans without the Sunday voting have been approved in several counties, including Union and Anson. Sunday voting was added as a compromise in Rowan County. Some supporters say that it is especially popular among black voters. Republican board members question whether it is necessary, while Democrats argue the hours offered don't matter if voters cannot use them.
To say that there's somehow an unnecessary hardship that's imposed because the consistency of a Saturday is adopted over changing a date to be a Sunday, I don't find that to be a compelling reason to support the minority plan in this case.
And time and opportunity do not always go together. So you create more hours for people to come in, but if those hours are during times when people can't make it, it doesn't work.
Democratic board member Jeff Carmen has also been pressing local election officials about contact with the state auditor's office. That comes amid questions over whether Dallas Woodhouse, the auditor's now former elections liaison, tried to influence local early voting plans. Members of the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization have about a month to decide if they will reinstate their support for the I-77 toll lane project. They met last night for the first time before next month's vote. Project was scrapped after local officials pulled their support, but some have since flipped their decision. And it's due to a provision in the state budget that could require governments to pay back a share of $60 million spent already on designs. After last night's meeting, it looks like there will not be enough support to reinstate the project.
The position of Charlotte remains unchanged, that we are not in support of reinstating the P3 project.
CRTPO members will formally vote on September 23rd on whether to support the toll lane project. A deadline on a decision from local leaders is set for October 5th. Back to the weather as we take a live look here over West Charlotte in our tower camera. Temperatures, they are scorching outside as we got hit or miss showers and storms that are possible tonight. Let's talk to Tara a little bit further about keeping an eye on this system and also what kind of rain we're expecting tomorrow night.
Yeah, so widespread showers and storms starting tomorrow afternoon, mainly through the evening. We may get a couple rounds. That heavy rain can lead to some flooding even in parts of the area. We'll have to watch for that and the threat of severe damaging